you just like the video in front of your eyes. The next second, you unexpectedly have the ability to freely change the identity of your relatives. So you had a thought. The world's richest person becomes your dad. The gang leader becomes your brother. Your elder sister becomes a popular movie star. Even the pet chicken you've raised for 2.5 years becomes a celebrity. At the same time, you also receive 3 10x cashback cards. Just as you were figuring out how to use them, suddenly there was an urgent knocking on the door. The moment you got up to open the door, you saw a middle-aged lady standing outside with teary eyes. As the illustrious richest person in Jiangcheng, to find out that her long-lost child was living in such a small rented place, this filled Madame Qin with deep shame. Now that she has reunited with you, she wants to give you the best. Not only does she give you 100 million pocket money, she also arranges for her personal secretary to be by your side. You were completely stunned at this point. This thing is actually real. After your birth mother left, you re-evaluated the secretary arranged by her side. She was wearing a black professional skirt, with her long and straight legs wrapped in black stockings, making you involuntarily swallow your saliva. It was at this moment that something suddenly came to mind. Detected 3 nearby shopping malls. Completing a 10 million consumption will unlock a new family identity. Do you want to complete the upgrade task now? And you currently have $1 billion in hand, along with 3 cashback cards. Spending will still allow for an upgrade. Not doing so would be foolish. So you turn directly to your secretary Yang Mi and say, before we go back, let's first go to the Platinum Mall to buy something. Yes, young master. Yang Mi always meets your requests. Immediately driving, you arrive at a gold shop in the Platinum Mall. A consumption of 10 million, even in such a high-end mall, would still take a long time to choose. Time is limited, better to just buy gold. The gold shop staff immediately bows upon seeing you and loudly exclaims, welcome. What is today's gold price? You ask at the counter. Sir, today's gold price is 800 per gram. It's a good time to buy now. You calculate in your mind, gold price at 800 per gram, a 100-gram gold bar can buy 125 bars. I'm fine, but it depends on whether this store can handle it. I want to buy some gold bars. How much stock does your store have? The salesperson suddenly realizes that a big customer has arrived and scurries off to call the store manager. Soon the store manager comes over and asks, Sir, how much money's worth of gold bars do you need? The store manager is full of surprise, thinking that you look like a recent college graduate, yet your tone is quite bold. 10 million, you say. The people present are about to drop their jaws to the ground. 10 million, that's a lot of money. Yang Mi was not surprised by this number. After all, Mr. Qin had just given the young master 1 billion. He just couldn't understand why the young master wanted to specifically buy so many gold bars. The store manager knew this was a big customer and had to seize the opportunity. So he asked the staff to check the inventory while contacting other stores to transfer goods. Soon, the inventory staff rushed to report, Sorry, sir, our store doesn't have that much inventory, only 50 bars. How long will it take to transfer the goods? You asked. About 3 days, was the response. If it's fast, it can be done in a day. It's too late, you muttered to yourself. The deadline for a cashback card is only 24 hours. Then just these 50 gold bars. As you swiped the card, you handed over a card, and the store manager's eyes widened. It turned out to be a Fuyang gold card. There are no more than 10 people in the entire Jiangcheng who have this card. No wonder this young man is so generous. The store manager didn't dare to be negligent and took the card with both hands. Then he ordered the subordinate staff to get busy. Ding! The system reminded that with today's expenditure of 4 million, there will be a cashback of 40 million. The current points are 400, and 600 points are needed to upgrade. It seems that a 10,000 yuan expenditure is worth 1 point. So you no longer hesitated, went to the next store, and walked out after saying that. The people on the scene were all dumbfounded. What's going on? One store is not enough. Is he going to visit every gold shop? At this time, several nearby gold shops had already received the news. They all stood at the door and shouted, Sir, we still have 60 gold bars in stock at our store. Sir, our store still has 100 gold bars. Sir, although our store has limited stock, we can offer you the best discount. The grand scene caused a stir in the entire mall, and people flocked to watch the excitement. Who buys gold bars as casually as buying vegetables? This is really a great deal. I think I know this person. On the second floor of Guojin Mall, a girl suddenly exclaimed. The girl was wearing a JK skirt and had a ponytail, but her body proportions did not match her age. The buttons on her shirt were stretched tightly across her chest. When she saw my profile, her beautiful face showed a look of recognition, as if she had seen me somewhere before. She immediately took out her phone, took a picture, and sent a message to Dini. Lily, is this person your boyfriend? The person he sent the message to is your ex-girlfriend. At this time, Lily was walking outside with her new boyfriend. Seeing the picture, the profile really looked a lot like Lin Feng. What's going on? He replied that today, there is a person in Guojin Mall, the one in the picture, who made a big purchase at the gold store, already buying several million worth of gold, and shows no sign of stopping. I thought she looked a lot like your boyfriend, so I sent it to you to take a look. Lolo was afraid of not being able to explain clearly by typing, so she sent a voice message directly. How could this be? Lily shook her head. She only knows your conditions, but she lives in a small village under Jianqing's jurisdiction. She has been an orphan since childhood, growing up by relying on others. How could such a poor person be shopping in a jewelry store? And I already have a new boyfriend, I'll introduce you next time. Looking at the message from Du Zhili, Luo frowned, isn't it him? Meanwhile, in the fourth jewelry store, you finally completed your purchase. Congratulations on completing the 10 million yuan spending task, successfully advancing to level 2. You can unlock a new family identity. Do you want to unlock the second family member information? You decisively chose to upgrade. At this moment, that family tree appeared in front of you again. After careful consideration, you decided to choose a larger identity, such as wanting a chief father. However, the system went haywire suddenly. Sorry, the current host level only supports the following family and identity choices. Wait, isn't the identity supposed to be freely set? The host's first choice is the novice protection period. From this time on, you can unlock related identities and levels. You can choose from family members such as elder uncle, second uncle, and elder sister. You have always wanted a caring and loving sister since you were young, so you made a decisive choice. I choose sister. Host family selection successful. Please proceed with career selection. With another prompt from the system, the options in front of you are also limited this time. Please make some modifications. Parameter selection successful, generating family information for the host. Addressed as Big Sister, named Lin Dayu, 25 years old, 168 centimeters tall, 49 kilograms, with a soft-spoken personality but a tough heart. Awarded Best Actress at the Golden Frog Awards, and the boss of Jiligwala Film and Television Company. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office of Jiligwala Film and Television Company, an extremely beautiful woman is seated in the boss's chair. However, she is a bit absent-minded at the moment, looking at the contact labeled as Lin Feng on her phone, her fingers trembling slightly. After so many years, she finally received news about her younger brother. It seems she now has the chance to make up for the years of guilt as an older sister. But how can this younger brother sweep through the classics of the platinum market with just one move? It's not like she doesn't want him to spend money. Although their family is wealthy, they can't be so extravagant. She must arrange to meet him and have a good talk. At this time, Lin Feng had already driven back to Qinglong Mountain Villa with Yun Meyer. Although he was mentally prepared, when he personally walked into the villa and saw the scene in front of him, he was still shocked. With each step he took, his eyes widened in astonishment. Even just the courtyard at the entrance was huge, covering at least 4 to 5 acres. Fountains, rockeries, gardens, small bridges, all exquisitely decorated. Just the annual maintenance of this place costs a lot of money. Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. In the garden, several people who were busy, upon seeing Lin Feng, stood up straight and greeted him in unison. Although they had all heard about Qin Dong finding his son, they were also welcoming Lin Feng back home by helping with the garden. But when they saw Lin Feng, they were still surprised by his tall and handsome appearance. They were carefully selected to work at Qin Dong's house. After all, it was the home of the richest man. Qin Dong had requirements for the quality of the staff at home. They had to be undergraduates from top universities, with good physical and moral qualities. The standards for appearance were no less than those of a beauty pageant. And the assessment of character was almost like a political review. Lin Feng politely waved his hand. Hello everyone. Although these household staff couldn't compare to Yun Meyer, they were still pleasing to the eye, several times more attractive than his ex-girlfriend. The little bit of sadness left in his heart was completely forgotten in the face of this series of shocks. A new life was beginning. Young Master Lin, let's go inside and take a look. Yun Meyer gestured with her hand. Then they arrived at the main building, a 3-story Western-style building. It was exquisite and luxurious, yet understated. Walking in, the spacious living room had a ceiling height of 7 to 8 meters. Just the crystal chandelier alone cost at least millions. The various rooms were fully functional, with a gaming room, a billiards room, and a KTV room. The basement was a sunken movie theater. The top floor had a terrace with a swimming pool. The pool water was changed regularly to ensure cleanliness. Without leaving the house, all living and entertainment needs could be met. It was truly Qinglong Mountain Villa, truly the top luxury residential area in Jiangcheng. Lin Feng couldn't help but pick up his phone and take several photos in a row. Who could have imagined that just a few hours ago, he was a tenant? In the blink of an eye, he had become the son of the richest man in Jiangcheng. The gears of fate were turning too fast. Yun Meyer followed half a step behind him, patiently introducing the situation of the entire villa. She perfectly fulfilled the task Qin Dong had entrusted her with before leaving. From her words, Lin Feng learned that there were 12 staff members in the villa, including maids, chefs, gardeners, housekeepers, and drivers, each with their own responsibilities. Just their salaries alone each month amounted to over 100,000. However, Lin Feng's mind was still somewhat clouded at this moment. All of this was provided by the system and not in his name. But what if one day the system disappeared or turned against him? Wouldn't it be like a dream, with nothing left? Only by participating in building his own career, transferring money and assets into his own name, would it truly be his. Young Master Lin, take a rest first, I'll go make you a cup of tea, Yun Meyer said, skillfully heading towards the tea room. In no time, she brought a steaming cup of tea. What kind of tea is this? It smells quite nice. Lin Feng sniffed. He never drank tea, but he was drawn in by the fragrance. Young Master Lin, this is Da Hong Pao from the Wui Mother Tree. Oh, how much is it per pound? Lin Feng asked curiously. Yun Meyer chuckled, covering her mouth. Young Master Lin, you may not know, this tea is not sold on the market. It's only available through special supply or auctions. If I'm not mistaken, this tea should cost 50,000 yuan per pound. My goodness, 50,000 per pound. A cup of tea with 5 grams of tea leaves is worth 4 to 500. This is not just drinking tea, it's like drinking gold. Do you like to drink it? Lin Feng asked. Lin Xiao is teasing me again. This is Director Qin's tea, how dare I? Yun Meyer laughed. It's okay, here with me, you can drink if you want. Lin Feng replied. She didn't say anything, as if suddenly thinking of something, her face blushed. At this moment, outside the mansion gate, the sound of a car horn suddenly rang out. Yun Meyer looked up and hurried to greet. Miss is back. Although Lin Summing is not her boss, she is the boss's daughter. Proper etiquette is essential. Lin Feng also looked over and saw a white Bentley Continental driving into the courtyard. The car stopped, a slender leg in high heels stepped out of the car. Then, Lin Feng saw a stunning woman. Under the tailored suit, her waist and hip ratio was perfect. She was slightly less charming than Yun Meyer. However, the mature charm all over her body was incomparable to Yun Meyer. Isn't this the eldest sister she chose, Lin Sumong? No wonder she's an award-winning actress. The aura she exudes gives the feeling of being the leading lady. Standing next to her, Yun Meyer appeared somewhat overshadowed. Miss, there's still work at the company, I'll go back first. Yun Meyer tactfully said, knowing it's a moment for siblings to reunite. Her task was completed, and it was time to leave the Lin family. Little brother, welcome home. Lin Summing nodded, got out of the car, and gave Lin Feng a big hug. Her hair smells good. She must use expensive shampoo. Sister is very beautiful. Lin Feng sincerely praised. Is your mouth always this sweet when we meet? Lin Summon giggled. Seeing such a handsome younger brother, she couldn't help but have some fanciful thoughts. For the first time in 25 years, she actually felt like falling in love. There are countless handsome men in the entertainment industry, but none have stirred her heart. But why is such a handsome man her younger brother? It's really a waste. Hey, if she keeps thinking like this, she'll have to report to the orthopedic hospital. She withdrew her thoughts and asked Lin Feng, little brother, how do you feel about your new home? It's great, very cool. Lin Feng replied truthfully. Mom is often not at home, I'm always alone, quite boring. Now it's good, I have company. Lin Summon warmly welcomed Lin Feng's return. Have you gone to your room? I just arrived not long ago. Come, sister will take you to see your room. With that, Lin Summon, in high heels, went up the stairs. The heels tapping on the floor made a rhythmic crisp sound. This is your room, how do you like it? Lin Summing opened a room door. Lin Feng's eyes widened. You call this a room? From the outside, the door seemed ordinary, but stepping inside, the luxury exceeded his imagination. It was a complete suite. The area was about 70 to 80 square meters, similar to those small residential units outside. There was a bedroom, a study, and a walk-in closet. In the bathroom, there was a huge bathtub. A whole wall was floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a great view. From here, you could even see the shining logo of the Guijin shopping mall. It felt like it was right in front of you. Thanks to the clever design of the mansion, although the straight-line distance to the Guijin shopping mall was 500 meters, from this angle, it was at most 200 meters. It was only 200 meters away from the most luxurious mall in Jiangcheng. It was truly prime real estate. Lin Feng opened his mouth wide. The impact of this scene was indeed quite significant. Sis, this room is so beautiful. Of course, this is the best room. I used to live here, but now it's yours. Thank you, sis. This elder sister is really good to herself. Little brother, I have a question for you. Lin Summing had already taken off her high heels and walked into the room barefoot. Suddenly turning back, a meaningful expression appeared on her face. Sis, what's your question? In the backlight, her figure appeared even more graceful. Lin Feng didn't know where to look. Have you had a girlfriend? Lin Suming's question made him unable to help but complain. This curiosity is too heavy. We just met. I have, but we've already broken up. There's nothing to hide about this matter. Ah, then, can I introduce someone to you? There are plenty of single girls in my company. Lin Suming raised an eyebrow. She is now the boss of Geely Guala Film and Television Company. There are countless young, beautiful, and well-proportioned girls. Introducing one to her brother is also a way of helping him. Thank you, sis, but I'd rather not. Dating? Women will only affect my speed in making money. Right now, all I care about is making money. What, afraid that the girl I introduce won't be good? At this moment, Lin Summing felt a strange sense of competition. The company just signed a group of girls who have just graduated from college. I think they're quite good. As she spoke, she picked up her phone and opened a picture, handing it to Lin Feng. As he looked closely, he felt a sense of familiarity. Hey, isn't this Luo Qingya? I just saw her at Guijin Plaza. It must be said that Luo Qingya is indeed very beautiful. She belongs to the pure and lovely lowly type. This artistic photo shows a different style, with a hint of wildness, completely revealing her charming and sexy side. What, feeling tempted? Lin Summing took back her phone with some pride. Leaving that aside, your sister's eye for people is not bad. As Lin Feng's elder sister, finding a reliable girlfriend for him is also an important task in her heart. After all, Lin Feng has already graduated from college. He can't be single forever, right? If he were in the countryside, someone his age would already have kids. Luo Qingya has a clear background and her family conditions are also good, with no negative records. Faced with her sister's good intentions, he remains silent. At this moment, Lin Suming's phone rang. Hello? She answered the call, and soon her brow furrowed. Okay, I got it. I'll go to the company in a while. After hanging up, she sighed unconsciously. What's wrong, sis? Lin Feng asked. The company's financial report for the last quarter is out, and the performance is not very good. Several movies we invested in have lost money. She didn't intend to hide it from her brother. After all, they are family, and she also wants to share her troubles with someone. She single-handedly started a film and television company, although the initial capital was sponsored by her mother. But if she can't produce results, she can't keep losing money. Even the richest man in China, Lao Wang, only gave his beloved son 5 billion to start a business. If he loses, he still has to obediently go home. As she said this, Lin Feng remembered the news he had read. Indeed, Geely Guala has recently lost a lot of money in several major film productions. It should add up to several tens of millions. Lin Summing not only acted in them but also invested money. It's like putting her own career prospects on the line. For a company that has just started, this is indeed a significant blow. So, what does sis plan to do? What can we do? Find a few good projects and make the money back. It's normal in the film and television industry. Lin Summing was not one to give up easily. At 25, she was in the prime of her acting career. Her popularity was still high. Encountering a good project could turn things around. Sis, I have a few projects here, take a look. The system's rewarded scripts came in handy. The soul of a movie lies in its plot. No matter how many big stars, grand scenes, or special effects are piled on, without a good plot, it's a loss. On the other hand, some low-budget films make money because of their well-told stories. Brother, you have scripts? Lin Summing looked at the handsome guy 3 years younger than her in confusion. Could this brother be joking with her? Take a look first. Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush and handed over 3 scripts to Lin Summing. With doubt, she took the scripts and casually opened one. Soon, her eyes widened in surprise. She was so shocked that she had to pat her chest to calm herself down. Flipping through a few more pages, she couldn't contain her excitement and jumped up with a scream. She hugged Lin Feng and exclaimed several times. It wasn't until he reminded her that she came back to her senses and let go. Lin Feng, did you write this script yourself? It's really amazing. I have reason to believe that if this script is made into a film, it will definitely be a hit. She had been in the industry for years and never found a script she was completely satisfied with. If previous scripts were rated a maximum of 7, this one was at least a 9. As a female star, she needed a suitable script. It told the story of several people getting involved in a fraud group, escaping successfully, and dismantling the fraud group. In today's public opinion, it would definitely make waves. The female lead role immediately caught Lin Suming's eye. She not only wanted to play the role but also wanted to control the project. Her industry instinct told her that this project would definitely be a critical and box office success. Where the script comes from is not important. What matters is whether it's useful. Lin Feng smiled. The script she had just opened, rated 3 stars, already excited her so much. Brother, you are truly my savior, my lucky star. Lin Suming was a bit incoherent. Sell me this script. I'll pay for it. Since he was her own brother, no matter how much money she spent, it would still be within their Lin family. Sis, I want to use this script to buy into your company. Lin Feng directly expressed his inner thoughts. Ha? Buy into the company? Lin Suming was momentarily stunned. With these 3 scripts together, whatever percentage of the company's shares you think is worth, that's what it will be. Lin Feng added. He wasn't in a rush. The cashback card had already earned him $1 billion. It was still valid. He didn't lack cash now, so even if the script sold for tens of millions, it was just a number to him. These ace scripts were well structured, with exciting plots. Every detail of each scene was clearly laid out. Even with a foolish director, it wouldn't fail. A hit was inevitable. Of course, they had to maximize its potential. Brother, you're really wasting your talent by not doing business. Now you're even eyeing your sister's company. Lin Suming couldn't help but want to pinch her brother. But she nodded readily. However, the company is not solely mine. There's still 10% of the shares in someone else's hands. I need to hold a shareholders meeting to discuss this matter. Even if she gave her brother half of the shares, she had no objections. When she learned about her brother's intentions, she had this plan in mind. However, this process had to be followed. Lin Feng nodded. So, let's start with our first industry from the film and television company. I'm going back to the company now to hold a shareholders meeting. Lin Suming walked with her long legs, put on high heels and ran. These few scripts completely ignited her passion. She has been in the film and television industry for several years and has never come across such good scripts. The company's takeoff depends on this wave. By the way, come to the company with me. She remembered something and turned back. Go to the company? Is that appropriate? Lin Feng asked. Why not? It's very appropriate. Lin Suming smiled. You are my younger brother, and you also provided such good scripts. Don't just come to the company for a meeting, you even deserve to enjoy the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Half an hour later, Lin Feng and Lin Suming appeared at the bustling film and television company building. This building is rented. Her company only occupies 1 floor. The rest of the floors are occupied by other film and television companies, talent agencies, and photography equipment companies. Basically, they are all in the same industry. Due to the competitive relationship, personnel from each company guard the elevator entrances on each floor. They do not allow unrelated personnel to enter easily. The elevator arrived at the company's entrance. The receptionist saw Lin Suming and quickly greeted her. Ms. Lin, hello. Notify the company management to come to the meeting room immediately. When Lin Suming arrived at the company, she automatically switched to the efficient boss mode. Okay, Ms. Lin. The receptionist nodded and noticed Lin Feng behind her. Oh my, there's such a handsome young man? She couldn't help but feel flustered. This is my younger brother, Lin Suming introduced. Arrange an extra seat in the meeting room later. The general manager's brother? This melon seems quite fresh. I didn't hear that the prestigious Golden Deer Award-winning actress had a younger brother? But there's no time to think about it now. Quickly notifying the management to hold the meeting is the most important thing. In a moment, the meeting room was filled with people. Everyone who came to the meeting room noticed Lin Feng next to Lin Suming. They were puzzled but dared not speak up. Today's meeting is to review the performance of the previous quarter and discuss the next steps. If anyone has any ideas, please speak up. Lin Suming sat in the central seat of the meeting room, her expression becoming serious. The movie we invested in last quarter didn't perform well. I believe the marketing department didn't do a good job, leading to low audience engagement. We should reflect on this. Manager Lee from the script planning department spoke first. Manager Lee, you can't just shift the blame like that. Is there no problem with the script? Just look at the ratings on Garlic Bulb Network. Manager Chen from the marketing department retorted. I think the timing of the release was wrong. Our movie is a mix of romance and action, and this schedule wasn't suitable. Manager Zhang from the investment department spoke up. I think there was too little offline interaction. Offline promotion is also crucial. Everyone expressed their opinions, trying to shift the blame for the investment failure onto others. After all, losing tens of millions in a movie investment is not something any family can afford. Alright, stop arguing. It's giving me a headache. Lin Sumling felt overwhelmed by the scene. The movie has already lost money, and we have to accept that. But we still need to look forward in order to make a comeback. MS. Lin, that's true, but the company currently lacks funds on the books and there are no good projects. We can't rush into things. Yes, the film market is unpredictable. If we lose again, the company will be done for. I have a project on hand that I'm very interested in. Everyone can take a look. Lin Sumling instructed her assistant to distribute the pre-printed script excerpts to the people present. What a great script! One of the managers took the script and muttered a few words. After flipping through a few pages, his eyes widened. Who wrote this script? Other managers also realized that the script was impressive. Then let me introduce to everyone, this script was brought by my younger brother. What? He is Mr. Lin's brother? The people present were all surprised. They had never heard of this before. Lin Sumling had been in the entertainment industry for 5 or 6 years. Although there were no scandals, all the information that should be dug out had been dug out. This was the first time they had heard about her having a brother. And it seemed that she valued her brother very much. It was unexpected that she even brought him to the company's internal meeting. Do you have any thoughts now? Lin Sumling asked again. She wanted her brother to enter the company, and this was a necessary step. This script is good. I think, if the price is right, we can buy it. The script planning department consisted of a group of professional screenwriters. They couldn't come up with such a script no matter how hard they tried. They were truly impressed. I also think this script is good. I didn't expect Mr. Lin's brother to have such talent. The investment for this movie seems not too big. We can give it a try. Others also expressed their approval of the quality of this 3-star script. What if we invest in the project in the form of a script? Lin Sumling asked again. Ridiculous. The company's second largest shareholder, Yang Chao, stood up at this time. He used to be Lin Sumling's agent. After starting the company, he became the second largest shareholder. However, after becoming a shareholder, he had been at odds with her on many issues. Mr. Lin, you can't just open the back door for him because he's your brother. The company has its own rules, and besides, the market has risks. A script is just the first step. So, Mr. Yang is firmly against it? Lin Sumling smiled ambiguously. She already had the answer in her heart. She just wanted to know everyone's attitude. Mr. Lin, who will be responsible if this project loses money? Can you be responsible for the shareholders and employees? Yang Chao asked again. Yes. Others also nodded. The company's decision-making was most afraid of favoritism. Wasn't Mr. Lin always cautious? How could she be confused about this matter? The company was the result of everyone's hard work. They didn't know where this brother suddenly came from. What if he bankrupted the company? If there is a loss, it's all on me. Lin Feng spoke at this time. The script is mine, and I can also invest. I will invest 1 billion in this project. The managers breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Feng's next sentence followed. But if this movie makes money, none of you will have any share. Although you are Mr. Lin's brother, you are just a young kid. Where do you get the confidence? The entertainment industry is very deep. Do you think you can handle it? Can you make money with just a script? You're thinking too simplistically. I suggest you focus on being a young master. It's better not to get involved in business matters. Everyone's attitude was not very good. There was no doubt that they did not have a good impression of the sudden appearance of Lin Feng. I understand everyone's meaning. At this time, Lin Sumling lightly tapped the table in the meeting room. Everyone's opinions have their own merits. However, I have made a decision, and I will announce it now. First, I will give 35% of the company's equity to Lin Feng as a gift. I hold 90% of the company's shares, so I have the decision-making power. Secondly, this project will be the flagship project for the company in the second half of the year, and we hope that all departments will fully cooperate. This project needs to be quickly submitted to the Bureau of Optoelectronics for record, and then we can start casting and preparing for the work. Thirdly, I will personally take part in this project. All other film contracts will be put on hold. Does anyone have any other opinions? Lin Sumling looked around at everyone. Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. No one spoke up. It was only Yang Chao who stood up, snorted, and then walked out directly. Since no one is speaking, let's adjourn the meeting and get back to work, Lin Summing said, disregarding the situation. With that, the managers and supervisors all got up and left the meeting room. At this point, only the siblings were left in the meeting room. Young brother, I'm putting the entire company's future on your shoulders. Don't let me down. Lin Summing finally showed a hint of anxiety. Don't worry, sister. This project will definitely make a profit, Lin Feng reassured her. The system had already calculated the investment returns of the script. As long as everything proceeded according to plan, there would be no issues. However, only he knew about these investment returns. Even though Lin Summing had gone against everyone's advice and staked the company's future on this project, she still had doubts in her heart. If the investment failed again, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing money. The company would collapse. He had his family to fall back on, but those employees who followed him would lose their jobs. This is what you said, Lin Summing stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. If it fails, I'll scratch you to death. No, I have company shares now. I'll let my sister exploit me as she pleases, Lin Feng joked. You're shameless, Lin Summing smiled wryly. I still have some work to do. You can wander around the company, and we'll have dinner together after work. Okay. Lin Feng left the meeting room. As he moved around the company, the people who were busy working all respectfully bowed to him. The news from the meeting room had already spread. He was Lin's younger brother, who had brought a top-notch script and had also acquired a 35% stake in the company. He was now the second largest shareholder of the company. No one dared to underestimate him. Ding! Once again, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The host has successfully acquired the first company's equity, and the host's net worth has increased to 500 million. As a reward, the host is granted one chance to draw a random prize. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Another draw? Lin Feng was quite surprised. If the system was offering a reward, there was no reason not to use it. Drawl, he silently said in his mind. Then, a large turntable appeared before his eyes. There were over a dozen fan-shaped areas on the turntable, each corresponding to different prizes. In addition to the cashback card he had seen before, there were other cards. After the draw, the turntable began to spin. It spun faster and faster before gradually slowing down. Finally, the pointer on the turntable slowly stopped at one of the areas. Top secret message card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one top secret message card. After using the top secret card, you can obtain the secret past of any person and the insider information of any company. Wow, the gossip-loving public would be very interested in this card. Who doesn't like gossip? Even Lin Feng himself was willing to be a source of entertainment. In addition, this card can also obtain the top exclusive formulas of any product, including alcoholic beverages, and medical beauty formulas. Please check it, host. However, there was currently only one top secret card, and it was unknown if more could be obtained in the future. He decided to save it for now. After completing these tasks, he prepared to leave the company. Once outside, he didn't have a car, so he called Yun Meyer to pick him up and take him home. She readily agreed. Lin Xiao's matter is the top priority. Soon, a familiar BMW 7 Series appeared. Lin Xiao. Yun Meyer greeted warmly. Lin Feng nodded and got into the car. What's that smell? He asked as he got in, sensing a faint fragrance. It smelled good and seemed to stimulate his hormones, making the secretary in front of him seem even more lovely. Unconsciously, he remembered the incident in the rental house. Lin Xiao, this is a perfume produced by our company, called Dreamy Mist, Yun Meyer explained, holding up a small glass bottle. This is a sample. I see. The name sounds nice, Lin Feng acknowledged. He knew that his mother, Qin Mufei, owned a group with beauty and cosmetics as one of its core businesses, including perfumes. It seemed that this product sold well. Where to next, Lin Xiao? Yun Meyer asked, subconsciously feeling the responsibility as a subordinate but also wanting to be with Lin Xiao, even if it was impossible. The weather is nice today. How about going to the riverside? Lin Xiao, there's a reed marsh by the river, a popular spot for taking photos. How about going there? Yun Meyer suggested. The reed marsh was on a dry riverbank, previously unattended, but now with newly built shallow waterways and pedestrian bridges. Many couples would drive there to camp, watch the sunset, and take photos for social media. Okay, let's go, Lin Feng agreed. Soon, they arrived at the reed marsh, where many people were playing and having fun. There are quite a few people here. Let's drive a bit further, Lin Feng suddenly said. Okay, Lin Xiao. Yun Meyer nodded and drove ahead. As they went further, they saw fewer people. They couldn't see anyone for hundreds of meters. In the distance, the sun was half hidden behind the clouds, casting a golden hue over the sky. It's so beautiful. Yun Meyer exclaimed. No wonder so many people liked coming here. Lin Feng got out of the car, but as he stepped out, he almost tripped on a loose stone. Lin Xiao, let me help you. Yun Meyer hurried over. Just a little help? Lin Feng turned around, his face ambiguous. Just a little help? Yun Meyer pondered over these words and realized Lin Feng's intention. Was he planning something here? They were facing the river, and the car was parked at an angle that blocked the view from behind. There was no one else within 100 meters. Is it okay? Lin Feng asked, and she nodded. A few people passed by in the distance and glanced over. They saw a man leaning against a white BMW, looking at the river with the setting sun in front of him. Wow, this scene feels like it's from a movie, one of them said. Let's go, the others urged. After walking a few dozen meters, one of them suddenly realized, hey, weren't there a man and a woman in that car? Why did we only see one person just now? It seems so. The girl seemed quite pretty. They had already gone too far to turn back and verify. Half an hour later, Lin Feng handed her a bottle of Nongfu Spring mineral water. She took it and took a few steps outside. Started cleaning. As the sky darkened, he returned to the car first. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, your level has been upgraded to level 3. Unlock new relative identity. Do you want to modify it immediately? I choose yes. Lin Feng didn't know how he upgraded at this time, but he decided to modify the family tree first. In front of him, the familiar family tree appeared again. In the middle of the existing identity and occupation, he began to make choices. Congratulations, host, the new relative identity has been generated. Relative, elder uncle. Name, Wen Tianzhong. Age, 45. Height, 179. Occupation, big shot of the underground forces in Zhangchang. Damn, this is a bit powerful. Lin Feng exclaimed in his heart. The underground forces have always been in the gray area between black and white. Everyone has to give way when they see them. Ordinary people dare not easily provoke them. Who wouldn't want such a big brother to cover for them? The information of the relative identity was just confirmed. Yun Meyer wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand and then got into the driver's seat. Let's go eat together. I'll treat you, Lin Feng said. It's no wonder that Mother Qin Mufei's most capable assistant. Her care in all aspects is really beyond words. Having a meal is also a way to express gratitude. I'll listen to you, Yun Meyer nodded. Then, they came to a late-night snack stall. This is a popular night market near the river. After many people finish strolling nearby, they come here to eat. In the summer night, having some barbecue and a little beer. It couldn't be more pleasant. When they arrived at this night market street, they attracted many envious glances. Damn, this girl is so beautiful and tall. Really, I've never seen such a beautiful girl. The guy next to her is handsome too. I wonder what their relationship is. Should they be a couple? I think they look like a boss and a secretary. Be clear, which one is the boss and which one is the secretary? As they watched the two, passers-by began to discuss privately. I think I've seen these two before. Yes, that's right. Where did you see them? On Douyin, don't you guys play? Someone bought gold bars at Guojin Mall and it's trending locally. Is that so? Buying gold bars can also trend? He bought millions of gold bars, emptied the inventory of several stores. It shouldn't be trending yet, go check it out. With this reminder, several people opened Douyin and indeed found a trending topic. Mysterious man splurges millions to buy gold bars. Looking at the person in the video and comparing it to the person in front of them, they were highly similar. Damn, no way. Who buys gold like this? Is this a nouveau riche? With so much money, why go to a place where the average person spends a few tens of dollars for a late-night snack? Yeah, looking at their temperament, they really don't fit in here. Ah, envy. Money and beautiful women, they have it all, I have none. Me too. I'm in my 30s and haven't even held a girl's hand. Amidst the envy, Lin Feng and Yun Meyer found a place to sit down. The waiter handed them a greasy menu. They started ordering. While they were waiting for their food, a off-road vehicle suddenly stopped nearby. Several people with a shifty look got out of the car. Each of them had colorful hair. The leader of the group was wearing a dark Playboy casual shirt. He had a gold chain around his neck and a small bag under his armpit. Chewing betel nut in his mouth, he walked straight towards them. Without saying a word, he sat down at their table. Yun Meyer became nervous when she saw them and instinctively moved closer to her side. Lin Feng also frowned. Hey, what's going on? We didn't agree to share a table. Let me introduce myself, people call me Brother Kai. The man with the gold chain said, his eyes fixed on Yun Meyer. Isn't that right, Yun Meyer? Brother Kai, do you have something to discuss? Yun Meyer's voice was tense. I've come all this way to find you, don't you know why? Brother Kai tapped the small table. Your father owes me money, and since I can't find him, I had to come to you. Brother Kai, my father owes you 1 million, but I promised it will be paid back. I'm just a little short now. Yun Meyer looked troubled. Despite being the secretary of the richest man, her monthly salary was only 20,000. She lived frugally and could only save 200,000 a year. She had been saving money to repay this debt. 1 million? Brother Kai and his men exchanged glances and then smiled. 1 million was last month's price. Now you need to pay an additional 300,000. Brother Kai gestured with 3 fingers. As for my travel expenses, you don't need to worry about that. So you're loan sharks? Lin Feng, who had been listening, spoke up. Regardless of the debt situation, a 30% increase in interest in just 1 month was outrageous. Let me talk to her, you better not interrupt, Brother Kai warned Lin Feng. You're young and inexperienced, don't act tough. Brother Kai, please don't make things difficult for Lin. Yun Meyer interjected. Lin? Brother Kai squinted his eyes. There doesn't seem to be any wealthy Lin family in Zhangcheng. But you, Yun Meyer, as the secretary of the richest man, who would believe you can't come up with this amount of money? Brother Kai, no matter how wealthy my boss is, I'm just an employee. Over 1 million was nothing to Qin Mufei, but it was several years' worth of salary for herself. Enough talk. Today, either you pay back the money, or you figure it out yourself. Brother Kai's voice grew louder. His followers also stepped forward. Seeing the situation escalate, the nearby diners quietly left. What, are you going to use force? Lin Feng smiled. What else? Brother Kai chuckled. Even if her boss is wealthy, shouldn't the debt be repaid? He was a street thug, known for being reckless. Wealthy people usually avoided getting involved with such individuals. Since you're so righteous, why don't you pay on her behalf? Brother Kai sneered. Sorry, you won't get a penny of this money. What did you say? Brother Kai's eyes widened, he slammed the table and stood up. His henchman also stepped forward, looking fierce and intimidating. It was quite scary. Brother Kai, the debt is owed by my family, it has nothing to do with Lin. Yun Meyer also stood up quickly, standing in between them. Oh, mentioning Lin at every turn. Do you have a special relationship with him? Brother Kai looked at the tall and charming Yun Meyer, feeling even more irritated. In fact, if she was willing to submit to him, the debt wouldn't matter. It was because she had rejected him before that he couldn't swallow his pride and decided to retaliate against her family. Now seeing her so infatuated with another man, and he's so handsome, the jealousy in her heart can be imagined. Just at this moment, suddenly, several black commercial vehicles drove over here. The neat formation and imposing momentum were quite impressive. Many people were surprised. Wow, such a neat fleet of cars. What are they here for? Looks so imposing. Look at the car in the C position, the license plate number is Jiang A666888. To have such a license plate, the identity must be extraordinary. I remember now. This is actually Wen Tianzhong's car. Who is Wen Tianzhong? You don't even know him? He's the underground big shot in Zhangcheng, not to mention the underworld, even the legitimate business world has to show him some respect. Oh, is he here to teach that young man a lesson just now? He can't escape now. Passers-by expressed their regret, and the timid ones instinctively stepped back. Onlookers were not surprised by the unexpected incident. They didn't want to be involved in any trouble. The group of people led by Kai, upon seeing the several commercial vehicles approaching, also gradually showed respect. The cars stopped, and a group of people in black shirts, black pants, and black leather shoes got out. The person at the front, in his 40s, was wearing a simple shirt, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, several strands of Buddhist beads on his wrist, and a cigar held between 2 fingers. His expression was imposing, naturally exuding a powerful aura. Although Wen Tianzhong's name was well known, many people were seeing him in person for the first time. It must be said that this was indeed the demeanor a big shot should have. True big shots actually look like refined gentlemen. It's only those half-hearted ones who use tattoos and big gold chains to intimidate others. Master Zhong, why are you here? Kai also made a living by following Wen Tianzhong, but his level was 2 or 3 grades lower. His own boss followed him. He had only had the privilege of meeting Wen Tianzhong once at a company event. He greeted him with a smile. Even though the two were of similar age, Master Zhong was the title everyone used for him. When Lin Feng saw the person in front of him, his eyes lit up. Was this his uncle? He came at just the right time. Wang Kai? What are you doing here? When Tianzhong looked at the person in front of him with a calm expression, he remembered this person. He knew he was a subordinate, but they hadn't interacted much. If there was something, he would directly inform his boss. It's like this, there's someone in debt, and I came to collect the debt. Wang Kai pointed to Yun Meyer and said in a low voice, Master Zhong, I think this woman is quite beautiful. How about taking her in? His voice was low, but Yun Meyer heard it too. The fear on her face increased. When Tianzhong, the big shot of Jiangqing's underground world, if she fell into his hands, she wouldn't be able to escape even if she shed several layers of skin. Even though she worked for the richest man, she wouldn't want to provoke him and create enmity. And this kid seems to want to ruin our good fortune. With one sentence, Wang Kai tried to shift the blame onto Lin Feng. Letting you show off, Master Zhong will crush you, just like playing a game. What did you say? When Tianzhong glanced at Lin Feng and said, I say, teach this kid a lesson, let him know how formidable your Master Zhong is. Smack! As soon as Wang Kai's words fell, he was slapped in the face. The slap came suddenly, and he saw stars in front of his eyes. He almost fainted. Wang Kai, you're quite bold. You even want to lay hands on my nephew? Are you aiming for my position next? With one sentence, the people present gasped in shock. What's going on? They are uncle and nephew? They hadn't heard about this. Yun Meyer realized that he and Qin Dong were considered relatives. Wang Kai, who had been slapped, dared not make a sound. Lin Feng turned out to be Wen Tianzhong's nephew? Trouble was brewing. Master Zhong, I dare not. I didn't know he was your nephew. Please spare me. Wang Kai knew very well what it meant when Master Zhong was angry. His legs went weak, and he couldn't stand anymore, so he knelt down with a thud. Spare you? When Tianzhong, with a smoldering cigar, pressed it directly onto his shoulder. Wang Kai screamed in pain, howling continuously. His henchmen smelled the burnt flesh. Seeing this scene, who dared to intervene? If even Kaigu was treated like this, would their words be of any use? Passers-by were also frightened. They couldn't imagine how painful it must be to have a cigar pressed against their body. You dare touch my nephew, and you think I'll spare you with just a word? Master Zhong, I was wrong. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I'm just a useless person. Wang Kai, enduring intense pain, kept kowtowing. Lin Feng, what do you think we should do? When Tianzhong looked at Lin Feng, this was his only nephew. He was tall and robust, truly in his prime. When Tianzhong's eyes couldn't hide his affection for him. She is my friend, and it's said that her family owes him money. Lin Feng pointed at Yun Meyer before finishing his sentence. Wang Kai quickly said, her family's debt, including the principal, is settled. He didn't dare ask for the interest, let alone the principal. Today, he couldn't afford to provoke Wen Tianzhong. There was no way he could leave unscathed. Secondly, get as far away as possible, and never let me see you in Jiangqing again. Ha! Wang Kai hesitated. After so many years in Jiangqing, his network and foundation were here. Leaving meant losing everything, right? What? When Tianzhong's voice came from above. Don't want to agree? I agree. I'll do everything you say. Wang Kai quickly nodded. Good. Lin Feng nodded, Uncle, I have nothing more to add. Let's leave it at that. The goal was achieved, so there was no need to continue. They couldn't take his life. Alright, you have no business here anymore, so leave. When Tianzhong ordered, and Wang Kai didn't dare delay any longer. He got up from the dirty ground, didn't even bother to clean the dirt off his body, and quickly ran away. It was as if Master Zhong might change his mind at any moment. His henchmen hurriedly followed him. The scene became much quieter. When Tianzhong then walked towards Lin Feng, extended his arms, and gave him a hug. My good nephew, where have you been all these years? Do you know how hard your mother has been looking for you? He cared so much about Lin Feng, also because of Qin Mufei's relationship. As for why, that's a long story. In any case, seeing Lin Feng was Wen Tianzhong's greatest joy. Is this your girlfriend? When Tianzhong looked at Yun Meyer, feeling a sense of familiarity but not daring to confirm. Mr. 1, hello, I am Qin Dong's secretary. Yun Meyer explained quickly. Oh, I see. When Tianzhong suddenly realized. No wonder she looked familiar. Come, both of you come with me. Lin Feng, I'm so happy today. Come and see the welcoming ceremony I've prepared for you. Young Master Lin, there are still things to do at the company, so I won't go. Yun Meyer said at this moment. All right. Lin Feng didn't insist. Yun Meyer bowed, then got into her car and drove away after glancing at him. She was very grateful to Lin Feng. With just a word, he helped her avoid over $1 million in debt. This made her feel both grateful and anxious. She didn't know how to repay him. She also made a decision in her heart. For so many years, she has never been in a relationship. She has always kept the best things for herself. This time, she wants to treat it as a gift and give it to herself. As for today, she won't disturb their reunion. She just wonders. Lin Feng not only has a wealthy mother, but also a celebrity sister. Even his uncle is an underground big shot in Zhangcheng. Such a family is really shocking. I wonder what other identities he has behind him. Probably more than that. Ah, don't think too much. Yoon Meyer told herself in her heart. She is just a secretary, just work well, take care of Lin Feng, and other things are not what she should think about. At this time, her phone rang. Taking a look, it was a call from Qin Mufei. Hello, Director Qin? Xiaoyun, how is Lin Feng? Qin Mufei's first words were about her son. Young Master Lin is fine, he is with his uncle now. Yoon Meyer reported truthfully. When Tianzhong? On the phone, Qin Mufei was stunned for a moment. Yes, it's him. Since they've met, let them get together. Qin Mufei sighed slightly. After all, when Tianzhong is an underground big shot, and the things he deals with are completely different, she doesn't want her son to be influenced by him. The huge Mufei group will be handed over to him in the future. By the way, do me a favor now. Director Qin, just tell me what to do, I will do my best. Yoon Meyer is a conscientious secretary. Lin Feng has helped her so much. She will fulfill their requests unconditionally. It's not a big deal, just transfer a sum of money from the company's account to me. 1 billion will do. Okay, Director Qin. Although Yoon Meyer was a little puzzled, she nodded and did as she was told. Director Qin is doing business overseas and naturally needs a lot of money. After hanging up the phone, she went straight to the company. This is a place where you can indulge yourself, but you have to follow the rules. It's truly a paradise on earth. Everywhere you can smell the scent of money. Although Lin Feng had heard about it early on, it wasn't until he was actually here that he could understand why so many successful people like to come to such places. It's pretty good, Lin Feng said. What did you say? When Tianzhong perked up his ears. The music in the venue was a bit loud. I said, it's pretty good here. Lin Feng had to raise his own voice. Come on, everyone quiet down. When Tianzhong raised his hand high, the music in the venue immediately stopped, and everyone quieted down. All eyes turned to him. Do you know me? Of course, who doesn't know you, Master Zhong? Very familiar. Master Zhong's place is so much fun. Quiet down, Master Zhong is about to speak. Most of the people who come here to play have some background. Naturally, they also know that this is Wen Tianzhong's place. Paradise on Earth is the biggest and most happening place in Zhangcheng. It often invites celebrities and internet celebrities to perform here. Other places in Zhangcheng are much worse than here, because it costs several billion to build. The annual net profit is over $1 billion. When Tianzhong waved his hand and the venue quieted down again. What about him, do you know him? He asked, putting his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. This time, most people shook their heads. Master Zhong, who is he? He's quite handsome, a few DJs asked. Alright, let me introduce, this is my nephew, my own nephew, Lin Feng. The venue immediately became lively. Hello, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin, I've known Master Zhong for a long time, please take care of me in the future. Young Master Lin, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Since he is Master Zhong's nephew and has been introduced to everyone, both in terms of face and substance, he should be given enough respect. In the world, it's all about relationships. However, what Wen Tianzhong said next surprised everyone. There's one more thing I want to announce. He looked at Lin Feng, then picked up a microphone. From now on, the boss of this paradise on earth will be Lin Feng. Ha! The venue was in an uproar. Damn, such a profitable place was given away with just a few words? Has he had too much to drink? Lin Feng also felt something was not right. Uncle, is this appropriate? Appropriate, it's very appropriate. When Tianzhong patted his shoulder. I'm getting old and can't do it anymore. I don't have a son, so who else can I give it to but you, right? This paradise on earth is just a token of appreciation. In the future, you can gradually get involved in other industries. As a big shot in the underground forces of Zhangcheng, there is more than just an entertainment venue. And you don't have to worry. As long as no one dies in this place, nothing will happen. When Tianzhong patted his chest, he guaranteed it. Now he is 45 years old, and with a few years of transition, he can completely hand over the industry to Lin Feng. Then thank you, uncle. Lin Feng nodded. What should everyone call him in the future? When Tianzhong said into the microphone, then turned it towards the crowd. Boss Lin, Boss Lin, Boss Lin. The slogan at the venue also pushed the atmosphere to a higher level. This kind of atmosphere is the easiest to infect people. Everyone shouted while waving their arms. Reputation +1. Reputation +1. Reputation +1314. Reputation +10,010. Lin Feng's reputation value quickly rose with each shout. He looked and saw that someone had posted the video of the venue online. A large number of reposts and likes quickly accumulated his reputation value. At this point, the employees were all stunned. The atmosphere in the human world above the clouds has always been lively and bustling, never lacking in popularity. A scene like today is extremely rare. Boss Lin, why don't you say a few words to everyone too? His uncle handed him the microphone. Boss Lin, Boss Lin, Boss Lin. The people below once again cheered loudly. The atmosphere was warm and enthusiastic. Those with keen eyes could see the significance of Wen Tianzhong's words just now. The gift from the shop to Lin Feng was just the first step. This young Lin Feng would inherit his business in the future. So, when he completely steps back, Lin Feng will be the new boss of the underground forces. Everyone below will have to listen to him. Anyone who mingles in Jiancheng, who wouldn't give him some face? Moreover, how many people still rely on Wen Tianzhong's industry for a share of the pie? In the human world above the clouds, it's just a formality. If a steel coin falls from the sky in Jiancheng, a share of it will be his. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd below the stage, Lin Feng, holding the microphone, felt a bit uncomfortable. Although he was not a shy person, he had never spoken in front of so many people before. Everyone. Lin Feng spoke up. The audience below immediately quieted down. Some people took out their phones, turned on the camera function, ready to record. Thank you all for your support. I am still young and inexperienced, please take care of me in the future. With that said, the audience burst into laughter. However, it was a kind laughter. Is that all? I opened the screen recording, but didn't record anything. Boss Lin is being economical with words, he's definitely going to make a fortune. Wen Ye's nephew, how could he be any less? If I were given $1 billion shop, I would be dazed too. Alright, our Lin Feng is still a bit nervous, let's continue playing. As Wen Tianzhong's words fell, everyone whistled and continued to play. Lin Feng, that girl just now, is she really not your girlfriend? When he returned to his seat, his uncle raised an eyebrow at him. Lin Feng realized he was asking about Yun Meyer. She really isn't. He shook his head. I see. Seeing Wen Tianzhong clap his hands, Rieba, come pour a drink for my nephew. Yes. With a coquettish voice, a slender woman walked over. She was wearing a red cheongsam with a high slit. She exuded a charming demeanor. Moreover, there was a mixed exotic style between her eyebrows. Her eyes were light blue, giving her a special beauty. Very beautiful. This thought popped into Lin Feng's mind. A completely different style. Even when compared to those few female stars from Xinjiang, she didn't lose out at all. It seemed a bit of a waste for her to work in the human world above the clouds. Holding half a bottle of Remy Martin in her hand, she approached Lin Feng. This is the DJ playing in the shop, called Rieba. His uncle whispered in his ear in a low voice. She's here part-time during the summer break, just her third day here, only performing. Lin Feng was speechless. Just introduce her, why emphasize those last three words? But Rieba, this should be a stage name. Who would use their real name while working here? Young Master Lin, let me pour you a drink. She walked up to Lin Feng, half squatting down, and took an empty glass. Thank you. He took the glass, politely thanked her. Young Master Lin, what song would you like to hear? I'll play it for you. Rieba asked again. I don't mind, any song will do. Lin Feng said, admiring in his heart, such a beautiful woman, kneeling to pour a drink. It was really overwhelming. It turns out that the life of the wealthy is so simple and unadorned. Alright, Lin Feng. At this moment, when Tianzhong yawned. It's getting late, I should rest too. Are you going to keep playing? Uncle, are you leaving already? Lin Feng asked. I'm getting old, I easily get sleepy. When Tianzhong chuckled, if you feel tired, let the driver take you back. Or you can book a private room. Before leaving, he gave some instructions to the young man who had been following him. The young man nodded repeatedly. Then, Lin Feng started feeling a bit out of place. The atmosphere was lively, but he didn't quite like it. A group of glamorous women came over to toast. This was the future boss of Cloud Manor, the one who would take over all of Wen Tianzhong's businesses and influence. Young and handsome, who wouldn't want to build a good relationship with him? Lin Feng politely returned the toasts. After a few drinks, his head started to feel a bit dizzy. Lin, are you okay? Rieba walked over at this time. Feeling a bit dizzy, he shook his head slightly. Do you want me to help you rest for a while? Rieba asked. Looking at Lin in front of her, she felt that he was different from other men here. 9 out of 10 people who came here to play had ulterior motives. Even as a DJ, she had been harassed a lot. If it weren't for this being Wen Tianzhong's place with plenty of security, she would have had a hard time leaving unscathed. Lin Feng had a clean look in his eyes and didn't have that lecherous vibe when looking at her. He was also polite. She had a very good impression of him. Seeing Lin Feng feeling uncomfortable, she hurried over. It's okay, don't worry. I just need to rest for a while. Lin Feng waved his hand. It wouldn't be bad to have a beautiful woman help him, but it would cheapen him a bit. After all, he was the future boss. Okay, just let me know if you need anything, Lin, she said. When Tianzhong had just called her to pour drinks for Lin Feng, showing his concern for her, he also entrusted her to take care of Lin Feng. She understood the rules. At this moment, a young man in work clothes walked over. Someone wants you to go on stage and dance. Who? Yiba asked. Following the young man's finger, she saw a young man with white hair and earrings, looking like a typical playboy. She frowned slightly, showing some annoyance. This person had appeared yesterday, always trying to approach her while she was working. Even after work, he had stopped her at the door and kept bothering her until the manager intervened. Why was he here again today? She instinctively disliked this kind of playboy and didn't want to deal with him, so she told the young man, "Tell him I'm not feeling well today and can't dance." As she was about to leave, the white-haired playboy walked over. He stared at Yiba, looking her up and down. His eyes were full of greed, like a hungry wolf seeing a lone sheep. Was he going to let this opportunity slip by? He was a frequent visitor to Cloud Manor and had seen countless beautiful women, but this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful and distinctive girl. After a brief investigation, he found out that she was a sophomore at Jiangcheng University, 19 years old this year. She didn't have a boyfriend or close male friends at school. This information made him even more eager. I have my own job, please step aside. Yiba tried to control her temper, wanting to get away from him as soon as possible. You're here to work for money, aren't you? How you make money doesn't matter. The white-haired playboy smiled and raised his hand. The followers behind handed over a stack of red banknotes. 10,000 yuan, just for you to dance a dance, isn't it too much? Woo, woo, woo. Seeing this, others also started to cheer and whistle. This kind of scene where money is used to provoke people is entertaining and enjoyable to watch. And this Yiba is so beautiful. Several marketing girls in the distance also watched with folded arms. Their faces were indifferent. They were also Yiba's colleagues. They couldn't stand her pretending to be aloof after coming to the human world. What's she pretending for? Doesn't she know where she is? No one falls for this act. Some people wanted to bring her down. Sorry, I don't dance, you've got the wrong person. Yiba's expression remained unchanged. Not enough? The white-haired man waved his hand and his assistant brought another 10,000 yuan. 20,000, will you dance now? He looked as if he had Yiba figured out. He firmly believed in one thing. There's no one that money can't move. If it doesn't move, it's because the amount given is not enough. You're really boring. Yiba didn't even glance at the 20,000 yuan. She turned and was about to leave. Hey. Several followers walked up to her and blocked her way. If she won't dance, I'll dance, I dance well. At this moment, a marketing girl couldn't hold back. 20,000 yuan. A thick stack looked tempting. It's almost a month's salary. Dancing a dance would be worth it. Such a good opportunity, she'd be silly not to take the money. Get lost. The white-haired man didn't even look at her. The woman left feeling dejected. Then he continued to stare at Yiba. Miss 30,000, as long as you dance, it's yours. His assistant handed over another 10,000. A stack of red bills, visually impactful. You misunderstand, this isn't about money. She remained unmoved. Mad, giving you face, right? The white-haired man couldn't hold back anymore. He was patient enough. Being repeatedly rejected by a DJ in front of so many people. Doesn't he care about his reputation? He's working here, why pretend to be innocent? Just name your price, I have nothing else, but plenty of money. The situation was at a standstill. The security guards looked at each other, hesitant to intervene due to his status. This man is called Li Hongwei, the Li family of Jiangcheng, a single descendant for 3 generations. The family business has been passed down for 100 years, although it has never made it to the top 3 of the rich list, it has always been a leading aristocratic family in Jiangcheng. Deeply rooted. Even Wentianshong respects each other with the Li family. So no one dared to get involved in this matter. Is that so? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Of course. Li Hongwei was interrupted halfway through his words. Realizing something was wrong, he turned around to see a young man standing behind him. There was a glimmer of light in Yiba's eyes. Oh, who do I think it is? Turns out it's Boss Xiaolin. Li Hongwei smirked. He was present during the previous announcement. At that time, he didn't have any special thoughts. Even Wentianshong had to be polite to him, let alone this kid who knows nothing? Does he really think inheriting the family business is that easy? If he wants to take over, he's still too green. So, he deliberately added a diminutive before his name. She's an employee of mine, and I'm responsible for everything. Lin Feng said calmly. Oh, I forgot. How could I forget? Li Hongwei slapped his head. How could this matter bypass Boss Xiaolin, right? Then he coughed lightly and said with a smile, giving Boss Xiaolin some commission is also appropriate. I forgot the rules, I should be punished. As soon as this was said, many people chuckled and whispered, covering their mouths. What does Li Hongwei mean? Everyone understands. Pa! A loud slap rang out, clearly audible. What's this? The people on the scene were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Lin Feng actually slapped Li Hongwei? Even when Tianzhong didn't confront him like this. How did he offend the big client here as soon as he arrived? How dare you hit me? Li Hongwei, holding his hot cheek, was about to go crazy. He has been around for so many years, and in Jiangchang, he is considered a prominent figure, accustomed to bullying others. When did he ever receive such a big slap in the face? And in front of so many people? It won't take 2 hours for everyone to know. Will he, Li Hongwei, and his family still be able to hold their heads up in the future? Insult my employee, what's wrong with hitting you? Lin Feng remained unmoved. If it came to a confrontation, he had nothing to fear. Get him, damn it, today, even the master here won't work. Li Hongwei was eager to regain control of the situation. 4 or 5 of his men were about to step forward, shouting, What are you all standing around for? Protect Mr. Lin. The head manager shouted loudly. As a manager, he also knew how to read the situation. It would be fine if they didn't resort to violence. But Lin Feng would be his future boss, responsible for his livelihood. And Lin Feng was also the nephew of the master. He knew what to do at this moment. Who dares to touch Mr. Lin? Dozens of security guards in the venue quickly gathered, imposingly. They immediately suppressed Li Hongwei's momentum. Some people in the venue, bold ones, were secretly recording. Some timid ones were afraid that a real fight would break out and they would be affected, so they quickly slipped away. They were just here to have a drink and dance, and if a fight broke out, it would be hard to explain. Ri Yiba watched Lin Feng's back from behind, feeling inexplicably moved. A strong warmth surged in her heart. She had thought he was just a playboy, but now she realized he was not that kind of person at all. Even if the master was here, he might not directly confront Li Hongwei. Yet he stood up for himself. She didn't know if he had a girlfriend. If he didn't have a girlfriend, forget it, I'm just an ordinary college student. Am I worthy of him? I'm really thinking too much. Okay, you're tough. Li Hongwei looked at the dozens of security guards surrounding them and felt afraid. After all, this was someone else's territory. And many of the security guards had trained in martial arts schools. If they really fought, the few people he brought wouldn't be enough to handle these dozens of people. He raised his thumb at Lin Feng and retreated. He did the most cowardly thing with the most fierce tone. Lin, our grudge is settled, just wait for me. Dare to say it again? The head manager warned again, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickened his pace and quickly left the scene. Many people at the scene started whistling. This Mr. Lin really has some guts. I've never seen Li Hongwei so pathetic. No problem, he's a tough guy. What, have you tried it too? For the sake of his employees, he doesn't hesitate to offend the Li family in Jiangchang. The master might not be happy about this, he wouldn't go against the Li family. Didn't you see that Li Hongwei didn't even take Mr. Lin seriously? Why be polite? Would you endure it if you were in his shoes? Hey, is the struggle between the rich really so plain and simple? Seeing Li Hongwei being put in his place isn't a bad thing. He's not a good person. He deserves it. But that Miss Ri is really beautiful, no one would just stand by and watch. Mr. Lin, thank you very much. Ri Yiba expressed her gratitude to him with deep emotion, bowing to him. How do you plan to thank me? Lin Feng looked at her, with a hint of a smile. Ha! Ri Yiba was taken aback. Her face turned red. What did Boss Lin's words just now mean? Could it be that he wanted her to offer herself to him? She had thought about it. This kind of man was actually the type she liked. But, it seemed too frivolous to do so at the first meeting. Look at you, what messy thoughts are you having? Lin Feng smiled. Treat me to a meal. I'm a bit hungry. Okay, but I haven't finished work yet. Ri Yiba checked the time. There were still several hours before the end of the workday. Whether you finish work or not, it's just a matter of my word. Let's go, Lin Feng said as he walked outside. In fact, he didn't like noisy places. Apart from anything else, they gave him a headache. It was just a good excuse to leave. Boss Lin, do you want me to send a car for you? The lobby manager saw Lin Feng walking outside with Ri Yiba following behind. He immediately understood and hurriedly asked, No need, just take care of the place. Boss Lin, take care. The voice from behind was drowned out by the noisy music. They walked out of the clouds above and the street outside was surprisingly quiet. It was the time when office workers were gradually going to bed. Those who were not sleeping were not likely to be wandering outside. A cool breeze blew, and Lin Fang's mind also cleared up a lot. Boss Lin, what do you want to eat? I'll find a restaurant, Ri Yiba said, opening her phone to search for nearby restaurants. He noticed that her phone was still a model from a few years ago. At that time, it cost just over 2,000, but now it could be bought for 1,000. And girls of her age almost all used a certain fruit phone that cost 7 or 8,000. With Ri Yiba's figure, looks, and exotic style, there would be countless people willing to spend money on her with just a wave of her hand. It was indeed rare. Not being materialistic or vain, she was much better than many other girls. There's a Ackland stew restaurant ahead, let's have some soup. Lin Feng saw a lit-up restaurant ahead. Ackland's clay pot soup was available in many places, and the price was reasonable. And he didn't feel like walking now. Okay, I'll follow your lead. The owner of the clay pot soup restaurant was dozing off at the counter. When he saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman entering the shop, he quickly greeted them. Lin Feng ordered the food and while waiting, a call came in. It was from Wentian Zhong. Lin Feng, did you just have a conflict with the young master of the Li family? What's going on? Yes, that's what happened. He didn't want to hide it, because it was something that couldn't be kept secret. You don't know who he is. I know. Lin Feng interrupted. Then why did you? It's already done. Lin Feng interrupted the other party again. Well, forget it. Wentian Zhong, repeatedly interrupted and unable to cast his spell, had no choice but to give up, but the Li family is not easy to deal with. I've been dealing with them for so many years. You still need to be careful. I know, thank you for the reminder, uncle. Lin Feng also knew that he was worried about being retaliated against by the Li family. That's why he made this call. Well, get some rest. Also, the transfer contract for the shop's equity has been drafted. When you have time, come and sign it to finalize everything. Okay, thank you, uncle. Wentian Zhong hadn't finished speaking when the call was hung up. This kid. On Wentian's side, Wentian Zhong held his forehead. His blood pressure was rising. Someone. Master Zhong, what are your orders? An assistant walked over. Send a few people to protect Lin Feng. When Tianzhong said, and then remembered something, protect in secret, don't make it public. Otherwise, he will be angry with me again. Okay, Master Zhong. The assistant nodded. Over the years, I have never seen Wen Tianzhong, who is usually imposing, care so much about a person. Lin Feng, whom he knows, is his nephew. If he didn't know, he would have thought he was his own son. Also, tell our people on the Li family's side to keep an eye on things and report to me promptly if there are any developments. Yes, Master Zhong. After giving these instructions, Wen Tianzhong finally felt relieved. In the past, he didn't care about anything when he was alone. Now that he has a nephew, Lin Feng, it's time to pay attention to some things. The prominent families in Jiancheng have more or less placed their own people. He has the ability to do so. At this moment, in the soup restaurant, Ri Yiba's red lips were so surprised that they couldn't close. This was the first person she had seen who didn't give face to Master Zhong. Lin Feng was somewhat rebellious. You should know that no one dares to talk back to Wen Tianzhong, but this kind of personality is quite attractive. There were not many customers in the restaurant, and the food was served quickly. In no time, the two of them finished their meal, full of soup and food. Boss Lin, it's getting late. I should go home. Ri Yiba looked at the time. Ding! At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. He was somewhat surprised. Strange, it's not time to level up and get points yet? Lin Feng noticed the progress bar for leveling up, and it was only a small section away from the next level. Just as he was wondering, the system's prompt appeared before him. Random mission now available, escort Ri Yiba home. Reward, 1 million Huaxia coins and 1 chance to draw a prize. Do you accept the mission? Accept. Lin Feng quickly made his choice in his mind. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to the money. To escort someone home and get a reward of 1 million. Who would think that's too much money? And she's such a beautiful girl. I'll take you. It's not safe for you to be alone at night. After saying that, Lin Feng realized that he didn't have a car at the moment. However, the next second, Ri Yiba's face lit up with a bright smile. Okay. Every girl wants someone to escort her home, and she's no exception. How about a taxi? There's a shared electric bike on the roadside. I usually ride it back. As she said this, Lin Feng noticed. Under the row of trees ahead, there was indeed a shared electric bike parked. However, the seat of the electric bike was not very large. It was originally designed for single-person travel. If two people wanted to ride it, they would have to squeeze together. Do you want to ride this? Lin Feng confirmed. Yes. Then, he scanned the code. Ri Yiba also stepped onto the bike with long legs. Hold on, he said, then twisted the throttle and rode forward. Ri Yiba was originally a bit reserved, with her weight leaning backward. The sudden start startled her. Subconsciously, she leaned forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's waist. Oh my! Lin Feng felt the softness behind him and couldn't help but exclaim. This was really risking his life. At this moment, Ri Yiba's face was also flushed. Being so close to a boy made her blush with embarrassment. She wanted to jump off the bike, but since she was already here, she could only sit down with a stiff upper lip. On the street at this moment, several luxury cars were waiting impatiently at the zebra crossing. When they saw Lin Feng riding an electric bike with such a beautiful girl, tall and with a good figure, and the two of them were so close that they were almost inseparable, they were filled with amazement. Their eyes were full of astonishment. They were so angry that they pounded the steering wheel with the logo of a blue sky and white clouds. Damn it! What's the use of having this luxury car? What's the use? It's not that I can't find a girlfriend of this caliber. It's not as good as someone who drives an electric car. Could it be that driving an electric car is the correct way to unlock romantic opportunities? I get it. I'll buy an electric car tomorrow. Boss Lin, I've arrived. A few minutes later, Ri Yiba pointed to a building ahead and said. Lin Feng looked up. There were several large signs on the top of the building, shining brightly in the night sky. Mufei City Apartments. No. 18. Mufei Apartments? Seeing this name, Lin Feng felt a hint of wonder. Information about the apartment automatically came to mind, including the year it was built, the floor area, and all other details. Most importantly, this was indeed a property owned by his mother. Mufei Group's main business is long-term apartment rentals, and this is the 18th project. Let me take you in, Lin Feng said. At the lobby entrance, the staff on duty, especially when they saw Lin Feng, were all surprised. Isn't this the son recently found by the group's CEO, Qin Mufei? He definitely wouldn't be mistaken. This matter had long been spread throughout the company, as their supervisors had issued instructions to remember the chairman's son's details. If a collision like in a novel were to happen due to not recognizing Lin, it wouldn't be as simple as criticism and fines. So, even though he was just a staff member on duty, seeing Lin Feng still left the staff member in shock. Why was he here so late? But seeing him bring Ri Yiba back, it seemed understandable. Ri Yiba's beauty was well known among the apartment tenants. Such a beauty could only be handled by someone like Lin, who excelled in all aspects. Ding, reputation plus 10. A notification came from the system. Lin Feng knew he had been recognized again. The staff on duty didn't dare to be negligent, hastily stood up, ready to greet. Lin Feng gave him a look, indicating not to make a fuss. The staff member then sat down uneasily. Ri Yiba, however, had not yet realized why the staff member had stood up halfway and then sat back down. Because she currently didn't know that this building belonged to Lin Feng's mother. Let's go, which floor are you on? Lin Feng pressed the elevator button. The 15th floor. Ri Yiba was now even more nervous. She had originally thought he would only accompany her to the entrance. Now it seemed like he was going up with her? She was in a huge internal struggle, but her mouth seemed sealed shut, unable to say a word. She couldn't figure out if it was because she didn't dare or didn't want to. In a daze, the two of them rode the elevator all the way up. The staff downstairs didn't idle either. They quickly reported to the supervisor. Supervisor, I think I saw Lin Xiao at apartment 18. Lin Xiao is here? Why didn't you say so earlier? The supervisor, who was about to sleep, suddenly woke up. Was Lin Xiao here for a secret inspection of the apartment? If he saw something unfavorable, would Chairman Qin spare them? Just like the son of a former richest man in China. He stayed at his own hotel and criticized the service harshly. Several hotel managers were then dealt with. Some were dismissed, others reassigned. So, could the supervisor not panic? He just arrived. And he's with that Miss Ri. The staff member explained quickly. Miss Ri? Ri Yiba? The supervisor quickly realized. Her beauty was well known. Even when she came to rent an apartment, she had some thoughts. For example, arranging high-quality rooms at low prices, offering free rent, and so on. But she didn't pay attention. So she's Lin Xiao's woman? That was reckless. The supervisor felt a chill in her heart. So he quickly said to the staff, has there been any maintenance issues in Ri Yiba's room recently? Yes, she said the water pipe in her house is broken. It hasn't been fixed yet. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and arrange for the best craftsman to fix it with the best materials. Ah, supervisor, didn't you say to leave it for a few days and then you would personally go to fix it with someone? The staff member was a bit confused. Are you stupid? Lin Xiao is still at Miss Ri's house. Why would you go to send someone at this time? The supervisor was about to go crazy. Is the staff member really stupid or pretending to be stupid? She is Lin Xiao's woman, she must be taken care of in the future. Otherwise, will there be any good fruits to eat? Got it, supervisor. I'll arrange it tomorrow. The staff member finally understood. The conversation goes in two directions. On Lin Feng's side, the two had already arrived at the door. Ding! Congratulations on completing the temporary system task. Get a reward of 1 million cash and a chance to draw. Does the host want to draw immediately? Draw immediately. Who still plays delayed satisfaction? A lottery wheel appeared in front of them. After spinning rapidly, the speed gradually slowed down and finally stopped in one of the areas. Congratulations, host. You have won the reward, a private bank. The bank originated from Jiangchang, radiating Jingchu, and currently has 17 branches. The total deposits exceed 500 billion. Annual total profit of 30 billion. Damn! Lin Feng was shocked. This reward came too suddenly. It raised his appetite all at once. What kind of lottery draw would it take to not create a sense of disparity? Qin Mufei's Mufei Group, the illustrious richest person in Jiangcheng. The annual profit is only a little more than this. Host, the equity has been changed. Do you choose to disclose the information to the public? Option 1, visible only to oneself. Option 2, visible only to family members. Option 3, visible to everyone. The system prompted again. Keep it confidential for now. Lin Feng made a decision. Being the son of the richest person is already a big enough target. There's no need to paint a bigger target on his back. Lin Xiao, come in and have a drink of water. At this point, Ri Yiba saw him standing at the door and tried to break the silence. It was as if she had a little initiative. Okay. Lin Feng didn't refuse and went in. It was a single-person apartment. It had one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom. The area was not large, but it was decorated with a girlish heart. Lin Xiao, please sit wherever you like. I'll pour you some water. No need. Lin Feng shook his head. Ri Yiba was a bit at a loss. She had intended to pour water to ease the awkwardness. It was late at night, and the atmosphere was indeed a bit. She felt her heart beating faster. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng also understood what was going on. How should I put it? Wanting to eat this piece of meat is something he could easily grab. But he wasn't that much of a beast. It wouldn't be good to scare the little girl. Before he could say anything, suddenly, her phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was her parents calling. It was so late. Why were her parents calling? Ri Yiba answered the phone, and a rough voice came from the other end. Xiaoba, your dad and I are coming to see you. Ah, why are you coming so late? She was a bit confused. It's okay, we found the way. We're right downstairs where you live. The security guard at the door won't let us in. Can you tell him? Ha! Ri Yiba was even more confused. Not only had they arrived in Jiangcheng, but they were also downstairs? Why didn't they even say hello? Okay, I got it. She hung up the phone. What's wrong? Lin Feng noticed that her reaction was a bit off at this time. Just now, when there were only two people, it wasn't so chaotic. My parents are here, Ri Yiba said truthfully. Oh, I see. Should I leave? It's not suitable to stay here any longer. Lin Xiao, wait a minute. Ri Yiba suddenly grabbed his arm. Can you do me a favor? What favor? Lin Feng became curious. It's just, pretend to be my boyfriend, and let my parents see. She sighed. Wait a minute, let me change into pajamas. A few minutes later, after Ri Yiba notified downstairs to let them through, two middle-aged men and women appeared at Ri Yiba's door. When the door opened, Lin Feng saw that these two middle-aged people, in appearance, were typical of the Northwest. However, they didn't seem very friendly. The face reflects the heart. People who look uncomfortable at first sight are probably not easy to deal with. They were carrying large and small bags, and when they saw a stranger in the room, they immediately questioned, Xiaoba, who is this person in your room, and what are you wearing? Change it quickly. Mom and Dad, this is my boyfriend, you can call him Xiaolin, Ri Yiba smiled and introduced, holding Lin Feng's arm. At this time, she had changed into a thin silk pajama. Her arm felt warm. Your boyfriend? Living together? This is outrageous. The middle-aged woman pounded her chest and stomped her feet. How can you do this? Mom, I'm a sophomore now, is it wrong for me to have a boyfriend? Ri Yiba retorted. You can have a boyfriend. We introduced one to you, but you didn't even answer his calls. You're in a relationship with someone else, where should we put our face? Ri Yiba's father said. Dad, I don't like him. Isn't that reason enough? Nonsense. He was obviously angry and pointed at Lin Feng. You, get out. Ri Yiba, you are not allowed to contact him. Shoba, listen to your dad, it's all for your own good. At least the other family has a solid background. For my own good? Ri Yiba laughed. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, it's just because the other family has money and can help your business. But do you know that person is both fun and a gambler? You're pushing me into a fire pit. At least the other person has money and will settle down in the future. But him, he looks like a gigolo, what can he give you? Ri Yiba's father said as he opened the door. Xiaolin, I don't agree with you two being together. You better leave on your own. At this point, Ri Yiba's pleading eyes came over. It seemed that the parents were here specifically to take someone away. The ones who should leave are you. Lin Feng spoke up at this point. This is not your house. Are you kidding? How dare you talk to me like that? Ri Yiba's father was even more furious. His business's ability to grow and prosper was stuck at this point. As long as Ri Yiba had a relationship with that family, there would be no problems. Lin Feng's interference was clearly ruining his plans. Is there a problem with Lin Xiao talking to you like this? At this point, several people appeared at the door. They were the duty officer and the supervisor. They noticed that someone had come to find Ri Yiba in the middle of the night and claimed to be her parents, but they didn't seem friendly. They were afraid that something might happen to Lin Feng, so they hurried over. Lin Xiao? This address left everyone present in confusion. Reputation +1. Reputation +3. Reputation +15. Everyone couldn't see it, but the reputation value on Lin Feng's head kept rising. Ri Yiba was completely bewildered. The supervisor in charge of hundreds of apartments in the building called Lin Feng Lin Xiao? Miss Ri, have you been harassed by these two people? The supervisor asked respectfully. Ri Yiba nodded. Although, right now she didn't want to see her parents who forced her. Both of you, this building belongs to the Lin family. This room is rented by Miss Ri, the supervisor said. Since she has expressed unwelcoming feelings towards you, please leave on your own. Otherwise what, do you think I'm scared? Ri Yiba's father was very displeased at this moment. You say whatever you want? I want to say that I am the CEO of Mafia Group. He had done some homework before coming to Jiangcheng. However, not much. He only roughly understood that Mafia Group was the richest in Jiangcheng, but he didn't know the identity of its CEO. So, his words directly made several people laugh. Sir, out of respect for your seniority, we haven't resorted to force. If you continue to pester, we won't be polite. The supervisor's tone had clearly become much firmer. The dignified building supervisor, in front of Lin Xiao, today if he couldn't do anything about these two troublemakers. Without him having to say anything, they would leave on their own initiative. Das Wang, forget it, let's go. Ri Yiba's mother apparently realized that Lin Feng's identity was extraordinary. Even the security guards had arrived. If they continued to delay, there would be no good outcome for them. Please. The supervisor made way, and the two people left reluctantly. Thank you. Ri Yiba thanked the supervisor. Miss Ri, you're too polite. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Lin Xiao, the supervisor said, feeling distressed. Lin Xiao. Ri Yiba only then realized the weight of those two words. Since she lived here, she naturally knew that the apartment belonged to Mafia Group, yet they called Lin Xiao so politely. Could it be? Suddenly, she remembered a news article she had seen not long ago. It was about the CEO of Mafia Group finding his biological son. Looking at Mr. Lin now, he did indeed bear some resemblance to Qin Mufei. The shock in her heart at this moment made her unable to say a word. It was quite amusing to have the son of the richest man pretend to be her boyfriend. She didn't dare to think further in that direction. Lin Xiao, it's okay, we'll leave first, not to disturb you. The supervisor tactfully led his subordinates away. Alright, you may go. Lin Feng nodded. The door closed, and the room returned to silence. Ding! The system's voice rang out. Lin Feng noticed that after a wave of reputation points had just increased, he had reached the required points for an upgrade. Congratulations, host, upgraded to level 4. New family identity unlocked for the host. Please make a selection, host. Lin Feng made his choice from the family relationships and professional identities that appeared before him. However, the higher-level official identities were still grayed out and unavailable for selection. Since both the richest man and the underground big shots had made their choices, they were considered invincible in Jiangcheng. So, he decided to choose a technical type. After consolidating the resources at hand, Lin Feng quickly made a decision. Congratulations, host, new family identity unlocked. Family, sister name, Lin Xiaoan age, 18 height, 160 occupation, genius hacker dressing style, mischievous, kawaii. The timeline and worldview have been refreshed, please be informed, host. There were some other pieces of information, but they were not important, so he didn't look closely. However, when he saw the photo of the girl with blue twin tails, Lin Feng was still somewhat surprised. A hacker girl, controlling traffic lights, cameras, and so on, sprinkling water. She bore a resemblance to a hacker girl from a detective movie at first glance. But, my little sister is even prettier. Lin Feng chuckled. Lin Xiao? What's wrong with you? At this moment, Ri Yiba noticed that Lin Feng was acting a bit strange. Oh, it's nothing, he snapped out of it. Lin Xiao, are you hungry? Shall I make some noodles? Ri Yiba didn't know how to express her gratitude. Doing nothing wouldn't ease the tension in her heart. Eat noodles? Lin Feng thought for a moment. He didn't actually like eating noodles, but he still said okay. Squeak! The door suddenly opened. Huh, what's going on? Ri Yiba walked to the door and found no one there. Maybe the door wasn't properly closed earlier, it must have been the wind. This door is a smart lock that can be remotely controlled. She didn't notice anything unusual, so she casually closed the door. But Lin Feng's expression at that moment became somewhat unpleasant, because he had just received a message on his phone. Bro, how did you like the little gift I just gave you? Was it fun? Ha ha ha. Lin Feng was speechless. This little girl, playing pranks on him? Does she deserve a beating? She's only 1.6 meters tall, all soft and delicate. Should he really scold her? Is it fun to randomly open someone else's door? Lin Feng replied. Sorry, bro, I was wrong. Lin Xiaoan on the other end made a pitiful expression. Only after making the expression did she realize that Lin Feng couldn't see her face. How did you know I was here? Do you know Ri Yiba? Lin Feng was very curious. Oh, I have no idea who Ri Yiba or Lung Yiba is. I just heard that you were at the Mafia apartment, so I hacked into the surveillance system. Then I saw which unit, and hacked into the access control system. Truly a top-notch genius hacker. Lin Feng was impressed. He had only been at the Mafia apartment for less than half an hour. In such a short time, hacking into 2 systems consecutively, this ability was truly remarkable. And she had just turned 18. If you violate someone's privacy at will, then I won't be polite. Oh, bro, I got it. I won't dare next time. Lin Xiaoan said, but in her heart she thought sarcastically. What brother? The good big brother I've been looking forward to for so many years. Why scold me? By the way, is that Ri Yiba your girlfriend? She has a great figure. When Lin Xiaoan said this, she found Ri Yiba's information in her computer filled with various high-tech gadgets. She was curious about this girl who was so close to her brother. Her measurements are 90, 65, 88, wow, her figure is so enviable. Lin Xiaoan looked down at herself. Although not flat-chested, her small hills couldn't compare to Mount Everest. Are you done? Lin Feng was speechless. Who cares about Ri Yiba's body measurements? Well, listening to it isn't bad. Okay, bro, I won't check anymore, is that okay? You have such good skills, why not do something productive? Bro, I just find it fun. If I treat it as work, it would be so boring. I don't want that. Then play by yourself, I won't bother you. Brother, please don't. Lin Xiaoan panicked. You are my only brother, I listen to you, can't I? Okay. Lin Feng replied. Without my permission, don't investigate any more random things, especially what you just did. He subconsciously glanced around the room. Fortunately, there were no cameras in Ri Yiba's room. With her hacking skills, as long as the camera was connected to the internet and computer controlled, she could hack into it. It seemed a bit thrilling, but if someone became the victim and ended up in some domestic area, it wouldn't be a fun situation. Okay, bro, I really know I was wrong. Can you get me a cup of mango sago with pomelo? I'll punish myself with a cup. Lin Feng responded with 3 question marks. Oh, and make it with 70% sugar, I'm on a diet. Is this how you apologize to your brother? Lin Feng was speechless. By the way, bro, you didn't come home today, did Big Sis not look for you? Lin Xiaoan quickly changed the subject. No, she didn't. Lin Feng checked his phone, but there were no messages from Big Sis Lin Samung. Are you not at home? Me? I like staying in hotels. Lin Xiaoan raised a snow-white leg. It's interesting to keep people guessing about my whereabouts. Fine. Is this a hacker's unique hobby? Bro, Big Sis didn't come home. At that moment, Lin Xiaoan suddenly spoke up. She checked the surveillance system at the Qinglong Mountain Villa and didn't see Big Sis returning home. What's going on? She's at a party, seems to be attracting investments. Is she okay? Lin Feng asked. She seems fine. With Lin Xiaowan's words, she felt a bit jealous of her sister. Bad brother. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Fine, I'll treat you to ice cream later. What ice cream? The foodie attribute was instantly activated. Milk-flavored ice cream. That's great. How did you know it's my favorite? Lin Xiaowan became happy again. Children's emotions change quickly. Okay, let's stop chatting. Get some rest. Remember to call me when it's morning. With that, Lin Xiaowan left. Meanwhile, Ri Yiba came out of the kitchen with a steaming bowl of noodles, topped with a poached egg. Though simple, it looked appetizing. Perhaps due to hunger, Lin Feng thanked her and started eating with chopsticks. After a few bites, he noticed Ri Yiba looking at him with her cheek in her hand. At that moment, she felt a wave of emotions towards Lin Feng that didn't settle. It was as if the person in front of her wasn't the bossy Lin she had just met. It felt like being with an intimate lover after work, preparing a late-night snack. Her inner peace and tranquility were infinite. What's wrong? Lin Feng's words brought her back from her thoughts. Nothing, I'll go tidy up the kitchen. She stood up, leaving a fragrant breeze behind. Before she could take a step, someone grabbed her arm from behind. She lightly struggled but didn't break free, then stopped moving. Understanding the signal, Lin Feng knew the meal was over, and it was time for something more. With a slight force, Ri Yiba's body turned around and lowered. In the dark room, only the sound of sobbing remained. A sleepless night passed. The next morning, when Lin Feng opened his eyes, Ri Yiba was nowhere to be seen in the room. Am I dreaming? He felt empty, like a shell. His gaze shifted to the bedside, where he found a note. Young Master Lin, I've gone to school. It was followed by a smiley face. It was indeed tough for her to attend classes during the day and work at night. With her looks, she could have an easier life without being so tired. But it was her choice, and he didn't need to interfere too much. Then, a call came from big sister Lin Sumung. Lin Feng, where are you now? What's wrong, sis? About the script and the transfer of shares. Lin Sumung said. The contract is ready, come to the company to sign it. Have all the shareholders agreed? As for my own shares, what does it matter if they agree or not? Lin Sumung's words showed her dominance. Also, I talked to several big shots in the film and television industry yesterday, and they are very interested in this project and want to work together. They all want to participate in all 3 projects? That's right, this way we can launch 3 movies simultaneously, and there won't be any financial pressure. But the main producer still has to be us. We get the meat, they get the soup. Look at you, little brother, do you think I don't know that? Lin Sumung laughed. Where are you? I'll pick you up and we'll have lunch together to celebrate. The big star is personally coming to pick me up? Lin Feng asked. Stop teasing me, or your sister will get angry. Okay, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the Mafia apartment 18. Apartment 18? Lin Sumung was surprised. Why is he going there? Although it is also their family's property. But she has been focused on her own career and hasn't realized where it is for a while. You're a grown man now, you should have a car. Lin Sumung said, let's go to the car dealership later, pick whatever you want. Since my sister said so, it would be impolite to refuse. Lin Feng readily agreed to his sister's proposal without a second thought. When he was ready to leave the building, he happened to see the building manager arranging the day's work in the lobby. Security guards, cleaners, and other staff stood in 2 rows. Young Master Lin. The manager saw him and called out. Although the other employees had heard that the boss's son was here, they were still surprised when they saw Lin Feng. Is this Qin Dong's only son? He is indeed tall, handsome, and talented. However, they still followed the manager and greeted in unison, Good morning, young Master Lin. Well, good morning, everyone. Lin Feng also smiled. Take care, young Master Lin. The manager watched him leave the lobby. It felt like there were 10,000 holes in his heart. Who would understand? Lin Feng obviously didn't go home last night. He stayed here overnight. So hot. He couldn't think of anything. Ah, rich people are really something. They can easily get such a beautiful woman. Although he is a manager, he has a salary and some status. At least in front of the countless student tenants in this building, it's a bit of a blow to his ego. Lin Feng walked out of the apartment. Not far away, a familiar Bentley was parked on the side of the road. When he walked out, Lin Sumung also got out of the car. Wow! Several passers-by had just passed by here and saw the beautiful woman getting out of the car. Their eyes were full of admiration. Isn't that the famous star Lin Sumung? What is she doing here? She's so beautiful, even better looking than on TV. It's the first time I've seen a real star. It turns out that there are people who look better in person than in photos. My legs are weak, I'm so excited. The appearance of a big star on the street obviously drove many people crazy. However, there were clearly several security guards maintaining order next to her. Everyone could only watch from a distance. Look, who is that young man? Could he be her boyfriend? Are you stupid? How could a star have a relationship in public? Haven't you heard the news online? She has a younger brother who was previously unknown, and only recently emerged. Wow, her brother is already this big? I thought he was just a few years old. Lin Feng, over here. Lin Sumong waved to him. Her arms were white and slender, exuding a great sense of beauty. Lin Feng quickened his pace and got into the car. Sis, where are we going now? Didn't I say, we're going to get you a car first? Lin Sumong glanced at him. A man should have a car, otherwise it's hard to date. Lin Feng looked at her ambiguous expression. It seemed like she knew something, but as long as she didn't ask, he could play dumb and pretend not to know anything. Alright, let's go. Lin Sumong started the car. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of a car city. Lin Feng got out of the car and saw a few big characters. Zhongcheng Car Park. This is the largest car sales center in Zhongcheng. We have all kinds of brands. What kind of car do you want to choose? Lin Sumong also got out of the car and said beside him. Oh, Miss Lin, why do you have time to come in person today? A man with a big belly hurriedly greeted them. His face was full of flattery. When he saw Lin Feng, he was a little surprised. Pardon my rudeness, who is this? Oh, let me introduce. This is my brother, Lin Feng, Lin Sumong said. This is the boss of the car park, Mr. Gao. So it's Miss Lin's brother, indeed a talented young man. Gao Xingqiang quickly reached out his hands. However, when he looked down and saw his hands were sweaty, he awkwardly retracted them. Mr. Gao, I came today to pick a car for my brother. Do you have any good recommendations? Lin Sumong got straight to the point. Yes, Miss Lin, you're in luck. We just received a few limited edition cars. Mr. Lin can have any of them for free. For free? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Are all the cars free? Is the business that big? Mr. Lin, you may not know, Miss Lin is a VIP customer here. She has taken care of my business for many years, and I remember it all, Gao Xingqiang said with a smile. Mr. Gao, you're too kind. I'm here to buy a car. It seems like I shouldn't have come, Lin Feng said. Miss Lin, please don't say that. It's my honor to have your brother here. If I charge him, where can I put my face? By the way, Miss Lin, last month's statement is out. Could you please take a look? Okay. Lin Sumong turned to look at Lin Feng. Brother, why don't you go look at the cars first? I'll come over after signing the papers. Because of her business, her company buys a dozen cars here every month. And because of her connections, Gao Xingqiang has also become one of the 3 major vehicle suppliers for the Mafia group. This business directly brings Gao Xingqiang tens of millions in profit every year. The Bentley he's driving now was a gift from Gao Xingqiang this year. He knows how to maintain important clients. Every Chinese New Year, he gives a top luxury car as a gift. Now that Miss Lin's brother is here, he can choose any car on the lot. Hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to a VIP customer. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Gao Xingqiang raised his hand and called out, Xiaomei, come here and take Mr. Lin to see the cars. A tall girl walked over and sweetly said, Mr. Lin, hello. My name is Xiaomei. Lin Feng looked at her. The girl in front of him was wearing a red and white racing suit. The suit was covered with advertisements from various manufacturers. Under the baseball cap, her ponytail looked elegant and sporty. She seemed to be about 175 centimeters tall. The overall impression she gave was that of a sunny and sporty beauty, full of vitality. He wondered if she was a race car driver or a car model. It didn't matter, as long as she had good driving skills. Hello, Lin Feng greeted her. Mr. Lin, what type of car do you like? A small car with a low chassis and high appearance. An SUV with a large size and a domineering appearance. A Jeep is suitable for long-distance off-road driving. Xiaomei introduced as she walked. Looking at Lin Feng, she also felt a ripple in her heart. He's so handsome. And he came with Miss Lin, isn't that their newly found relative? Xiaomei's family is wealthy, so she's not interested in money. But this appearance is enough to make her daydream. Lin Feng remains silent as he walks and looks around. This car park indeed has a wide variety of brands and models, and it's spacious. Basically, you can find most car models here, except for the regular ones priced at tens of thousands. There's also a luxury car section, with some limited edition sports cars priced at over $1 million. Since Gao Boss said to pick casually, they have to look around more. Unconsciously, they've looked at dozens of cars and arrived at the luxury car section. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? At this moment, a surprised voice came from the side. However, the tone seemed unfriendly. Lin Feng turned around and saw a man and a woman standing behind him. He didn't know the man, but the girl was Du Jili, whom he hadn't seen for a while. Xiaomei, seeing their demeanor and aura, seemed to know them, but it seemed like there was some grudge. Mr. Lin, do you need my help? She proactively asked. Lin Feng was specifically instructed by Gao Xingxiang to provide dedicated service. Naturally, he had to be responsible for all aspects of the customer. Why can't I come here? Lin Feng found it amusing. Don't you see what kind of place this is? Du Jili hadn't spoken yet. The man next to her spoke first. He was her new boyfriend, Zheng Chao. This whole area is the $1 million luxury car zone. You can look, but what's the point of just satisfying your eyes? After speaking, he added, the car park really should verify qualifications, otherwise letting anyone in would affect the company's image. Watch your mouth, he's my client, Xiaomei warned sternly. Little girl, don't let him deceive you. Seeing the tall and sunny beauty in front of him, Zhang Chao felt even more displeased with Lin Feng speaking up for her. Not only was he only 172 centimeters tall, but compared to the girl, he seemed even shorter. This sense of defeat was the most infuriating. And she was so beautiful. Du Jili was already considered good-looking among ordinary girls, but the beauty in front of her outshone her by miles. What's more infuriating was that she was protecting Lin Feng. Once a man's competitive spirit is ignited, it's hard to contain. The man next to you, if he wants to buy a car of this level, he's not qualified. You shouldn't waste your time on him. If you have a better attitude, I can consider buying a car from you and give you a commission. Sir, whether he buys a car or not is his business, but introducing vehicles is my job. Xiaomei disliked the self-righteous man. Too lowly. Joke, don't you know he's just a face-saving poser? And he doesn't even consider the occasion. Zhang Chao couldn't understand why he was so angry with him. It's like he automatically lost his mind when he saw this scene. And you're just a worker, I have a good relationship with your boss, watch your words. Du Jili also found it ridiculous. Lin Feng, I find you're becoming more and more vain. If you can't afford a car, why bother looking? If you could afford a car, you would have bought one long ago. Lin Feng found it inexplicable and amusing. Who's more vain than you? What's going on? It's so lively here. At this moment, a voice rang out from behind. Zhang Chao turned around and, upon seeing the person, became excited. Uncle Gao, it's me, Xiao Zhang. His accent was slightly non-standard. Look at Uncle Gao's side again, there is a beautiful woman. And it looks very familiar, very much like a recently popular female celebrity. Yes, isn't this Lin Sameng? Today is really lucky. Du Jili was also excited, her eyes shining. Zhang Chaoyuan, you know each other, help me get a photo and autograph from her later. No problem, I'm very familiar with Uncle Gao, Zhang Chao said confidently. However, Gao Shengqiang's expression was very cold. Walking up to him, he sneered. Who did you just say was vain, Mr. Lin? Ah, this, Zhang Chao couldn't help but be stunned. Is there a problem? Do they also know each other? Go back and tell your dad. The contract between our two families is terminated, Uncle Gao. Why? Zhang Chao was dumbfounded. Why? Mr. Lin is my VIP guest here. I let him choose any car in the garage at will. Why do you think? Someone like Zhang Chao, insulting Lin Feng is equivalent to insulting Lin Sameng. Insulting Lin Sameng is equivalent to insulting himself. Can their SVIP level client from their own family be offended by their own party? Wouldn't that be a joke if it got out? Choose any car? Zhang Chao was even more stunned. In this car park, there are ready-made cars, and the most expensive cars cost several tens of millions. Even in their own family, they dare not touch them. Gao Xingxiang actually said that any car in the venue could be chosen and given away with just one sentence? Who is this Lin Feng? At this time, Lin Sameng also walked up to Lin Feng. Naturally, she held his arm. Brother, what's going on? Nothing, just met an acquaintance, Lin Feng said lightly. Lin Sameng understood. There were two people in front of her, but he was talking about one acquaintance. It seemed that this girl with an average appearance was her brother's ex-girlfriend. It's not that she looked down on Du Jili. A girl with this level of looks would still have some difficulty working as a cleaner in her own company. It really made her brother suffer. How could she bear it? With a glance, Gao Xingqiang understood. Zhang Chao, you are not welcome here. I will not do business with you. Leave quickly. As for the contract, I will personally talk to your dad. Uncle Gao, please don't. Zhang Chao was anxious. At least half of their business volume at home relies on this car park. If this contract is lost, it would mean a direct reduction in income by half. Due to the expansion in the past 2 years, the business has grown. If they lose the car park deal, the financial chain might break and lead to bankruptcy. Zhang Chao, don't understand words, right? Gao Xingqiang's face was dark at this time. You just offended my niece. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Damn, it hurts again. This sporty beauty of 175, is she related to Gao Xingqiang? Offending several people at once, it's really uncomfortable. Uncle Gao, are you really going to be ruthless? Zhang Chao's tone was also fierce at this time. What do you mean? Gao Xingqiang is least afraid of threats. Several security guards also took a few steps forward. Have you forgotten that I am now on shore? No matter how awesome you are still a businessman. I don't believe you are not afraid of anything. Let's go. Zhang Chao lost face and could only leave a harsh word and try to pull Du Zhili away. However, Du Zhili shook off his hand. With tears on her face, she walked up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I was wrong. Actually, I have always liked you. Can we start over, okay? Now she realized. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's identity had become completely unimaginable. He was the younger brother of the famous star Lin Sumong. Gao Xingqiang, the owner of the car park, had to give him some face and call him Mr. Lin. She also remembered the video of the large purchase of gold bars and the photos sent to her by Luo Qingya. At that time, I didn't believe it, but now it seems like it can't be anyone else but him, Lin Feng. On the other hand, Zhang Chao has lost half of his business at home, and he might even go bankrupt. What future is there to speak of? Lin Feng remained motionless as I quietly watched you perform. She spoke while trying to reach out to Lin Feng. She was directly blocked by the security guard. You also leave, do you hear me? Gao Xingqiang was not polite. Lin Feng, say something, you must still like me in your heart, right? Du Zhili refused to give up? Are you willing to give up our many years of relationship? You are wrong about that, really. Lin Feng smiled. After seeing several beautiful women, he had already entered a forest. Who would hang themselves on this tree? And being the deceived party, it would be polite not to teach her a lesson. Please do not interfere with our reception of distinguished guests. Under Gao Xingqiang's gaze, the security guard began to drive them away. Humph, Du Zhili knew that continuing to entangle further was meaningless. She could only leave in disappointment. Whose fault is it? She could only blame herself for misjudging. Women who cheat will always pay the price. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. Gao Xingqiang apologized to Lin Feng. It's okay, it's not Mr. Gao's fault. Mr. Lin, which car did you just set your eyes on? I'll arrange it right away. Gao Xingqiang remembered the main business. This. Lin Feng really hadn't decided yet. In my opinion, how about this car? Lin Suming saw that Lin Feng hadn't made a choice, so she took charge. Miss Lin has a discerning eye. This car has ample space, powerful engine, and showcases status, very suitable for Mr. Lin to drive. Both of them said so. Lin Feng followed their gaze. Oh my. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan? A car worth over 7 million? It's given just like that? He didn't know that Gao Xingqiang's psychological budget was such that he would give away any car under 10 million without hesitation. For cars over 10 million, it would sting a bit, but he would still give them. After all, maintaining a big client like the Lin family, giving a car was nothing. Mr. Lin, what do you think of this car? Gao Xingqiang asked. It's not bad, but not bad is good enough. Gao Xingqiang called out, Xiaomei, go to the sales department and handle the paperwork. Okay. Xiaomei said and immediately went to work. Miss Lin, Mr. Lin, the paperwork will take some time. Come over here and have a cup of tea. Gao Xingqiang warmly entertained the siblings. The two nodded in agreement. Soon, Xiaomei came over with a stack of documents. Uncle Gao, everything is done. Give the paperwork to Mr. Lin. Gao Xingqiang smiled. Mr. Lin, now, this car is yours. Lin Feng looked again at the Cullinan not far away. His heart couldn't help but throb with the urge to drive it. He had obtained his driver's license in college, but because he hadn't bought a car, he didn't have many opportunities to drive. Brother, go try the car. Lin Suming also saw her brother's thoughts at a glance. This limited edition luxury car of this level. There were only a few in the entire city, and the car was domineering and powerful. Who wouldn't like it? Then I'll go? Lin Feng asked. Go ahead. Lin Suming nodded. What about you, sister? I'll drive my own car. Lin Suming smiled. I can't follow you to test drive, can I? Don't forget to come back for dinner, it's at our family's Taizi Hotel. Xiaomei, go with Mr. Lin, take care of him. Gao Xingqiang also instructed. After speaking, he saw Lin Suming looking at him, smiling ambiguously. He felt embarrassed and didn't dare to look directly into her eyes, because he felt guilty. Goldman's idea is actually a bit biased. The background of the Lin siblings is really too big. Xiaomei is also their niece. If I can create an opportunity for Lin Feng to be alone with Lin Ximeng, maybe it will work. If I become a daughter-in-law of the Lin family, then I can also be worry-free. Ha, I am really clever. But Lin someone didn't say anything. The younger brother is so grown up, just experienced a failed relationship. He should also have a few more relationships to regain some self-confidence. Let's not talk about other things for now. Xiaomei, she quite likes her. A 175 centimeters tall, sunshine girl, with legs almost 120 centimeters long. Just looking at her makes me want to run 120. Not to mention the men. Shall we go? Xiaomei nodded. The colonel in the hall has been refueled. It can be started at any time. Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat, and after Xiaomei got in the car, he started the car. The sexy engine roared. Looking at the luxurious interior and spacious interior of the car, it's really cool. The car slowly drove out of the car park and onto the main road. Test drive without a destination. Wherever they go is where they go. Along the way, this Cullinan attracted a lot of attention. Look, a Rolls-Royce. A luxury car worth over 7 million. I can't earn that even in 10 lifetimes. This is a limited edition luxury car. Whose son is it? Damn, stay away. If it gets scratched, I can't afford to sell the house. I saw a beautiful woman in the passenger seat. She's really pretty. You drive a Q7 worth tens of thousands. Don't even think about it. Lin Feng drove the car, and the cars on the road actively gave way. It's as if there's an invisible barrier. This made the drive extremely smooth. When they reached a road with few cars, he stepped on the gas pedal even more, enjoying the ultimate driving pleasure. In this fast-paced environment, Xiaomei's mood was also infected. She picked up her phone and took a lot of photos. What just happened? At this time, a car was parked on the side of the road. A woman standing by the car, her black pleated skirt was blown by the passing air, almost revealing everything. Her hair was also dancing in the air. Report to the chief, it's a Cullinan. Get in, let's chase. The woman was angry. She came out on a special mission in plain clothes and encountered someone driving fast. What she hates the most is people who drive fast. It's so dangerous. Catching him would be considered an achievement. Chief, this is a Cullinan, our Wooling, how can we catch up? The assistant adjusted her hat, looking helpless. No matter how fast he runs, I've got his number. Determination was written all over the woman's face. At this moment, Lin Feng, driving the car, suddenly asked, Xiaomei, do you feel like there's a car following us? Really? Xiaomei looked through the rearview mirror and observed. There's a black Mustang. I think I saw it when we left the car park. Is someone really following us? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The car behind them had been maintaining a steady speed. Not too fast, not too slow, not overtaking, not turning. Who knows what they're up to? But whether they're friend or foe, they won't take any action during the day. It's almost time, we should go back. Thinking this, Lin Feng turned the car around. From a distance, the Mustang turned into a small alley. He didn't pay it any mind. After dropping Xiaomei off at the car park and exchanging contact information, Lin Feng headed towards the Taizi Hotel. Strangely, this time, all the traffic lights were green on the way back. They didn't encounter a single red light. Every time they approached an intersection, even if it was red, it would turn green in the last few seconds. This saved him a lot of time. When a towering skyscraper appeared in front of him, the destination has arrived. Prince Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Zhengchen. The specifications are very high. Many high-level business and government receptions are held here, especially many international cooperation. So there are all kinds of faces and skin colors coming in and out of the hotel. Even though Lin Feng was driving a Cullinan, he looked plain and unadorned in the parking lot full of luxury cars. But that's okay. He didn't like the feeling of being watched all the time. Brother! A voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng turned around and saw a slender figure, like a swallow in the forest, pouncing towards him. This figure came suddenly. Lin Feng hadn't reacted yet. He was pounced on firmly. Because he was not prepared, he also took a few steps back and almost fell. Brother, I finally see you. He looked down. What caught his eye was the familiar blue double ponytails. Wearing a very Lolita outfit. 160 in height, she looked very petite. However, she looked much prettier than in the photos. Is this Lin Xiaoan? Brother, was the road blocked on your way here today? It didn't block at all. It was all green lights all the way. Wasn't it because of you? Lin Feng realized immediately when she asked like this. She was a genius hacker, hacking into the traffic light control system. Changing the flashing seconds, this is the most basic operation. Brother, you found me out so quickly, not fun at all. Lin Xiaoan pouted pretending to be angry. These are public facilities, unless it's urgent, it's better not to cause trouble. Lin Feng admonished. It's a small matter if the traffic lights are abnormal, but it's not good if there's a traffic accident. I know. Lin Xiaowan said so, but in her heart, she thought she would dare next time. Xiaowan, don't make trouble in the future. At this time, Lin Summing also appeared. Looking at the two, smiling, Lin Xiaowan then let go of her hand. It's rare that the three of us are together today. Lin Summing was also very pleased with this moment. As the eldest sister, she had prepared everything she needed to. It's almost time, let's go to the private room. As soon as the words fell, the hotel staff at Prince Hotel hurriedly led the way. They were shocked. These are the three siblings of the Lin family. Qindong's three children. When they walked together, they looked so pleasing to the eye. They were simply a beautiful scenery. When they arrived at the private room, the spacious space could accommodate about 20 people. There were only the three of them. The three of us are going to have a good time today, Lin Summing said. Xiaowan, I haven't seen you for half a month, don't disappear again after dinner. As an older sister, she couldn't figure out her sister's whereabouts. She always came without warning and left without a sound. Ah, I got it. Lin Xiaowan took a chopstick and poked it on her teeth, thinking it was fun. Lin Feng looked at this scene. He also experienced the rare warmth between relatives. Miss Lin, what would you like to eat? The waiter asked, holding the menu. When they learned that the young master and his siblings were coming, the manager of Prince Hotel directly arranged the two best waiters in the restaurant to serve them. They couldn't make any mistakes. The several rooms next to the private room were also cleared out today and not occupied, to ensure that the three of them could have a smooth meeting without being disturbed. Lin Feng, you order. Lin Summon gestured. This was also the first time they had a proper meal together. Lin Feng took a look. The dishes on it were all famous dishes from around the world. There were Italian black truffles, Russian caviar, Japanese wagyu beef, and Antarctic fish fins. These dishes, he had never seen them before, let alone tasted them. I don't have any special preferences, pick something for Xiaowan. Lin Feng handed the menu to Lin Xiaowan. The menu was also exquisitely designed. The cover even had a layer of gold foil. It was quite expensive. Then I won't be polite. She took the menu and looked at it. Not this one. Not this one either. The rest, everything on this page according to the list. Okay, Miss Lin. The waiter nodded quickly. Lin Summon glared at her sister. So many dishes, can we finish them? They only had 3 stomachs. Even if they were rich, ordering too much would be a waste. In the end, it would be a waste of their own money. If we can't finish it, we can pack it, right? Lin Xiaowan continued nonchalantly. Then she suddenly remembered something. By the way, sister, I heard that you are going to invest in a new movie? You really can't hide anything from you. Lin Summon tapped her forehead. Yes. And the script was provided by your brother. Wow, brother, you're so amazing. Lin Xiaowan admired him. Lin Feng didn't want to explain the source of the script, so he just smiled faintly. As long as big sister likes it, it's good. Whether Jiligwala Company can turn the tide depends on these few projects. Lin Summing still had some doubts in her mind. The script is just the foundation. Whether a movie can be successful, every aspect is important. Jiligwala is a company that was established not long ago. Previously, they invested in several youth inspirational films worth tens of millions. Participating in a big-budget film was just following the trend. They have not yet controlled a major investment in a film project. Yes, the actors are also very important. Have you started casting? Lin Xiaowan's gossip heart was also burning at this moment. I have a favorite actress, can I see her as the lead? You are my sister, so I should have this power, right? As the boss of Jiligwala Film and Television Company, needing a few celebrities is just a small matter. Lin Summung was speechless. If only the actress's schedule could be adjusted so easily. Don't think about the female lead, your sister will personally take the lead, Lin Feng said on the side. Ah, Lin Xiaowan looked disappointed. Sister, you're the female lead again. She didn't dare to say the second half of I'm tired of seeing it out loud. Otherwise, she would be scolded again, which wouldn't be worth it. Indeed. A national-level goddess star has countless fans outside, driving them crazy. But at the star's home, this halo effect is not very useful. This has nothing to do with acting skills or fame. No matter how popular a star is, when they visit their hometown, they still have to perform obediently in front of their family. They become a tool. But this script has 3 main female leads. The casting has already begun. Lin Summing looked at her sister with a loving heart. I can invite that actress you mentioned to play the second female lead. Ah, really? Second lead is also good. Sister, you are so great, Lin Xiaowan said, reaching out her arms to hug her sister. Has the investment been settled? I only have over 10 million pocket money, is that enough? Lin Xiaowan blinked innocently. 3 movies, 2 small investments, 1 big production. The total investment is estimated to be around 1.5 billion, Lin Summing said based on her experience. In my opinion, invest in all 3 movies at the same time and start shooting simultaneously, Lin Feng said. He knew very well that the return on investment for all 3 movies would be astonishing. And released together, it can trigger a concentrated sensational effect. Shooting one by one is a steady operation. But if you want to quickly establish fame and brand value, it's best to do it rapidly. Elevate industry status and market valuation. This is the best way. Shooting together? Lin Summing looked surprised. Shooting like this involves too much risk. 15 billion. Her company only has a total cash flow of 150 million, and to maintain daily operations, she can only take out a maximum of 1 billion. Found investors, negotiated for 3 billion, plus the 1 billion Lin Feng mentioned before. With this money, starting 2 medium to small budget productions is no problem. But for a big production, the investment would be close to 10 billion. She was thinking of preparing for pre-production work first and starting filming later. This way, she wouldn't make a misstep. Lin Feng suggested shooting 3 films together. This seems a bit reckless. The risk factor is also not small. Movies are a sunk cost. If the money is spent and doesn't come back, it's game over. Only a few companies like Huaying have the financial strength for this. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. If money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem. This really stumped Lin Summing. How much money does he really have? Didn't his mom only give him 1 billion? Lin Xiaowan also tilted her head. This brother. Why is he so confident, and what gave him the courage? 15 billion. And it's cash flow, not fixed assets. Even if his mom steps in, it's not so easy to get 15 billion in cash flow quickly. In the midst of the conversation, outside the large private room, a service staff member's voice was heard. Miss Lin, the dishes are ready, can we serve them now? Serve the dishes quickly, I haven't had breakfast, I'm starving, Lin Xiaowan shouted. You're like a starving ghost, Lin Summing couldn't help but comment on her sister. Who made her the youngest in the family? She had to listen to her. Serve the dishes, she also called out. Then, the door of the private room opened. Several service staff members pushed a food cart in. Boston lobster, king crab, and various other expensive dishes like caviar. The table was filled with over a dozen plates. There was also a bottle of champagne. Lin Feng was seeing this for the first time. Roughly estimating, the price of this table of food was at least 100,000. That's about the annual income of an average family. Is this how wealthy people live? Lin Feng frowned. What's wrong? Lin Summing noticed her brother's expression and asked, is there any staple food? Lin Xiao, this white truffle and gold leaf mousse cake is the staple food Miss Air just ordered, the service staff member introduced. And the gold leaf on top is edible. Lin Summing glared at the staff member. Was that last sentence necessary? Is there any other staple food? Lin Feng wasn't being stingy or reluctant, he just felt that after 20 years of a Chinese diet, he was still not used to such luxurious food. He just wanted something warm and filling, preferably high in carbs. This place clearly didn't have many options like that. Lin Xiao, what do you want? Just give me a beef fried rice. As he said this, his sister Lin Xiaowan couldn't help but chuckle on the side. Not that she looked down on beef fried rice. It's just that the positioning and operating costs of the Taizhi Hotel are such that even if beef fried rice sells for 200 yuan a serving, it would be a loss for the hotel. So they don't have that dish here at all. Shut up, Lin Summing tapped her sister's head. How could she laugh at her brother? That's so rude. You hit my head again. She obediently closed her mouth, pouting. Master Lin, please wait a moment. May I ask which type of beef you would like? Is it Wagyu beef or Angus beef? The service staff maintained a very high level of professionalism. They were on duty after undergoing strict training. No matter how inappropriate the scene just now was, they couldn't even smile. Since the request was made, they would strive to fulfill it. Just use Huaxia yellow beef, Lin Feng said. The service staff suddenly hesitated. The precious beef that cost 1 or 2,000 yuan per kilogram was readily available at the Taizhi Hotel. However, the yellow beef that cost only a few dozen yuan per kilogram was not stocked in the hotel. In fact, it was very rare. Those who dined here hardly ever ordered Chinese food. Because the positioning of the Taizhi Hotel was high-end, it was difficult to sell Chinese dishes at a high price. Therefore, Chinese ingredients were rarely used. The group did have a Chinese restaurant under a different brand, the Lianhua Pavilion. The nearest one was 3 kilometers away from here. Can't such a simple dish be made? Lin Summing's beautiful face showed a subtle expression. It can be done, it can be done. Please wait a moment, Master Lin. The service staff realized and quickly went to find the supervisor. Supervisor, do we have any yellow beef in the kitchen? Yellow beef? The supervisor looked at the service staff with some dissatisfaction. The menu has been adjusted, and we haven't received any supplies for a few days. Wasn't it discussed during the meeting? If someone wants to order it, just say we don't have it. But, it's Master Lin who wants to eat it, the service staff added. Who did you say? Master Lin? The supervisor quickly ran through his mind. Then it clicked. The eldest son of the big boss, Qin Mufei? Their only son? This was serious. Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have said it earlier. The supervisor suddenly felt a bit flustered. He quickly opened the group chat for ingredient procurement. Who sells fresh yellow beef? Hurry up and send some over. It has to be the freshest. Supervisor, didn't we stop serving this dish at the Taizi Hotel? Yes, our main supply channel is for the Western restaurant. We don't have any stock, but Master Lin specifically requested it. The supervisor felt like he was in a crisis. If he couldn't find this dish, his job security would be at stake. What, Master Lin wants to eat it? The famous Lin that everyone is talking about? Supervisor, don't worry, we'll search the whole city to find it for you. The suppliers immediately responded. They were the subcontractors for the Taizi Hotel. And the Taizi Hotel was just one of the businesses under the Mufei Group. The young master of the Mufei Group was sitting inside. How could they afford to be negligent? If someone higher up got upset, they could just stop cooperating. That would be a real loss of benefits. So everyone sprang into action. Before long, a refrigerated truck arrived at the delivery entrance of the Taizi Hotel's kitchen. The supervisor, who had been waiting here for a while, was puzzled when he saw the truck. How much did they buy? When the driver opened the door and he saw that there was only a bag inside, estimated to be about 2 kilograms of beef, he almost fell to the ground. Oh my! They used such a big truck to transport this small amount of beef? The driver scratched his head. Supervisor, we didn't have a smaller vehicle, so we had to use this one. You said it had to be fast, so I had no choice but to bring it first. This trip wouldn't even cover the fuel costs for the ingredients. Alright. Only refrigerated transportation can ensure it doesn't spoil. The supervisor quickly arranged for the kitchen staff to prepare it. Meanwhile, in the private room, they were chatting and laughing, unaware of the chaos that had just unfolded outside. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Master Lin, your beef fried rice is ready. The service staff seemed a bit nervous. Not bad. Thank you. Lin Feng took a bite and praised it. Is it really that delicious? Let me try it too. Lin Xiaowan reached out and scooped a spoonful, also praising it endlessly. Delicious. The waiter finally breathed a sigh of relief and left the private room. How is it? The supervisor paced outside and hurriedly asked as he saw the waiter come out. Miss Lin gave it a thumbs up, the waiter replied. Great. The supervisor patted his chest and wiped his sweat. He had been in this industry for so many years and had seen all kinds of situations. It was the first time he had been so excited by such an inconspicuous dish. He didn't need to say anything else, as long as Miss Lin was satisfied. Inside the private room, the three siblings were also enjoying the delicious food. Half an hour later, they had all eaten almost enough. Lin Sumung ate sparingly to maintain her figure, while Lin Xiaowan kept showing off. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you, Lin Sumung frowned slightly. This girl, so cute but so uncouth when eating. Lin Feng, on the other hand, found the little foodie quite adorable. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, he saw that it was a call from the manager of Cloud Manor. Boss Lin, something bad has happened. As soon as the call connected, the other side spoke urgently. What happened? Take your time, Lin Feng instructed. Boss Lin, today, several people who dined at the restaurant ordered some snacks and showed signs of poisoning. Poisoning? Is it serious? No one is in life-threatening danger. They have been taken to the hospital for treatment. But now, the restaurant has been closed, and there are many negative reports online. I understand, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Who wouldn't want to live a good life? Just as he took over Cloud Manor, this happened. Uncle Wen Tianzhong would definitely not do such a thing, as he had no motive. It could only be someone with a grudge against him or against himself. However, there was no time to think about this now. He needed to go to the restaurant first. Brother, what's happened? Lin Xiaowan, who had been mischievous before, became very concerned. Something has happened at Cloud Manor. I need to go and see, Lin Feng replied. Uncle's restaurant? Lin Xiaowan frowned. Yes, but this restaurant has been transferred to me, Lin Feng said as he stood up and walked out. Brother, I'll go with you. His sister also stood up and followed. What are you going to do there? Brother, don't forget that I'm a hacker. Maybe I can help, she said. Brother, this time Xiaowan is right, let her accompany you, Lin Summing also said. As a family, she also wanted to understand the situation, but several movies were in the pre-production phase, and there were many things to handle. She couldn't spare the time. Besides, she wouldn't be able to do much even if she went. Her little sister was a hacker, maybe she could find something. Then you have to behave on the way, or I'll leave you on the road. Lin Feng didn't want her to cause trouble. He gave her a warning in advance. Brother, I promise I won't. So, the two of them left, got into the Rolls-Royce, and headed to Cloud Manor. When they arrived at the gate, Lin Feng saw a large crowd gathered there. Some were onlookers, and there were also some internet celebrities trying to gain attention. On the way, Lin Xiaowan verbally reported to him the current news circulating online. Fortunately, Mufei Group had also urgently mobilized its public relations team upon hearing the news. The situation did not escalate further. If they had been any later, it would have been difficult to contain. Lin Feng and his sister got out of the car and found Wen Tianzhong standing there. Xiaoyu, you're here. Uncle Wen looked at Lin Feng with some guilt on his face. Look at the mess. Just when I was about to hand over the shop to you, this kind of thing happened. Wen Tianzhong has not been idle all these years. When he received the news, he had already sent people to investigate. Xiaoyu, rest assured, whoever it is, as long as I catch them, they won't have a good time. This is like stirring up trouble at the wrong time. Who in Jiancheng doesn't know that Yunshang Renjian has always been managed by Wen Tianzhong? Since someone wants to cause trouble, let those people suffer. Uncle, how are they injured? Lin Feng asked. Don't worry, there is no danger to their lives, and we have already sent people to comfort them. Wen Tianzhong handled these matters with ease. Which one of you is the boss of Yunshang Renjian? At this time, several police officers walked over. The one in front had short hair that reached the shoulders. Although wearing a uniform, it was hard to hide the curves of the body. Oh, that's me, Wen Tianzhong quickly replied. With trouble at the shop, he didn't want his nephew to deal with these matters. And who is he? The female officer looked at Lin Feng, momentarily stunned. She then noticed the car he had just arrived in, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Wasn't this the person who drove recklessly and almost exposed himself? After searching for so long, he had been lost. Unexpectedly, they met here. The world is indeed small. However, the case at hand was obviously the priority. He is my nephew, Lin Feng, Wen Tianzhong answered. Considering the situation, the contaminated drinks and snacks have been sent for testing. Until the results come out, the shop will have to temporarily close. That's necessary, and we should cooperate, Wen Tianzhong said with a smile. Closing for a day would mean a loss of tens of thousands. A few days of closure would result in losses of millions. But for now, cooperation was the only option. Even as an underground figure, he still had to cooperate fully when faced with inspections and other matters. Officer Cho, come take a look, a police officer said. Xiao Wang walked over and saw a footprint that had just been collected. To be precise, half a footprint. This evidence was useful, but not much. Did the surveillance footage reveal anything unusual? Xiao Wang asked. Officer Cho, we have a suspicious person's face captured, but it's not very clear. Further comparison is needed. Take the information collected at the scene back for further examination, Xiao Wang instructed. It seemed that the preliminary judgment was that this was a deliberate case. However, until the suspect was caught and the results were out, the shop would have to remain closed. What are you looking at? Don't touch anything. Lin Feng saw Lin Xiaowan wandering around as if looking for something. Brother, she just said they captured a suspicious person's face? Lin Xiaowan's ears were quite sharp. This young lady is just a suspect. We need to verify it, Xiao Wang also said. Can you show me the image? She wanted to use her skills to help her brother find the suspect so they could quickly reopen the business. What are you going to do? Lin Xiaowan didn't answer. She walked up to a wall and took out a small blue object from her bag, about the size of a matchbox. Then, she manipulated it with her hands. This device transformed into a mini-computer. With several blue laser beams emitted, a screen image was projected on the wall. On the ground, there was a simple keyboard. Wow! Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. Lin Xiaowan really had some skills. She was indeed a genius hacker. Just this equipment alone was beyond the reach of ordinary people. He had only seen such high-tech gadgets in movies. Xiao Wang also raised an eyebrow. This little girl, she looks like she's actually a skilled computer hacker? Can you show me that photo? I can find out. Lin Xiaowan's face became serious, giving her a different kind of beauty. You can find out? Xiao Yuan was surprised. If she could find out so quickly, it would be quite an achievement. It looks simple, but it's not difficult at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but comment. It's quite a struggle to listen to you. Well, give it a try. Xiao Yuan could only nod. After receiving the photo, Lin Xiaowan squatted down and scanned the photo information into the computer. Then, she kept tapping on the computer keyboard. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, unwavering. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuan stood on either side, watching her work. On the computer screen, numerous windows popped up and disappeared, then new windows appeared. However, they couldn't understand, not at all. No one dared to speak, watching an 18-year-old girl tapping on the keyboard there. Can this little girl really find out? Maybe she just played with computers for a couple of days and thinks she's good. Several people expressed doubt. If it's so easy to find out, then, I found it. A few minutes later, Lin Xiaowan suddenly shouted, then stood up excitedly. Brother, I found it. Who is it? Among the group, the most anxious was Wen Tianzong. Someone deliberately caused trouble on his turf, not only causing him losses but also opposing him. If he didn't handle it himself, there would be no place for him in this area. Mr. 1, let the police handle this matter, Xiao Yuan said at this time. Then, she approached Lin Xiaowan. This person is called Li Chao. Li Chao? Wen Tianzong, who was listening on the side, didn't have any impression of this name. But that was normal. There were so many underlings, how could he remember each one? However, as long as there was this name, it wouldn't take long to find out who sent him. Mr. 1, please don't get involved in this matter, we can handle it. How can you say that? I'm quite familiar with your chief. Wen Tianzong began to show off. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with you. Okay, Officer Chiu. Wen Tianzong was embarrassed twice and didn't want to lose face in front of others. He had to walk sullenly to Lin Feng's side and grab his arm. What's wrong, uncle? Xiao Yu, what do you think of Officer Chiu? Wen Tianzong asked. What do I think? I mean, if she were your girlfriend, or something, what do you think? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yuan and thought seriously for 3 seconds. Not bad, but... Not bad is good enough. When Tianzong interrupted him, Xiao Yu, if you want to develop her as your girlfriend, I unconditionally support you, money or people, whatever you need. Get it done. Lin Feng couldn't help but be confused. What was his uncle doing? Little did he know that when Tianzong wanted Xiao Yuan to be submissive to him one day, it really made him angry. He felt like he had wasted decades and couldn't handle a little girl. Master Zhong. At this time, one of his men walked over. This is Officer Chiu's background information. When Tianzong took a look and his eyebrows jumped a few times. Her background was actually so profound? Even when Tianzong was a bit stunned at this point. No wonder she didn't give him any face, not even mentioning her influential connections. It turned out that her background was beyond measure. Master Zhong, what should we do next? What can we do? When Tianzong said awkwardly. I didn't hear my little you say she's not bad. The next step is, Mr. Wen, I didn't say I want to be your girlfriend, little you. Xiao Yuan completely heard this sentence. She glanced at Lin Feng. He was indeed quite handsome, the kind of man who left a deep impression at first sight. However, her first impression was of her pleated skirt almost being blown away, and that matter wasn't resolved yet. Be his girlfriend? Moreover, Xiao Yuan remembered the instructions from home. She was already engaged. Her unseen fiancé was currently not in Zhangcheng, so it didn't matter who she liked or didn't like. Officer Chiu, isn't that statement too absolute? Lin Feng's competitive spirit was also aroused. Hey, can you guys stop arguing? Do you still want to hear the news? Lin Xiaowan felt like she had become invisible again. She was a little annoyed. The news she had worked hard to find was being ignored, and they were still arguing. She was so angry that not even 2 hot pot meals could calm her down. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. Xiao Yuan's expression became serious. Please copy these documents and send me a copy. Since we have preliminary information about this person, we will catch him as soon as possible and uncover the truth. Oh, I have another piece of news, do you want to hear it? At this moment, Lin Xiaowan's face showed a hint of smugness. What news? Is it helpful for solving the case? Xiao Yuan hurriedly asked. The person behind Li Chao's actions, I found him. His name is Li Hongwei, Lin Xiaowan said as soon as she finished speaking, when Tianzong exploded in anger. Li Hongwei? I won't let him off. Uncle, please let me finish, Lin Xiaowan continued. I was curious about the Li family in Jiangcheng, so I accessed their company's network. Guess what I found? Just say it. Lin Feng kicked her lightly on her backside. I found evidence of the Li family evading taxes and engaging in bribery. I have already backed up the data. What did you say? Evidence of economic crimes by the Li family? At this point, Xiao Yuan's expression clearly became excited. The special task force has been stationed in Jiangcheng recently, investigating the Li family, but they haven't found any evidence. Miss Lin, if your information is true, it would be a great achievement. At first, she thought Lin Xiaowan was just playing around, not taking it seriously. She didn't expect her to be such a top-notch hacker. How could she obtain such confidential information? It was really incredible, almost like cheating. She was also about to be transferred to the Special Task Force. With this information, the Li family's defenses would soon be breached. Lin Feng was also relieved to hear this news. It seemed that Li Hongwei had been trying to bring him down since that night. However, he didn't expect things to unravel so quickly. This was really thanks to his sister's assistance. She deserved a big reward. You can have this information, Lin Xiaowan said proudly. But Officer Chiu, when will you invite my brother for a meal? She had been neglected just now, and now she wanted to play a little. This. Invite for a meal? I never thought about it. Xiao Yuan hadn't considered it at all. But it seemed that this little sister was very protective of her brother. She had only looked for this information for her brother's sake. If she didn't agree, there was really nothing she could do. But this Lin Feng, well, Xiao Yuan felt quite overwhelmed. Mr. Lin, after the case is solved, I'll treat you to a meal, okay? It was just a meal for the sake of solving the case, nothing serious. The colleagues on the side were almost dropping their jaws to the ground. What's going on? The usually aloof and elegant Officer Chiu is actively inviting a guy to dinner? This is the first time this has happened. It's really being manipulated. Officer Chiu, aside from anything else, is extremely proactive in solving cases. Where there's a case, she's the first one to rush to the scene. She's got her colleagues on edge. And Officer Chiu comes from a very influential background, yet she's risking her life on the front line, which shows true dedication. Lin Feng looks at her and sees a completely different person from the proud and arrogant one earlier, and her eyes are clearly showing goodwill. Whether to agree or not, it's directly decided by her sister whether to give her the information. Okay, you can. However, this case has a big impact on our reputation, so it's better to make it clear later. Lin Feng nods. It's not bad for herself. You can rest assured, we won't let any criminals go, nor will we let any good people be wronged. When Tianzhong observes from the side, he's overjoyed. It's really one thing after another. He can't help but think that Officer Chiu, who has a big background, is being kind to him. Officer Chiu, I'll send you the information in a while. Lin Xiaowan assists her brother at this time. Having achieved her goal, there's no need for so much beating around the bush. She didn't investigate these things just for fun, but to help her brother as soon as possible and expose the person trying to frame him. Speaking in front of so many people, Lin Xiaowan is not afraid that Officer Chiu will change her mind later. Thank you, Miss Lin. Xiao Yuan's heart is in turmoil at this time. How did she, herself, get manipulated by a little girl, and without any temper? After thinking about it, it's all because of Li Hongwei. He must be caught. Seeing that the situation at the scene is almost settled, when Tianzhong pats Lin Feng on the shoulder. Lin Feng, I'm really sorry. Look at the trouble this has caused, just when the property rights transfer was about to happen. He feels guilty. It was originally a good intention, but it turned into a dangerous situation. He's still an underground big shot, and if this matter isn't resolved, then he's wasted all these years. Although the police have their own way of handling things, he won't just sit back and watch. Li Hongwei, right? Your good days are over. Officer Chiu, I can also help with this matter, he says. What does Mr. One mean? I have my own network of connections. I can help you find Li Chao as soon as possible. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Wav. Xiao Yuan thinks of something and adds, however, we still have to personally arrest him. She knows that with Li Chao causing such a big incident, when Tianzhong won't just let it go. If he gets there first, then Li Chao will definitely be beaten half to death. At the Li family at this time, Li Hongwei saw the news that Yunchang Renjian was shut down on his phone. There are videos and photos from multiple angles. Great, go against me, and this time I'll punish you and make you suffer. He can't swallow the anger from last night. He also can't forget Ri Yiba. This is just the first step. That woman can't escape from my grasp either. Being in Jiangqing's Li family, he has this confidence. By the way, Hongwei, has Li Chao been sent out? In the hall, a middle-aged man asked. He is Li Hongwei's father, named Li Yuanqing. Knowing that his son was defeated in Yunchang Renjian, he immediately arranged for people to go there and cause trouble. They are efficient and decisive, and even if things go wrong, they are willing to take the blame. It will take some time to be discovered, but as long as the person is sent out, everything will be fine. Li Chao is just a street kid. He was willing to do it for 100,000. And he is not a native of Jiangcheng, with no relatives in Jiangcheng. It's quite a deal to take 100,000 and hide out. I've arranged for someone, let me ask again, Li Hongwei said, preparing to make a call. Before he could find the number, a call came in first. Hello. He answered the phone, and quickly, the smile on his face froze. What did you say? Li Chao was arrested. What's going on? Li Hongwei's eyes widened. How could this be? Master Li, I saw it with my own eyes. We followed the plan and got him on the ship, but it seems the shipping company has connections with Mr. Zhong, no, when Tianzhong's people, and they delayed the ship and detained him. Did you just watch and not try to rescue him? Li Hongwei was dumbfounded. There were too many of them, we didn't dare to go up. And it seems like they have connections with the police. The police quickly came and took him away. Damn it! Li Hongwei was furious. He raised his hand, resisting the urge to throw his phone. Hongwei, what's wrong? Li Yuanqing asked. Dad, that Li Chao, he's been caught. What? Caught? His father was stunned, then said, it's no big deal. Even if he's caught, it's just a small case, as long as he doesn't reveal our involvement, it's all good. With that, he added, I need to make a call and smooth things over. Li Hongwei also felt relieved at this point. After all, the Li family of Jiangcheng was a big shot who could cause a downpour with just a sneeze. This incident wouldn't lead to major trouble. However, before he could make the call, the housekeeper suddenly rushed in a panic. Mr. Li, several police officers are outside. What did you say? Li Yuanqing was somewhat surprised. Li Chao had just been caught, and he would need to be questioned before coming to their house. Even if he revealed their involvement, it wouldn't happen so quickly according to the procedure. Why did someone suddenly show up? But he had seen this scene many times before, and there was nothing to fear. Bring them in. He was not worried. The housekeeper nodded and went to open the door. Soon enough, a spirited female police officer, accompanied by a few others, walked in. Good officer, what can I help you with? Sit down and have a cup of tea first. Mr. Li, we have a case and need your cooperation for an investigation. Zhou Yuan went straight to the point, without any small talk. Are you mistaken? The case of Cloud Manor has nothing to do with our family, Li Hongwei said. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but want to laugh at this. How come he hadn't said anything yet, and he was already not confessing? Li Yuanqing couldn't help but glare at his son. This was indeed his eldest son. The case of Cloud Manor is still under investigation, but we are here for another case. I don't know what case it is that requires such a grand visit. Li Yuanqing still felt there were no flaws. Regarding the tax evasion and other crimes of the Li family's subsidiaries, we have concrete evidence. Please come with us. What did you say? Li Yuanqing was dumbfounded. How did they know about these things? Although the inspection team is indeed in Jiangcheng, but they have already come to check twice before, with no results. The last round was just a few days ago. How did they suddenly have concrete evidence? Where did they get the evidence? You say you have evidence? Show us the evidence. Li Hongwei shouted. Mr. Li, there is evidence of the illegal activities of your family's group. Please come with us. Zhou Yuan completely ignored this playboy, and continued to repeat to Li Yuanqing, take care of the house, I'll go first. Li Yuanqing said at this time. This time, it seems that the company's affairs cannot escape. Otherwise, they wouldn't come to take people so easily. But even if they find out, so what? There are people above him to cover for him. Just treat it as having a cup of tea in the past. After a cup of tea, everyone goes their separate ways. However, he was thinking too much after all. Because at this time, one of Qiu Yuan's subordinates reported a message to her. Officer Qiu, Chen Fu has been arrested. Chen Fu was the big fish backing the Li family behind the scenes. Li Yuanqing was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. What is going on? How did their actions suddenly become so fast? And it seems like they are acting simultaneously? Could this kind of speed of action really mean that the chain of evidence is clear and rich enough to directly arrest people? But why does he have no clue at all? Breaking news! Li Yuanqing of Jiangcheng's Li family taken away by the police. The company has ceased operations, the office building is empty. Sealed at the entrance, police cordon in place, manned by personnel. This news quickly spread online and offline in Jiangcheng. The Li family is also a well-known family in Jiangcheng. The head of their family was taken away by the police. This news is like a bombshell. It quickly became a hot topic on various online platforms. Is this real or fake? Am I not mistaken? Isn't it? What did the Li family in Jiangcheng do? Why were they suddenly taken away? With the strength of the Li family, either they were set up, or they really did something wrong. I just submitted my resume to their company. Will the company collapse? Should I withdraw it? I have a classmate who hangs out with Li Hongwei and them. It seems like he offended someone. Who could make the Li family suddenly investigated? Even the company is sealed. Could it be that Jiangcheng has now risen some extraordinary force? Ah, these people fighting, will it affect my monthly salary of 3,000 yuan? But the Li family company really exploits its employees, making them work overtime every day and saying it's a blessing. It's good to investigate. Online comments are increasing exponentially. Apart from expressing shock, most people are still supportive of this matter. Unscrupulous capitalists already have many problems. Now that they are being investigated, it's like getting what they deserve. At this time, in Jiangcheng University, many people were also discussing this matter. Ri Yiba took out her phone and saw the news of the Li family being investigated. Earlier, she learned that Yunchang Renjian was being investigated and was worried if she could still go there after work. Instantly, she remembered that day. Could it be because of Lin Xiao? She was very sure in her heart. Li Hongwei had a grudge with Lin Feng. In Jiangcheng now, only Lin Feng has the ability to contend with the Li family. She couldn't help but feel more relieved. She couldn't help but send a message to Lin Feng. Young Master Lin, will Yunchang Renjian still be open today? Will it be affected? Should be no problem. Lin Feng replied. He said so because after Qiu Yuan took someone from the Li family, giving him a reply was necessary. The poisoning case at Yunchang Renjian was not due to internal issues, but was caused by someone intentionally releasing toxic substances. Now that the person has been caught, the relevant controls will be lifted once there are no issues. Of course, whether it will be done quickly or slowly, even though it is said to follow procedures, sometimes it's just a matter of a word. Qiu Yuan was very grateful for the help of Miss Lin's family in this matter. And the Lin family was indeed wronged. So, by speeding up this matter, there will be no problem opening at night. That's great, congratulations, young Master Lin. Reba sincerely felt happy about this matter. What's even more pleasing is that Li Hongwei won't have the mind to pester her anymore. As for Lin Feng, besides the respect of employees towards their boss, there is also a different kind of affection. After all, she is still savoring the memories from last night. It's a bittersweet memory. Reba, what are you daydreaming about? A girl walked over and waved her hand in front of her eyes. Ah, nothing. A hint of panic appeared on her pretty face. Are you in love? Who's the lucky guy? She asked. Several gossiping girls also gathered around. Is Reba really in love? Who is it this time? After rejecting the pursuits of 17 young masters from different families, who did she agree to this time? Let's rule out the Li family first. Oh, come on, stop it. Reba quickly said. Look at her, denying it and blushing. The girls laughed, but they usually got along well with Reba, and at this moment, they were also happy for her. Girls are the most sensitive. It's easy to tell if someone likes someone else. Reba sighed. There really isn't. Whether he likes me or not is still uncertain. Lin Feng is so handsome and tall, with such a strong background. There is no one in Jiangcheng or even in Jingchu province who can compare to him. Although she is beautiful, she is not exceptional. Is there really someone you like? Who is it? Is he handsome? How could the guy Reba likes not be handsome? And he must be very wealthy. Stop staring, come up with some ideas for Reba. On the other side, Lin Feng also escorted Lin Xiaowan away from the scene. He also showed respect for Lin Xiaowan's habit of not wanting to go home and liking to stay in hotels everywhere. He didn't interfere or ask. Ding! On the way back, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 5 and gaining a new opportunity to modify the family tree relatives. Lin Feng understood in his heart. This time, the investigation of the Li family had increased his reputation, especially among the employees of Yunchang Renjian who knew the inside story. Even Xiu Yuan was quite surprised by Lin Feng's actions, and the private bank he acquired was creating profits rapidly every day. It was natural for him to level up. Now unlocking a new profession. Please choose a family identity, host. With further prompts from the system, a virtual panel appeared in front of Lin Feng. He thought there wouldn't be any significant choices this time, but after seeing it clearly, he was still shocked. Commander of the Jingchu War Zone? He never expected to unlock such a powerful identity this time. It was truly unexpected. It was the first time he had seen such a significant identity. The Jingchu War Zone is one of the 9 major war zones, consistently ranking in the top 3 in comprehensive strength. The commander of the Jingchu War Zone is the top figure in the war zone, commanding 1/9 of the military power in guarding a region. Who wouldn't be intimidated by such a background? Even the richest person would seem insignificant in front of such an identity. After several twists and turns, he realized that having money alone was useless. Even with underground forces backing him, it was only temporary. He then looked at the family identity. Father. A new option appeared. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. Congratulations, host, on completing the modification of the family tree relative identity. The worldview and timeline have been refreshed. Relative, father. Name, Lin Zhendong. Age, 49. Height, 180. Occupation, commander of the Jingchu war zone. Lin Feng made a choice, and he was extremely excited. Lin Zhendong. He had received the highest military honors twice and the first-class honors 5 times. This bound him to himself. How could he not be excited? Shortly after making the choice and exiting the system, his phone rang. It was a call from Qin Mufei. Son, I have something to tell you. I'm coming back to Jiangcheng. Her voice on the phone sounded excited. Your father is also coming back for a few days on this mission, and our whole family can reunite this time. That's great. When are you coming back? I'll come pick you up, Lin Feng offered. As a son, he should also do something. I still have some things to wrap up here. I should be able to return in about a week, Qin Mufei said. Your dad will probably be back in about a week too. So, both of them would be returning on the same day. Okay, let me know when you're back. Son, I heard that something happened at Yanchang Renjian? Although Qin Mufei was far away, she had always been concerned about her son's movements. Recently, this matter had also caught her attention, and she had been absent-minded when discussing business. As soon as she was free, she hurried to ask about it. Yes, there was something. But it's not a big deal, it's been resolved, Lin Feng replied. That's good. Qin Mufei also felt relieved. Son, if you need anything, just tell Yun's secretary. I know, thanks, Mom, Lin Feng nodded. After chatting for a while, the call ended. There was a time difference between overseas and here. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng drove the Kalinin and continued on his way. If nothing came up, he was ready to return to Qinglong Mountain Villa. At this time, he received a message from Ri Yiba. Lin, do you have time now? I want to invite you to dinner, is that okay? Dinner? Lin Feng saw these 2 words and realized that he was indeed a little hungry. Yes, can we? Ri Yiba on the other end nervously looked at the phone screen, both hopeful and afraid. Although the invitation had been sent out, she had no idea how it would be received. Sure, where should we meet? I'll send you a location. Then, Ri Yiba sent an address. Lin Feng looked at it and saw that the name of the restaurant was Jiangcheng Rinjia. In no time, he drove to Jiangcheng Rinjia. This was a mid-range restaurant with an average spending of around 200 per person. There were several hostesses in Cheongsams standing at the door. They were all surprised to see a Rolls-Royce Kalinin coming to their place. For a moment, the hostesses perked up and greeted a handsome man getting out of the car. Sir, welcome. The hostesses bowed and greeted him, feeling as if their hearts were racing. This young man was so handsome. What's more, he was driving a Rolls-Royce. He was definitely a rich young man. They smiled sincerely, trying to draw attention and be noticed. As hostesses, they already had certain requirements for their appearance. A genuine smile was naturally beautiful. There was a clear difference between a genuine smile and a professional fake smile. The head hostess, seeing the hostesses suddenly smiling so sweetly, thought the sun had risen in the west. Then, she noticed the commotion at the entrance, where the 7 million luxury car was parked. So she quickly straightened up and walked over to Lin Feng. Sir, welcome, how many people? It should be 2, Lin Feng arrived earlier than Ri Yiba. I'm sorry, Lin, I'm late, I'm really sorry. At this moment, a figure ran over, apologizing as she ran. He looked over and saw Ri Yiba running out of breath, with sweat dripping from her forehead. She was panting lightly. Lin Feng couldn't help but be reminded of her accommodating attitude. His heart couldn't help but stir. Looking at her again, he saw her wearing a black hip-hugging skirt, the hem of which barely reached the middle of her thighs. With a slightly larger movement, it would easily reveal too much. Moreover, there was a black elastic band on her right leg. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Isn't this what they call an accelerator online? The manager and the greeters instantly understood what it meant to be a stunning beauty upon seeing Ri Yiba. They were considered beauties in their own right, but in front of Ri Yiba, they paled in comparison. Such a handsome guy and such a beautiful woman were simply a perfect match. At this moment, they felt no jealousy, only admiration. Why are you dressed like this? Lin Feng asked. Ri Yiba was at a loss when asked this, unsure if it didn't look good. This was a look that several close friends had carefully planned for a long time. My friends told me to dress like this, she explained shyly. All right, he thought to himself, she dares to wear and say anything, what a confident advisor. Lin Feng said, it actually looks good, but it's more suitable for going out for drinks and dancing, not for dinner. He didn't say one thing. This outfit easily evoked certain thoughts in people's minds. Lin Feng didn't like the idea of his woman being stared at by others, but he couldn't just pluck out their eyeballs. Let's go inside. The two entered the store. At this moment, many diners inside were also looking at them from a distance, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Look, The couple's looks are really high. I've seen many beautiful women, but I've never seen such a beauty. Who is this beauty in love with? Did you notice that the guy seems to have a remarkable background? How do you know that? Don't you follow the news? This guy is the boss of Cloud Heaven. I've seen him. So, is he close to Wen Tianzhong? Not just Wen Tianzhong. Do you know Qin Mufei, the richest man in our Jiangcheng? Is he related to him too? Oh my, I remember now. Is he Qin Mufei's son? And, do you know who his father is? Several diners really didn't know. Lin Zhendong. 3 words were spoken. The scene took a collective gasp. This name was too legendary. The current commander, a living recipient of the highest military honor. Many years ago, he led a team of 10 and rescued hundreds of overseas Chinese in a country engulfed in war, and also destroyed multiple rebel strongholds, killing nearly 100 enemies. This event was reported on TV several times. Such a legendary figure was only heard of, never seen in person. At this moment, the son of such a legendary figure was having a meal in the same restaurant as them, and it felt unreal. The diner's gazes towards Lin Feng, after hearing these things, changed from curiosity to awe. Complete awe. Behind him, there was such an impressive background. The richest man, an underground figure, and a legendary military honor. Any one of these backgrounds would be enough to command respect. And he had 3. This kid was truly extraordinary. Initially, they thought Lin Feng was lucky to be in a relationship with such a beautiful woman. Now they could only think that this girl's life was really good. Even if she couldn't marry into his family, just having this experience would be enough for her to boast about for a lifetime. Lin Feng and Ri Yiba paid no attention to the gossip around them as they ate their meal as if no one else was around. They had become accustomed to being the center of attention wherever they went. In a corner of the restaurant, a man wearing a hat with the brim pulled low glanced at Lin Feng from a distance. His hand was under the table. The screen of his phone lit up with Lin Feng's image. "Boss, I've found his trail." He opened the chat interface and sent a message. Recently, a new high-paying task had been posted on the dark web, a task related to Lin Feng. Many people had set their sights on this task, and they were among them. Once they found the person, the next step of their plan could be easily carried out. Upon completion of the task, they would receive a substantial reward. "Quick, he's in there." At that moment, several people burst into the Jiangcheng restaurant with a fierce and loud demeanor. Many people in the restaurant were frightened. Who were they looking for? They all seemed difficult to deal with. They rushed into the restaurant, scanned the room, and then headed straight for a table in the front. "What are you doing?" The man with the hat still hadn't retrieved his phone from his pocket when he was suddenly grabbed and pushed onto the table. "What are we doing?" "You'll find out soon enough. Take him away," the leader shouted angrily. The man with the hat was then dragged out. Ri Yiba witnessed the entire process. The leader then walked over to their table and bowed before addressing Lin Feng. "Boss Lin." "You?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. The man introduced himself. "Boss Lin, I was sent by Master Zhong to protect your safety." The man just now was a task performer from the dark web, and we had him under surveillance. Ri Yiba lightly patted her chest. She knew that Master Zhong was very powerful, but she hadn't expected it to be to this extent. They had intervened before anyone could act. "So, you were also the ones tracking my car earlier?" Lin Feng recalled when he was test driving. "I'm sorry, Boss Lin, Master Zhong instructed us not to tell you," the man apologized with a bow. "How did you manage to inform me this time?" Lin Feng asked. "Boss Lin," the man explained, "there have been many incidents in Jiangcheng recently, and some small fries have taken the opportunity to become active. Boss Lin, you need to be more cautious." "Alright, I understand. You may go," Lin Feng dismissed them. After they finished their meal, Lin Feng and Ri Yiba got into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. "Where to now?" he asked. "Lin, I'll follow your lead." Ri Yiba felt very nervous. She felt like she had no control in front of Lin Feng, a feeling she had never experienced before. In the past, many wealthy young men had pursued her, including those from the top 10 wealthy families in Jiangcheng. However, none of them had the ability to completely control her aura. They seemed wealthy, but in reality, they were just putting on a show. They had no real interest. It was different with Lin Feng. She was in a completely passive state. None of the tricks her friends had taught her were of any use. Moreover, she genuinely liked Lin Feng without any ulterior motives. As long as she could be by his side, she was willing to do anything without expecting anything in return. If she were materialistic, she would have had many options long ago, but in reality, she hadn't wavered in the slightest. "There's a theme park up ahead, let's go and have a look." Lin Feng talked about a newly opened amusement park, surrounded by mountains and water. "There are many facilities inside. There is a Ferris wheel, a carousel, a pirate ship, and various mainstream entertainment facilities. The environment is also very good. Many people will go there to play. His mood was also good, so he decided to go for a stroll since he had nothing else to do. Then, they arrived at the entrance of the park. The staff at the entrance gate saw his car and automatically raised the barrier. Wish Lin a pleasant time. Ri Yiba was dumbfounded. Is this also the Lin family's business? Lin Feng himself was puzzled. Why does it seem like wherever he goes, it's their own business? Can't there be a bit of freshness? Thinking like this, the car had already driven in. Inside the theme park, there is a path on the lake specifically for cars to pass through. The lake water was designed to just cover the road surface by about 10 centimeters. When the car drove over, there was a feeling of flying close to the water surface. So, although this road is only 400 to 500 meters long, it is a popular spot for taking pictures. Wow, it's so beautiful. When the car drove onto this path, Ri Yiba sincerely exclaimed. She took out her phone and took several photos. As the camera shifted, Lin Feng's profile while driving entered the frame. She couldn't help but take several more photos. She didn't dare to ask for a photo together. Taking a few sneak shots should be fine, right? Lin Feng's serious look while driving was really handsome. Ri Yiba felt herself slowly falling deeper, unable to escape. At the end of the lake path is a small hill. There are also some attractions on the hill. Going around the hill will lead to the exit of the theme park. There's a vacant space ahead, let's take a rest. Lin Feng said, driving the car to this vacant space. This space is at the very top of the hill. From here, you can see half of the city. Some tents are set up on the vacant space. Some people are camping here with their families. It's rare to have such a quiet moment. Lin Feng's mood was also good. The two of them sat in the car like that. Neither of them had any intention of getting out of the car. Lin, would you like something to drink? I'll go buy some water. She just noticed that there was a self-service drink stand nearby. Don't we have some in the car? Ha! Ri Yiba was still trying to figure out the meaning of this sentence. Then she saw Lin reach his hand to the strap on his leg. Lin, you. Ri Yiba nervously glanced outside. Someone's gaze was looking in their direction, but their eyes were not focused at all, indicating that they hadn't seen anything. She symbolically resisted a bit and then surrendered. At this moment, outside the Rolls-Royce, several families camping looked at the car that had been parked there for a long time. They kept reminding their children, don't run around, that car is very expensive. If we scratch it, we won't be able to afford to sell our house. Come back and read a book. As they spoke, they couldn't help but envy it. A luxury car worth millions, besides being expensive, had no faults at all. There are probably not many cars like this in the whole city. I wonder which tycoon it belongs to. They really wanted to see who the driver was. But the car windows were closed, and they were tinted, so they couldn't see inside. At that moment, the children were also earnestly reading a storybook. The diligent gardener always picked up a long watering can, carefully watering the beautiful flowers, until the flowers, under the sun, bloomed proudly and upright. The gardener's face was covered in sweat, but he was very satisfied. Flowers, little flowers, grow quickly once you've had enough water. In the evening, Ri Yiba had turned into Ri Cream Puff Ba. For a long time, I finally tidied up the mess. Lin Feng also felt refreshed. His whole body felt clear. How could it not be clear? The air in the mountains and forests is so good. You should come to the mountains and forests every day to benefit your body and mind. Lin Xiao, can I trouble you with something? Ri Yiba touched up her makeup and then asked. Go ahead. Lin Feng's mood was good now. She could make any request, as long as it wasn't excessive, he could fulfill it. Today, cloud above the earth is opening. I have to go to the store. Ri Yiba remembered her part-time job. You don't need to go to the store, Lin Feng said directly. Although she was just a DJ spinning records, the place was full of all kinds of people. Even if everyone knew whose place it was, there would always be some drunk or clueless people. It was unlucky to encounter them once. So, Lin Feng didn't want her to go. But, Ri Yiba wanted to say that she relied on this part-time job to support her life and rent. If she didn't go, she wouldn't have an income. What you should do now is to study hard, Lin Feng said earnestly. That is your task. Ri Yiba was only a sophomore. It's better for her to stay away from the outside world. After saying that, he took out his phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to Ri Yiba's WeChat. She hadn't reacted yet. Lin Feng took her phone and clicked to accept the transfer. In the future, if you need anything, just come to me directly. This statement was also a signal. Ri Yiba was his woman. Therefore, she could only rely on him. Also, don't live in that apartment anymore. Change to a bigger house, Lin Feng smiled. After all, the apartment was mainly for rent, and the residents were diverse, not suitable for long-term living. Moreover, Riiba's parents might come over at any time, so it's better to move out. I'll take care of it in the next 2 days and then inform you. I'll find someone to help you move. Ha! Riiba was slightly surprised. Lin Feng not only transferred money but also wanted to change her house? She had actually wanted to change it a long time ago, but she didn't have enough money on hand, and moving was inconvenient, so it never happened. Stop hesitating, just do as I say. Lin Feng couldn't help but think that in this way, he wanted to do something bad. Riiba nodded. A warm feeling enveloped her whole body. In order to avoid her family's arranged marriage, she no longer asked for anything from her family. She had already gotten used to her part-time life. However, when Lin Feng cared for her like this, she was still very moved. She wasn't materialistic and only needed enough money, but what Lin Feng did still touched her. Then let me take you back to the apartment first, Lin Feng said, starting the car. The imposing body of the car emitted a strong roar. Wow, this car is finally leaving. Several families camping outside were packing up and preparing to go home. Seeing this luxury car reversing, they made way. At this moment, Lin Feng also opened the car window to let in some fresh air. When the car window went down, the people outside finally saw the two people sitting in the car. The man was handsome, and the girl was stunning. She looked like a mixed race, with delicate features, fair skin, and a high nose bridge. Her light blue eyes were particularly beautiful. Such a beautiful girl. The couples outside were all stunned. Their car had been parked here and hadn't moved. Could it be? One of the young wives instantly understood and nudged her husband with her elbow. What are you looking at? What's so good to look at? The subconscious still has a sentence that hasn't been said. Coming out to play is just for the sake of ceremony. The result is like a piece of wood, not understanding the sentiment. Also not learning from others. Feeling like everyone outside is staring at oneself. Riiba also felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head. Her face was rosy. With the gaze of a few people, Lin Feng drove the car and headed down the mountain. After descending the mountain and exiting the entrance, it only took a few minutes to reach the main road to the city center. After sending Riiba back to the apartment, Lin Feng went up to sit for a while, drinking some tea or something. When it was completely dark, he finally walked to the door and said, "I'm leaving first." "Okay." She leaned against the door, obediently nodding her head. There was a lot of reluctance in her eyes. After the door closed, she hurried to the bedroom. She put the half-wet sheets into the washing machine. Lin Feng left the Mu Fei apartment. He called Yun Meyer. "Hello, Mr. Lin." The other side almost answered immediately. "I want a house, can you arrange one?" "Mr. Lin, what size, location, and layout do you need? I can arrange it for you now." Yun Meyer was currently working overtime at the company. She felt strange that Mr. Lin suddenly wanted a house. After all, the top luxury homes like Qinglong Mountain Villa have all the elements of luxury. Why would he need a house outside? But as a secretary, and as Mr. Qin's designated exclusive secretary to provide all kinds of help to Mr. Lin, she would do whatever he said. Mu Fei Group has several real estate projects, scattered in various places in Zhangcheng. There are properties for immediate needs, as well as communities for improvement. There are also vacation and retirement homes nestled in the mountains and by the water. And there are some reserved houses. Take a look, something close to Jiangcheng University would be good. Jiangcheng University? Yun Meyer quickly checked in the system. Shishan Tingyu Community, 3 kilometers from Jiangcheng University. The environment is also good, can you consider this community? Then she sent over the relevant information. Okay, let's go with this one. Lin Feng looked at the information and quickly made a decision. This 120 square meter 3-bedroom apartment. Lin Feng looked at the house, which had a market value of over 3 million. Okay, Mr. Lin, Yun Meyer said. She quickly contacted the property. Notify them that this 120 square meter 3-bedroom apartment is not for sale, lock the house. Ah, Secretary Yun, what's going on? The manager of the property was puzzled. Someone came to the sales office today and was very interested in this house, and even put down a deposit. He felt very embarrassed. Then refund the deposit and the penalty. Yun Meyer said directly. Okay, Secretary Yun. The property manager could only obediently comply. Secretary Yun directly followed Mr. Qin's orders. Mr. Qin has been abroad for some time, and many things are decided by her. Notify the customer who came in the afternoon that this house is not for sale. He instructed the sales consultant. Ah, not for sale? The sales consultant was surprised. Selling a house would earn a commission of over 10,000. If this house is not sold, Wouldn't it mean losing thousands of dollars in commission? Secretary Yun said that although this house has not been sold, you will still receive half of the commission, so rest assured. Thank you, manager. The sales consultant looked at the words Mafia Real Estate and felt more motivated. But who wanted this house? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, just do your job. The manager reprimanded. Do you think I don't want to know? I just don't dare to ask. This is something even Secretary Yun wouldn't dare to ask. Who would dare to be nosy? Although he didn't dare to ask Secretary Yun, the sales consultants in the company were now discussing it fervently. Now is the time for inventory close to the end of work. It's also the daily gossip and entertainment time. This news has piqued the curiosity of real estate consultants. The news about the CEO finding his biological son has long been circulating in Jiangcheng. As their employees, they are naturally more interested in this matter. Anything related to the son of the richest man, any movement, will spark a big discussion. This house is not cheap. Could it be that he's leaving? Even if it means breaking the contract, he must keep the house. I think this relationship is definitely not ordinary. But the CEO lives in the Qinglong Villa. Even though our neighborhood is of good quality, it can't compare to the villa. I guess maybe he has a girlfriend, making it convenient for dates. This house is ready for move-in after renovation. If that's the case, we can just go take a look later. Are you daring to pry into Lin's privacy? Be careful, your job might be at risk. Is it not okay to just take a look? We are here to serve the homeowners. The real estate consultants, with exquisite makeup and wearing custom-made suits and straight skirts, are now gathered together discussing this news. They are also sighing in their hearts. They heard that Lin is very handsome, but they haven't had a chance to see him. To get a house without even needing to be present on site, just a phone call is enough. Only the person involved knows how great that feels. On the other side, after Yun Meyer secured the house, she immediately called Lin Feng to report the progress. Lin, I have arranged the house. The keys will be delivered soon. Okay, I got it. Lin Feng nodded. At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Host, you have not claimed the additional rewards for reaching level 5. If not claimed within 24 hours, it will be automatically cancelled. Oh, how could I forget about this? Lin Feng slapped his head and quickly claimed the rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on claiming the level rewards. Please check. With a notification sound, Lin Feng saw the contents of the rewards. 10 pieces of top-secret investment news. Each investment news includes required investment, social impact, and investment return rate. He casually glanced at a few points. This is like a nanny-level investment guide. In other words, even a fool could achieve the expected return by following this guide. The 10 investment opportunities cover different fields such as film and television, real estate, stocks and bonds, etc. They are highly relevant to several industries under the Mafia group. With these investment guides, his own industry can quickly develop. So, do you have time now, Lin? Let me treat you to dinner. Yun Meyer still remembered how he helped her with the debt issue last time. A debt of over $1 million. This favor was really significant. Looking at the time, it was 9 o'clock in the evening, just about time to finish work. Dinner? Lin Feng wasn't really hungry at the moment. If you really want to thank me, help me tidy up that new house. Now? Yun Meyer asked. Yes, now. Okay, Lin. Yun Meyer nodded in agreement. By the way, Lin. She suddenly remembered something. What's up? I received an invitation today for our group to attend a business cocktail party tomorrow night. You should go. Lin Feng wasn't particularly interested in socializing at such events. I consulted with Director Qin, and she wants you to go. Yun Meyer said a bit timidly. Director Qin's intention was for Lin Feng to start connecting with some business contacts and resources, to get familiar faces. It would make it easier for him to take over the group in the future. Is that what my mom said? Lin Feng frowned. Yes, Director Qin specifically instructed me. I forgot about it just now, I'm sorry. Yun Meyer apologized. Okay, then you arrange it. Lin Feng nodded. You need to get a custom suit for the party, here is the address. Okay, he said, but he felt it was troublesome in his heart. Maybe he was too used to being free. He really disliked these formal occasions where he had to pretend to be proper. But since he had agreed, he had to stick to it. He couldn't make his mom angry. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng returned to the Qinglong Villa. Upon arriving home, he found that his sister, Lin Summon, was not there. Young Master Lin, Miss has not returned yet, the maid reported. Okay, I got it. Lin Feng looked at the vast villa and realized why he couldn't adapt here. It wasn't because of the luxury, but because there was no liveliness. Apart from the working servants, he was the only one left in this large estate. This emptiness, this quietness, maybe he would appreciate it more when he was a few years older. As a young man who had just graduated from college, he felt the need for more excitement. So, he went out again. This time, he didn't take the Rolls-Royce. Instead, he walked out of the estate. Outside the estate was a semicircular road with 2 lanes in each direction. The road connected 12 villas arranged in a semicircle. At one end of the road was a bustling street, and at the other end was a central garden in the community. There were islands and water. The environment was very good. Lin Feng strolled along the road, feeling footsteps behind him. When he turned around, he saw a person jogging. The person was wearing a sports tank top and yoga pants, looking like a girl. With the rhythm of her jogging, she was catching her breath. That voice. Lin Feng closed his eyes and could almost feel that the voice was so familiar. As she approached, Lin Feng realized that she looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't she Qiu Wu? Why is it you? They both exclaimed at the same time. Qiu Wu also recognized the person in front of her as Lin Feng. Do you live here? Once again, they spoke in unison. Where I live, do I have to report to you? Lin Feng looked at Qiu Wu, who seemed to be in a bad mood. And indeed, she was not in a good mood. The case of the Jiang Chengli family had been settled. Although everything seemed to be set, the final decision was still pending. The progress was slow, and it seemed like there was a cold treatment. This naturally left her feeling very frustrated. Running was a way for her to vent her emotions. She enjoyed the feeling of exhaustion and sweating, finding it relieving. However, as she was about to finish her run and saw Lin Feng, Qiu Wu thought that the previous matter was not over yet. Look at you, running alone in the middle of the night without fear, Lin Feng said as he walked alongside her. Do you forget what I do? Should I be afraid? Qiu Wu said, slowing down her pace and turning it into a walk. In this quiet night, having someone accompany her did feel different. Almost involuntarily, she stopped walking, as if waiting for Lin Feng. The two of them walked on the mountain path with about half a meter of distance between them, not speaking for several meters. Lin Feng glanced at Qiu Wu. Without wearing a uniform, she had a different charm. The low-cut round-neck tank top paired with yoga pants and white sneakers. With each step, the tank top swayed a few times, showing a healthy rhythm. It exuded a healthy and refreshing beauty. Lin Feng had seen this style at Shirmei's place. However, the difference is that Qiu Yuan's kind of heroic spirit is not easily found in others. This temperament is more importantly cultivated and trained over time. Every move and gesture is completely different from the delicate and beautiful type. Not to mention, a woman like this would definitely give birth to a big, chubby boy. This temperament is very attractive to Lin Feng, and he can't help but feel a little restless. Hey, what are you peeking at? Qiu Yuan noticed him staring at her and warned him. Although there was a tone of reproach in her voice, she wasn't really angry. It's strange. If it were another man staring at her so closely, she would have been furious. But not this time. I wasn't peeking, Lin Feng said with a smile, tilting his head. And my name is not Hey, it's Lin Feng. Behave, Qiu Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. At this moment, there were only a few people walking on the mountain road. Seeing the two of them, it seemed like their relationship was flourishing. It's really enviable. By the way, which building do you live in at the Qinglong Villa? Although she had already prepared herself for Lin Feng's identity, she was still surprised to find out that they were neighbors in the same community. There, that building, Lin Feng pointed ahead through the trees. It's so close, my house is just one building away from yours. She realized that her expression had become a bit too lively and quickly restrained herself. Lin Feng also looked at that building. The distance between the two buildings' front doors was only about 100 or 200 meters. The soup would still be warm by the time it reached the other side. Lin Feng didn't know much about Qiu Yuan's background, but living in one of the 12 households at Qinglong Villa was quite prestigious in Jiangcheng. He only had a rough idea. Among the 12 households, 1/3 were big shots in the business world, 1/3 were in the officialdom, and the remaining 1/3 were reclusive big shots with prominent status who rarely showed themselves. He didn't know which category her family belonged to. By the way, I heard that you have a fiancé? Lin Feng remembered obtaining this information while dealing with the Cloud Manor issue. Yes. Are you allowed to date other girls while I'm not allowed to have a fiancé? Qiu Yuan said. Why did she feel a strong sense of jealousy? It's strange. They had only met a few times, so why did she have such girlish thoughts? However, when it came to her fiancé, her mood didn't improve. Instead, she felt even more despondent. Actually, I've never met this fiancé. I've only seen his photo. How is that possible? Lin Feng couldn't wait to hear more. It was arranged between our families a long time ago. In the darkness, there was no one else around. Things she usually didn't want to talk about seemed to have an excuse to be said now. Anyway, she wasn't close to Lin Feng. After saying it, she acted as if nothing had happened, and they wouldn't have any further interaction in the future. That's what she thought, so she didn't hold back. He's abroad, and when he comes back, that will be the engagement. Because of this engagement, she had never been allowed to date or had any romantic relationships. Everything seemed to have been arranged for her, but her rebellious spirit was strong. The result of her resistance was becoming a secret policewoman, the only successful rebellion in her life. I see, Lin Feng smiled. Well, let's not talk about it anymore. By the way, can you take a few photos for me? Xiao Yuan said. Sure. Lin Feng took her phone and saw her strike a pose. Surprisingly, she still had a seductive side to her. He clicked and took several photos. Xiao Yuan also changed various poses. Unconsciously, a good amount of time had passed. How are the photos? Let me see. Xiao Yuan ran over a few steps and continuously swiped on her phone. Sometimes she criticized the poorly taken photos, and sometimes she insisted on retaking certain shots. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. It seemed that after taking off her uniform, she was also a girl who loved life. This contrast was actually quite charming. Oh, it's getting late, I should go home. Xiao Yuan looked at the time and suddenly looked a bit lonely. I should go home too. Since both were heading in the same direction, they decided to go home together. At that moment, warning, warning, danger signals detected around the host. At this moment, the system's voice unexpectedly sounded. What's going on? Lin Feng's heart suddenly tightened. Then a red light suddenly flashed in the woods ahead, piercing into Lin Feng's eyes. Be careful. Almost instinctively, he pulled Xiao Yuan towards him. She couldn't dodge in time and fell into his arms. Then, there seemed to be the sound of a bullet whizzing past. At this moment, Xiao Yuan also understood that there were people hiding in the woods. Who? Her professional instincts were suddenly awakened, and she concentrated intensely, clenching her fists in a defensive posture. Although she didn't have any weapons on her, she was skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Who's there? The security patrolling the villa was also alarmed. Upon hearing the commotion, they quickly ran over. There was no movement in the woods. Obviously, they also knew that the first ambush had failed, and it would be even harder to attempt a second time. Miss Cho, Mr. Lin, are you both okay? The security guards rushed over and were immediately nervous upon seeing the two very prominent figures standing in front of them. But how did the two of them know each other? This was a bit puzzling. There are criminals in the woods. Xiao Yuan said, we're fine this time, but who knows about next time? Conduct a thorough search. Understood, Miss Chiu. The security guards also realized the seriousness of the situation. It was unbelievable that such criminals had infiltrated this top-tier residential area. There was a major security loophole. They didn't dare to be negligent and quickly armed themselves before entering the woods. At this point, Xiao Yuan quickened her pace towards home. This matter had to be reported to her family. It's possible that those people were targeting their family. After walking a few steps, she glanced back at Lin Feng and sincerely said, Lin Feng, thank you just now. If he hadn't pulled her, she might have been in trouble. It's nothing, let me walk you home. Lin Feng smiled, it's safer for two people to look out for each other. Xiao Yuan opened her mouth but didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing to Lin Feng's proposal. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the villa. There was a stone at the entrance engraved with a few large characters, Xiao residence, Mrs. Back. Similarly, the Qiu family also had servants. However, what was different was that there were several 190 centimeters tall muscular men in the Qiu family's courtyard. Standing there, they looked like small mountains. Why are you coming back so late? In the middle of the hall sat a man in his 50s with half-white hair. However, he looked very dignified. Lin Feng didn't know his identity, but judging from his appearance, he should be Qiu Yuan's father. Dad, I'm back, aren't I? She said. Back? Do you think I don't know what just happened outside? Xiu's father's expression was very cold. Letting you stay home, but you didn't listen. It's good that nothing happened, otherwise how can I explain to your mother? This man spoke with the most severe tone, but his words were filled with concern. Also, that outfit of yours, hurry up and change it, it irritates me just looking at it. It's my own business what I wear. I'll leave now, not to disturb you. Lin Feng felt that he should also go back. They had already argued, so why should he stay here? Who is this? Mr. Xiu looked at him with some confusion. Dad, he's a friend of mine, he just helped me. Xiao Yuan quickly said. What friend? Another voice sounded from inside the house. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice. A man in his 30s walked over. Yuan, don't be confused, you don't have any friends, he said, looking at Lin Feng with a forced smile. Thank you for helping my little sister just now. But it's too late, we'll thank you another day. He had no good feelings towards Lin Feng. He was just someone trying to climb up using the Chiu family's influence. He had seen too much of this. He could tell at a glance. Xiao Zhiming, say a few less words. Mr. Xiao stood up at this time. Lin Feng noticed that his legs seemed a bit unsteady. Although he could walk on both legs, there was a stiffness in his left leg. It seemed like he had been injured. Sir, thank you for bringing my daughter home today. Come here. As soon as he finished speaking, a butler-like person walked over. Mr. Qiu, take this gentleman to pick a gift to take with him. This statement was very polite. It clearly expressed gratitude and also subtly suggested that he should leave. It's dark, I can't see the gift clearly, I live nearby. I'll come back to get it later. Lin Feng also said a word and then left. It meant that he would come back. You still owe me a gift. Who is this arrogant person? Xiao Zhiming wanted to throw the cup. Brother, he lives in the building in front. Xiao Yuan said. The son of Mu Fei Group's Qin Mu Fei? Is he the one who was brought back? Xiao Zhiming was also well informed. No wonder, he's the son of the richest man in Zhangcheng. Xiao Zhiming pondered. But compared to your fiancé's family, he can't even compare. Yuan, don't have any other thoughts. According to the plan, just marry over there peacefully. Brother, here we go again, when will it end? Xiao Yuan suddenly felt annoyed and sat on the sofa. I just don't understand, I haven't even seen that so-called fiancé, and I have to marry him as soon as I come back. Why? Why? Mr. Xiao's emotions also rose at this time. See my leg? That's why. Seeing his father getting angry again, Xiao Yuan had to raise her hands in surrender. This was already countless times of surrender. As far as she could remember, she had been brainwashed since she was a child. After so many years, she hadn't changed at all, completely rebellious. Dad, brother, I have to go to work tomorrow. I'll go wash and sleep, you should rest early too. With that, she went upstairs. Since she started working, she's been a bit unruly. Watching his daughter's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Mr. Xiu pondered. Zhiming, go ask over there if she can come back early. Okay, Dad, I'll go ask now. Xiu Zhiming nodded and left. At this time, Lin Feng also returned home. As soon as he got home, he saw that the lights in the living room and hall were on. He quickened his pace and walked a few steps. Entering the living room, he indeed found Lin Sumling in the living room. Several kinds of fruits and snacks were placed on the table. Lin Sumling took off her high heels. Her legs were covered in black stockings, and she was lying on the sofa in a sleeping beauty pose. Lin Feng, you're back. Where did you go? Just went out for a walk. Lin Feng sat down beside her, casually picked up a few grapes, and put them in his mouth. Were you with that girl from the Chiu family? He was about to ask how she knew. Lin Sumling added, I saw you two on my way back. But you better keep your distance from their family. Why? What's the reason? Lin Feng became even more curious. Their own family had connections in both the official and business circles. Why did everyone feel the need to keep their distance from the Chiu family? He wasn't really interested in Chiu Yiwu for any particular reason, just curious. It's not so much about the Chiu family itself, but more about her fiancé's family. Lin Sumling smiled. What's the background of her fiancé's family? Come on, have a grape. Lin Sumling glanced at him, didn't say anything, picked up a grape with her fair jade-like hand, and stuffed it into his mouth. Are you trying to shut me up, sis? Lin Feng said as he chewed on the grape. No matter how you eat, you can't keep your mouth shut, annoying. Lin Sumling gave him a look. Let's not talk about other people's family matters for now, Lin Feng. The company is extremely busy right now, you have to help me. What's going on? We have 3 movies starting at the same time. Do you know how much pressure your older sister is under? Look, do you see any new white hairs on my head? Lin Sumling said, moving closer. She lay down on Lin Feng's lap. From this angle, it was easy to see her smooth white skin. Lin Feng felt like he was turning into Lin Lizhenjiu. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Lin Sumling raised her head, slapped him lightly with her hand. I'm your sister, don't think about anything inappropriate. Help me out quickly. Oh. Lin Feng nodded. He reached out to her hair, searching for the so-called white hair. Lin Sumling lay quietly. There really is one. After searching for a while, Lin Feng found it. His sister didn't respond. Looking again, her beautiful eyes were closed, she had fallen asleep. Obviously, she had been tired for a while, just waiting for him to come home. At that moment, a feeling suddenly emerged in Lin Feng's heart. A big star with millions of fans on social media. Each of her posts had thousands of shares and comments. She also owned a film and television company. Usually, she exuded a mature and elegant aura. Now, she lay quietly with her eyes closed, looking peaceful, like a little girl. She lay quietly on his lap. Lin Feng didn't dare to move his legs, afraid of waking her up. He slowly moved his hand away, picked up his phone, and prepared to pass the time. After a few minutes, Lin Summing suddenly hummed, turned her head towards him, and opened her eyes. How did I fall asleep here? She rubbed her head, feeling dizzy from waking up so suddenly. It was like a blank moment. She didn't remember asking her brother to help her find white hairs. I have to get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning for an actor audition, little brother, I won't keep you company. She regained her composure and quickly got up. You have to get up so early? Seeing her like this, Lin Feng knew she wouldn't recover without a few days of rest. Yes. For this movie, I want to use mostly amateur actors, aside from a few confirmed leads, Lin Summing said. Since they were using amateur actors, there would be auditions, training, and selecting the best. The first movie to start would be a youth inspirational film. The script was already prepared. This type of movie does not require high technical or scenic demands. The main filming locations are on campus, so renting a school would be enough to start shooting. The company has made similar genre films before, so this one is the easiest to get started with. The remaining task is to find actors. To control costs, it's impossible to afford well-known actors, so amateurs need to be recruited from society. With so many art schools, there will always be suitable candidates. However, the workload is heavy to ensure the quality of the film. Lin Summing dreams of personally overseeing the project. Sis, let me handle the recruitment and audition of actors for you, Lin Feng volunteered. You're going? Lin Summing felt touched that her brother cared for her. I have a stake in this film investment, so it's okay for me to get involved, Lin Feng said, leaving her speechless. However, auditioning actors requires assessing their physique, talent, and demeanor. Are you capable? This involves a professional field. Don't worry, Lin Feng smiled, I promise to pick the best for you. Then I'll go to sleep. Is there anything else you need to ask? Lin Summing inquired. You just need to tell me the address and the person to coordinate with, Lin Feng replied. Okay, I'll send it to your phone. If there are no issues, can I really go to sleep now? Go ahead, Lin Feng nodded. This kid, I wonder what he's up to, Lin Summing muttered as she headed to the bathroom with her change of clothes. No, I still have to go there tomorrow. However, getting up at 5 o'clock is really tough. She has been sleeping only 3 hours a day for many days in a row. Then I'll sleep for an extra 1.5 hours. The early stage is mainly preparatory work, so going a half hour later won't have a big impact. Watching her sister go upstairs, Lin Feng also checked the map and the process for tomorrow's on-site actor auditions. Then, he opened the system mall. After flipping through a few pages, he found what he was looking for. All-around talent skills. By purchasing this skill, the host will acquire all-around talent, including acting, street dance, singing, playing both Western and Chinese musical instruments, fine arts, and writing. Level, Master Level. Purchase price, 10,000 points. Earlier, when he was exploring the system, he discovered a mall inside it. Various skills could be purchased there. In addition to all-around talent, there were top-notch driving skills, culinary skills, medical skills, martial arts skills, and many other talents. The purchase price for this all-around talent was 10,000 points, which was quite expensive. He was only a little over 1,000 points away from reaching level 6 and unlocking new family modification permissions. If he purchased the talent, he would have to accumulate points again. Whatever, let's buy it. Lin Feng quickly made the decision. With his current 5 relatives, father, mother, eldest uncle, sister, and younger sister, he had money, power, and underground influence. The identities he possessed were enough to support himself. Therefore, the need to level up was not very urgent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 points to acquire all-around talent. After the prompt, Lin Feng suddenly felt a flood of knowledge and various artistic skills pouring into his brain. Music theory, basic painting, self-cultivation and acting, all this knowledge was rapidly absorbed. At this moment, his appearance hadn't changed, but his mastery of artistic knowledge was already at the level of a master. Being a professor at an art academy would be a piece of cake. With this skill, auditioning actors would be a breeze. Decision made. Lin Feng was ready to go to bed. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, and he had to get up before dawn at 5 o'clock. When he returned to the bedroom, he looked through the huge French window and saw a room's light on the second floor of the Chiu family's building. A night of silence. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng got up, washed and dressed, and then drove directly away from the Qinglong Mountain Villa. At this time, at a certain exhibition center, a large group of students gathered at the entrance, each holding a stack of materials, anxiously waiting for something. These young men and women, about 20 years old, looked inexperienced, with about 70% being students from art and other colleges. The remaining 30% were some extras, or had acted in web dramas or advertisements, with a little bit of industry experience. Why did they choose this place for the audition? It's too far. Yeah, I'm afraid of being late, so I came here last night. And they make us wait here before it's even light out. There's nowhere to have breakfast. I'm really afraid of fainting from low blood sugar later. Everyone, please understand, there are many actors auditioning this time. This place is spacious and won't be disturbed, isn't it good? Some people were more empathetic. You're speaking up for them even before being selected. Are you sure you're not just here to make an appearance? By the way, there are only 20 spots for actors this time. That's too few. There are about 400 to 500 people here. If there are any pre-selected candidates, the competition will be even more intense. Yeah, if there are pre-selected candidates, then we've just made a wasted trip. Yeah, what should we do then? Among the crowd, some people started to complain because they had been waiting for a long time. They also talked about unspoken rules and other topics. Since you all believe there are pre-selected candidates, then why are you here? At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind the crowd. Lin Feng arrived at the scene and saw that many people were criticizing the selection mechanism this time. He felt annoyed. As the boss's sister, she was still worrying about the actor recruitment work the next day in the middle of the night, fearing that something might go wrong and the scene might get out of control. And someone actually said there were pre-selected candidates? Who are the pre-selected candidates? How will the boss's sister treat these young students? As for those young men, will they catch the boss's sister's eye? Just because they've been on the internet for a few days, they're talking about black curtains here and there. Such people, even if they have good talent, in Lin Feng's eyes, they won't pass the test. Who is this? So handsome. Is he here to audition for an actor too? Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Many girls were full of surprise in their eyes. He was indeed very handsome. There were many young men from art schools at the scene, as well as some people with experience as trainees. But their looks were overshadowed by him. And the biggest difference was that he exuded a kind of masculine aura. His sexual tension was at its peak. Unlike many effeminate young men, with thick bangs covering half of their faces. It's really annoying to look at. Aren't you here to audition for an actor too? What's with the big show? A young man saw that Lin Feng was being noticed by many girls and felt unhappy. However, as soon as he spoke, the security guard in charge of maintaining order stepped forward. I'm sorry, you've been eliminated, please leave. What? I've been eliminated? The audition hasn't even started yet. The young man shouted. You've offended Mr. Lin, you've been eliminated, please leave. The security guard pointed outside. Mr. Lin? The young man was dumbfounded, but soon realized. Sure enough, there's a black curtain, I'm going to expose you. The young man, unwillingly, threw his materials on the ground. Did you all see that? What mistake did I make? Just eliminate me directly, there must be some shady dealings. Don't interview anymore. However, no one in the audience responded to him. Instead, they looked at him like a clown. They had witnessed the whole thing just now. He shouted the loudest and even offended the person in charge of the interviews. Who would tolerate such a troublemaker? Once you enter society, you have to follow social rules. You can choose not to, but no one will indulge you. Seeing that no one responded, the young man left dejectedly. The crowd at this moment was obviously more agitated than before. Did the security guard just call him Mr. Lin? Could it be that he is the brother that Lin someone found? I also heard about this, and it turns out it's true. Goodness, he's so handsome. I thought he was here to audition as an actor. But wasn't it said that Lin Summing would personally come as the person in charge today? Why is he here for the interview? We need to perform professional talents, can he handle that? Lin Feng heard some of these people's concerns. Looking at the dense crowd in front of him, he signaled for a staff member to bring over a megaphone. Everyone, today we are holding auditions for the new movie of Jiligwala Film and Television Company. With this announcement, the venue suddenly quieted down. They listened to Lin Feng speak. You have all seen the requirements for the roles. We need young men and women aged 18 to 22, and you should have the relevant character profiles in your hands. So, today is the audition for the above roles, and the selection process is strict and has rules. We will notify the results after the audition. All explanations are at the discretion of Jiligwala Company. By participating in the audition, you are agreeing to these rules. If you disagree, you can leave now to avoid wasting your time auditioning for other groups. As he finished speaking, Lin Feng gave the audience half a minute to consider. However, except for a very few people, most did not move. So, if there are no objections, the audition will start shortly. Please follow the instructions of the staff and enter the venue in order. As for what everyone is most concerned about, whether I have the qualifications as a judge. Lin Feng paused. I can only say that the people I select may not have the best acting skills, but they will definitely be the most suitable for the roles. The actors selected will also be made public, and the entire audition process will be recorded and made transparent. With these words, many people's doubts were dispelled. He was now speaking on behalf of Jiligwala Company. Speaking these words in front of so many people, he was not afraid of being accused of having any ulterior motives. Everyone should rely on their own abilities. Any other questions? None. The crowd shouted in unison. Then let's begin. Lin Feng set the megaphone aside. Mr. Lin, this way please. Several staff members also came up to guide the interviewees into the venue. The first step of the audition was a preliminary physical screening. This took place in a large conference room. In addition to himself and a few judges, there were also company employees and some teachers from the film and television industry, totaling about 20 to 30 people. In the first round, acting skills were not a requirement for evaluation. This round mainly assessed the basic image and temperament of an actor. If an applicant lacks the most basic actor's demeanor, overall temperament, on-camera presence, and the ability to not be stage fright, there is no need to proceed to the next step. Each person had a designated 1-minute time slot for the audition. During this minute, they could do anything they wanted: speak, laugh, perform without props, eat, sing, or even perform military boxing. The entire process was regulated and timed. At the 55th second, the next person had to be ready, and when the 1 minute was up and the previous person exited, the next person had to enter seamlessly. Today, there are probably 400 to 500 people who came to the audition. It would take a whole day even if each person only spends a minute. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng asked the company's responsible person, "What is the approximate male-to-female ratio of the people who came today?" "Lin, there are about 200 boys and around 300 girls," the responsible person replied after looking at the list. "I see." Lin Feng quickly made a decision. "Divide the personnel into 2 teams by gender. You lead one team to interview the boys, and I will interview the girls. This way, they could save half the time and enter the next round of selection sooner. They would only need to interview 300 people, which would take about 5 hours. Starting at 7 o'clock, they would finish just in time for lunch." After the responsible person agreed and left, he couldn't help but complain in his mind, "Lin, you really know how to play. I also want to see the beautiful girls." But what could he do? The other party was about to become the company's second shareholder and was also the close sibling of the boss, Lin Samung. What more could be said about this small privilege? "Lin, everything is ready. Can we start?" A staff member, who had adjusted the equipment and arranged the judges, asked respectfully. "Yes," Lin Feng nodded. The staff member clapped his hands and shouted outside, "Attention, the selection has begun. Be prepared and let the first student in." As the door opened, a pretty girl walked in. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. She was the type of lively and beautiful girl who gave people a refreshing feeling, like drinking a bottle of chilled drink on a hot day. After bowing deeply, she began her talent show. Since this was not an audition for roles, those who passed the talent show would enter the next round, which would focus on role-specific assessments. She performed a solo dance, displaying graceful movements, high leg lifts, and a split. She was confident and showed no signs of stage fright. The judges at the scene also praised her endlessly. She can pass." Lin Feng checked a mark on the document. Not only her appearance but also her talent and demeanor displayed on stage were excellent. If the first one was already this outstanding, would the following ones be even more impressive? Seeing that others had passed, there was no need to hesitate, and they also passed one after another. In just a minute, it was soon time for the second person to prepare. The staff member also smoothly coordinated the process. Time passed quickly. In no time, they had interviewed dozens of girls. The ratio of elimination to passing was roughly 6 to 4. Those who passed were outstanding in various aspects, while those who didn't pass had their own reasons. Some had good talent but didn't fit the image and role positioning, so they had to be eliminated. Some had a good appearance but were stiff in their movements and nervous in front of the camera. Some couldn't control their facial expressions. The girls who were eliminated could be heard crying loudly as they left. Lin Feng, sitting in the middle, initially felt a bit sorry for them, but later became numb to it. There was no way around it. The competition in the film and television industry was so fierce, even cruel. Even in just the first round, many people could be eliminated. Suddenly, Lin Feng could understand why people talked about things like internal rules and regulations. In such a competitive situation, a slight deficiency could lead to failure in the assessment. Then, wouldn't they have to find connections and use relationships to get through the back door? There were limited roles in a film or TV series, and it was impossible to recruit everyone. Sitting in this position, Lin Feng could only ensure fairness and justice as much as possible. At this moment, the next contestant entered. Seeing that girl, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Isn't that the youthful Luo Qingya? Moreover, she also has a contract with Jiligwala Company. However, this recruitment does not limit whether the participant is a company artist. It's understandable that she came. She walked onto the stage, looking a bit nervous. Lin Xiao, this girl is a contracted artist of our company, the assistant next to him quickly said when Lin Feng was in a daze, handing over some information. She is not from a professional background, she has worked as a print model and cosplayer before. She is quite talented. I see, Lin Feng closed the information. May I ask, what talent do you have? You can show it now. Luo Qingya seemed very nervous. Her mind went blank. She had prepared her talent and practiced for a long time. But seeing Lin Feng sitting below the stage, she was completely stunned. Her friend's ex-boyfriend, a generous customer at the jewelry store. Now, sitting as a judge below the stage, or sitting in the C position? The amount of information was too much to digest. Alright, you can go down first, Lin Feng said. Time was running out, with only over 20 seconds left. Lin Xiao, her talent is really good. At this point, the performance teacher in the company was a bit anxious. Although new artists entering the company had to audition for roles publicly, it would be a pity if she was eliminated. I'm sorry, I can't pass you. Lin Feng raised the card indicating rejection. Luo Qingya widened her eyes, tears still swirling in her eyes. The staff approached her, please exit, use this passage. Next, watching Luo Qingya's figure disappear at the door, Lin Feng sighed. There was no way, her performance on stage just now was indeed hard to impress. Dozens of eyes were watching. If he showed favoritism, it would be a bad example. It would affect the company's image. In the future, if they wanted to expand, there would inevitably be people using this against them. This first round of recruitment couldn't afford such a thing. Other people on the scene, including some contestants off stage, heard the news and respected Lin Feng. Wow, even their own company's contracted artist got eliminated. I thought he was just putting on a show, but now it seems he's serious. It would be great if there were more companies like this in the industry. Even if she didn't pass, I still respect him. This round, I support Jiligwala. The interview continued. At this moment, a person from the male side walked in, crouching down to Lin Feng. Lin Xiao, there's a situation on the male side. What's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. Our level can't solve this problem, Lin Xiao, you better go take a look. The staff looked very nervous. They had been coordinating for a long time but to no avail. It had seriously disrupted the normal selection process. Now, only Lin Feng's words counted on the scene. They could only ask him to handle it. The selection is temporarily suspended. Arrange the scene properly. I'll go over there to take a look. Lin Feng instructed the assistant a few words. Then he stood up and walked towards the male side. Everyone, the selection is temporarily paused for a few minutes. You can take a break, touch up your makeup. The female staff on this side quickly maintained order at the scene. There are free drinks and snacks available here. Feel free to come and help yourself. This statement made the female contestants who hadn't started the interview yet a bit restless. They had arrived early, stood for the whole morning, and upon hearing that the selection was paused, they were a bit emotional. However, the company's handling was appropriate. There was food and drinks available. Moreover, the air conditioning in the exhibition center was on full blast. They just had to wait a little longer. However, some girls also discussed the situation on the boys' side. What happened on the boys' side? Lin Xiao actually went there himself. I heard that there's someone with a big background on the boys' side. I heard about it in the morning when I was waiting. Maybe it's really because of this. Who is it exactly? Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Just watch. At this moment, Lin Feng, guided by the staff, arrived at the boys' side. On the stage, a boy was being arrogant and saying something. What's going on? Lin Feng said in a low voice. The person in charge came over with some documents. Lin Xiao, this boy's talent is not up to par, so we can't let him through. Lin Feng looked at the documents. This person's name is Ding Zhankuan, 20 years old. No performing experience. You are Lin Feng, right? You came at the right time. Ding Zhankuan saw him and spoke directly. What's the deal? Why won't you let me through? What deal? Lin Feng was completely puzzled at this point. Are you pretending to be clueless? Ding Zhankuan looked around and then said, Where's Lin Sameng? Why isn't she here to speak? I'm in charge of everything here. If there's anything, just come to me. The person in charge signaled the photographer at the side to turn off the camera. Lin Feng said, no need to turn it off. Alright, my uncle had reached a preliminary investment agreement with Lin Sumong, on the condition that I play the second male lead. How did it turn into an audition later? Fine, let's consider it as a process, but why won't you let me through the audition? What does it mean? Ding Zhankuan questioned with a stern look. We are auditioning for actors here. The role of the second male lead is quite significant, and without a certain level of acting skills, it's probably not suitable. Lin Feng responded. What a joke. Ding Zhankuan was dissatisfied. You won't let me through, so what about the agreement? My uncle's 2 billion investment, with no conditions? At this point, Lin Feng understood. It turned out that this was a relationship that the investor had requested to be included. Whether he had acting skills or not was not the point for now. Looking at his resume, he didn't have any. But Lin Feng couldn't accept this kind of behavior from a relationship. Moreover, such an arrogant person would be difficult to manage in the crew. As for why Ding Zhankuan came here for the audition and was eliminated, it seemed that his sister didn't communicate with others. Or maybe, she simply didn't want him to pass? But this couldn't be verified now. From Lin Feng's perspective, he definitely wouldn't accept this person. I am not aware of what you're saying, but based on the audition results, you have been eliminated. And there are records of the scene, the result cannot be changed. Lin Feng said seriously. Are you saying that I won't get this role? Ding Zhankuan said. I'm sorry, please leave, there are over 100 people waiting behind you. Lin Feng started to drive people away directly. In just a few minutes, how much time would be wasted for over 100 people? Alright, is this how you want to play? Ding Zhankuan waved his finger and gritted his teeth. It's just a small company making a big fuss. You wait, I'll have my uncle withdraw the investment. Ding, don't leave. The person in charge tried to stop him but failed. Then he said, this is bad. If they withdraw the investment, our project won't be able to proceed. The project has already started. If the investor suddenly withdraws, won't it be difficult to continue? It won't come to that. Lin Feng smiled. 2 billion in investment is indeed not small. But he could fill this gap himself. After all, he still had a bank. It wouldn't be a big deal to come up with 2 billion. Mr. Lin is here. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Lin Feng turned around and saw his sister walking in. She was wearing a red dress and walked in briskly. What happened just now? A guy named Ding Zhankuan got eliminated, the person in charge explained hastily. He said his uncle is. I know what happened, Lin Sumong interrupted. It's my fault for not explaining clearly. Now Ding Zhankuan says his uncle wants to withdraw the investment. What should we do? Think of a solution. Lin Sumong put one arm in front of her chest and the other hand on her forehead. She had a headache too. It's not a big deal. I'll add another 2 billion in investment. What? Now everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they had heard something incredible. When the movie budget was 15 billion last time, he said he would cover the remaining 10 billion shortfall. The money hasn't arrived yet. Now someone wants to withdraw the investment again, adding another 2 billion shortfall. Where will this money come from? Sis. Lin Feng pulled Lin Sumong aside. Arrange for someone to fill out the loan application at the bank I mentioned. They can approve it for you. A loan? Lin Sumong was surprised. Leaving aside other things, can this amount be approved? Just go ahead and arrange it. This bank belonged to Lin Feng. He had the full right to do so. Are you familiar with the bank? Lin Sumong hadn't reacted yet. Was her brother playing around and had a good relationship with them? Oh, don't ask now, funds are tight. I'll explain it to you later. But, Lin Sumong wanted to say something, but she realized that once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. They had already spent a lot of money on the initial stage. If they give up now, the money would be wasted. With her personality, since it's like this, she could only give it her all. But in this way, without an investment partner, whether the movie makes a profit or not, all the gains and losses would have to be borne by herself. The pressure surged up again. Brother, what if my movie project loses money? Lin Sumong was very uncertain. She was not like Lin Feng, who had a god's eye view and knew everything. She could only say that her current operation was quite explosive in the entire industry. A company that was not considered top tier in the industry. With a few investments, there were gains and losses, and the overall operation only had a slight surplus. The company's biggest star was Lin Sumong herself, but it had not reached the level of a top-tier star. For such a company to independently launch 3 movies at once, without an investment partner, relying mainly on loan investments, was undoubtedly crazy. There were already some discussions online about this, and Lin Sumong had accidentally come across them, making it hard for her to sleep. That was when there were other investment partners involved. Now that the other investment partners had withdrawn, she didn't know how the online discussions would go. Don't worry, it won't lose money, Lin Feng reassured. But what if it does? I'll have to jump into the river. It won't. Don't lie to me. If I jump, you'll have to jump too. I will. That's about right. Lin Suming's emotions suddenly improved. Actually, sometimes girls are the same, they just need their emotions to be responded to. Whether the matter has been resolved or not is secondary. The company's employees, who were a few meters away, were stunned. Oh my. Is this still the domineering boss lady they knew? In front of this brother, she was completely like a little girl being coquettish. This brother was really healing. He could bring about such a big change in a person. Realizing that someone was watching, Lin Sumling returned to her stern demeanor. What are you all standing around for? The selection process is starting again. Everyone, get ready, the selection process is starting again. A shout rang out. The contestants outside heard it and all perked up. After this interruption, the interviews in the morning proceeded smoothly without any hiccups. Lin Feng continued to oversee the female contestants, while Lin Sumling was in charge of the male contestants. Soon, a few hours had passed. Most of the amateur participants had completed their interviews. In the morning session, out of 500 contestants, around 150 passed. The overall elimination rate was 70-30. The competition was still fierce, with 350 people failing to make it into the movie project. Among those who passed, there were 60 males and 90 females. This was because there were more female roles to be filled. Of course, this was just the initial selection. The next step would be the acting auditions. There were 3 male roles and 5 female roles to be filled. Lin Sumling was cast as female lead one. The male lead one from another company had already been confirmed. The selection of actors would start from the second round. The second round of auditions would begin in 2 days. I didn't expect the people you chose to be so camera-friendly and photogenic. Lin Sumling was still a bit worried about the people Lin Feng had chosen, so she randomly checked a few of them. To her surprise, they were all quite good. Especially this Shin Mengran, she's really good. I feel like she's already reserved for female lead too. She didn't hide her liking for this contestant at all. Of course, don't forget your little brother's eye for talent. Lin Feng teased. Besides having a good eye, he also had knowledge of performing arts, which allowed him to see beyond just looks. Luo Qingye didn't make it through? At this moment, Lin Sumling also noticed. This girl was someone she had recommended. Although not from a professional background, she had some experience, so it was quite surprising that she was eliminated. You saw the video too. Based on her 1-minute performance on stage, she was indeed lacking. It wouldn't be fair to others if she passed. Lin Feng became serious. You, kid, are really impartial. Let's call you Lin Qingtian. Lin Sumling couldn't resist pinching her little brother. But deep down, she knew that what Lin Feng did was right. She founded the Jiligwala company to create a fair competitive environment. The capable rise, the mediocre fall. As for Ding Zhankuan, she intentionally gave him the cold shoulder. Since Lin Sumling had other business matters to attend to, after the interviews, Lin Feng left first. He was feeling a bit hungry. Seeing a small restaurant by the roadside, he parked and walked in. The restaurant had 2 storefronts, totaling about 50 to 60 square meters. The menu offered affordable dishes that were decent. Why are you so lousy, making me say something nice about you? There seemed to be scolding coming from the kitchen. When Lin Feng entered, a woman in her 30s quickly came out to greet him. Hello, what would you like to eat? This woman had a good appearance and figure. Even wearing an apron couldn't hide it. Despite running a restaurant, her skin was surprisingly well maintained. It seemed that good skin was indeed natural. Just like how no matter how much a person with dark skin protects themselves from the sun, they can't compare to someone with naturally fair skin. What's your specialty dish? Just stir-fry a couple of dishes. Lin Feng wasn't particularly picky about food. He just wanted to fill his stomach. Sure, please wait, I'll be right back. With that, she lifted the curtain and went into the kitchen. Daughter, go pour a pot of tea for the guest. No need. Lin Feng was about to speak when he looked up and was stunned. Wasn't this Luo Qingye? There are still tears on her face. So this is her family's shop? I never expected to run into her here. Lu Qingye's eyes were teary as she saw Lin Feng, and she was also surprised. She quickly turned away and calmed down. Then she brought a pot of tea to Lin Feng's table. At this moment, there were only the 2 of them in the shop. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. Young man, the woman walked out at this time. I see that you have a good temperament, and you also came from the convention center. Did you also participate in the actor's audition? Yes, Lin Feng nodded, and it was not wrong to say so. He did sit there all morning. Do you think there is something shady going on inside? Those judges even told my daughter to leave, without even giving her a chance to perform. It really makes me angry. Mom, please say a few less words. The food is still cooking. Her mother didn't know that the person she was complaining about was sitting right under her nose. Afraid that she might say something wrong, she wanted to stop her from speaking. Okay, fine. Lu Qingya's mother shook her head and sighed, then went to the kitchen. Young Master Lin, have some tea. She poured a cup of tea in front of Lin Feng. She was also quite nervous. Although she was eliminated in the audition, she was still a contracted artist of the Jili Guala company. He was the boss's younger brother, so his opinion carried a lot of weight. She didn't dare to offend him. By the way, what happened on stage? Lin Feng asked. I was just a little nervous. She became even more nervous when asked, and Lin Feng noticed it too. Her courage was indeed a bit lacking, or in other words, she hadn't experienced much. She hadn't handled things independently, so she would drop the ball at critical moments. Even if she had the ability, it would be useless if she couldn't show it. However, her sister and the people at the company all said that Lu Qingya was talented. It was indeed a pity that she wasn't selected. Young Master Lin, can you give me another chance? Lu Qingya hesitated. I promise, this time, I will definitely perform well. Looking into her eyes, they were bright and full of expectation. Ding! The system's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Temporary task, set a re-audition test for Lu Qingya, reward 3 million cash, and an additional card draw reward. Here it comes, another temporary task. The last temporary task was to send Ri Yiba home. It seems that the system is also too intelligent. It can obtain information about whatever he is facing. In that case, let's just do the task. The reward is not small. The audition this time has already ended. Lin Feng had just started speaking, and her expression became disappointed again. However, if you can perform at Hanjiang Road Square and do a live broadcast, if the live broadcast audience reaches over 100,000 views, then we can consider giving you another chance. Lu Qingya was both surprised and delighted to hear this. Hanjiang Road Square is one of the most bustling and popular business districts in Jiangcheng. The daily foot traffic is in the tens of thousands. To perform there and do a live broadcast, how strong must her mental resilience be? And it also needs to reach 100,000 views. This difficulty is really not small. The opportunity is given to you, you can consider it. Lin Feng was not deliberately making things difficult for her. This is a necessary test to pass. Daughter, why are you standing there? If you don't agree, come over and serve the food. At this time, Lu Qingya's mother called out from the kitchen. Mom, they agreed to give me another chance. Lu Qingya walked over and said, Really? When did they say that? Just now. That's great. This is a great opportunity for my daughter. But, there are conditions. What conditions? Lu Qingya's mother looked at her, sizing her up. It's not something like accompanying drinking, right? Absolutely not. If that's the case, she would rather give up this opportunity. Oh, no, it's just that I have to go to Hanjiang Road Square to do a live broadcast performance, increase my popularity, and then I can get an interview opportunity. Lu Qingya was afraid her mother would misunderstand, so she quickly explained the situation. Street performance? Her mother was taken aback. Don't say, that interviewer of yours really understands you, your character does need some tempering. In that case, I won't be open for business later. I'll help you prepare. Lu Qingya's mother said, then walked over to Lin Feng. Sir, sorry, my daughter has something to do later, so we might have to close early. It's okay. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Then help me pack the food. With that, he stood up. Lu Qingya's mother quickly packed up the food for Lin Feng. He left the restaurant. Lu Qingya kept staring at his back in a daze. Qingya, what's wrong? Her mother waved her hand in front of her. Do you know each other? It was only then that she realized they seemed to have known each other for a long time. He is my interviewer today, and also the boss's brother. Lu Qingya stomped her foot. It's him. Lu Qingya's mother was a little flustered. Oh no, I said a lot of wrong things just now, and even rushed him away. She started to panic. She wished she could slap herself. But, this handsome young man, looking like he was in his early 20s, she thought he was also a contestant in the audition. Who knew he could judge others? Who could tell? Mom, but he's really nice. Since he gave me this opportunity, I must complete it. Lu Qingya found a way out of her predicament, and at this moment, her heart was also filled with strength. She was truly grateful to Lin Feng. He was her savior. Prestige plus 583. On the other side, after leaving the shop, Lin Feng also received a prompt from the system. Congratulations, host, you have completed the temporary task. Reward is now being issued. 3 million cash has been deposited. 1 lottery card, would you like to draw now? Draw. Lin Feng recited silently while eating. Then, a spinning wheel appeared before him again. As the draw began, the wheel started spinning. It slowed down and finally stopped at one of the sectors. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill of a god-level martial artist. After drawing this skill, the host will gain an all-around martial art skill, including top-notch hand-to-hand combat, top-notch climbing, top-notch marksmanship, top-notch reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities, as well as top-notch wilderness survival skills. At the same time, the host's overall physical fitness will be greatly improved, and strength will be greatly increased. As the system introduced the skill, Lin Feng felt a heat rising within him. It seemed like a powerful force was circulating throughout his body. The key points of various martial arts were also imprinted in his mind. It was truly amazing. According to the system, in a situation of all hand-to-hand combat, he could easily take down 20 unarmed thugs alone. If armed, the number would be even higher. With this skill, he wouldn't need any security when going out. Excited, Lin Feng urgently wanted to find a place to test his martial arts skills and see how good he really was. Thinking like this, he saw a boxing gym ahead. True Kung Fu Gym. If it weren't for the logo being a silhouette of a fist, he would have thought this was a restaurant. Then let's go inside and try it out. Lin Feng resisted the urge to destroy public property that filled his mind. Suppressing this uncontrollable passion, he entered the boxing gym. Welcome. After obtaining a trial card at the front desk, Lin Feng entered the core area of the boxing gym. There were many fitness facilities on both sides, giving the impression of a gym at first glance. As he walked further in, he heard shouts, conversations, and the sound of boxing. In that area, there were several boxing rings enclosed in octagonal cages. Under the rings were many seats. Many people sat on the seats, drinking and watching the intense matches on the stage. It seemed quite authentic, causing adrenaline to surge and blood to boil. However, some people looked dejected and left their seats. Lin Feng took a closer look and realized that there were also gambling-style boxing matches here. Some people placed bets, while others participated in the matches. This was normal. Boxers fought for a living, bettors for entertainment, and the gym providing the venue could earn a commission. It could be said to be a win-win-win activity. Damn, this guy Jason is really amazing. He's been winning since he came to this gym. He even easily KO'd the 3-time Jiangcheng boxing champion, Mafia. Doesn't that mean he can keep winning as long as he's under pressure? Who knows? Mafia is a 3-time champion with many fans. Who would have thought he could lose? On our own turf, being beaten by a foreigner is really despicable. What's the use of complaining? Why don't you go up and fight? Me? I'd better not. If I can't beat Mafia, what am I? I'm out of here. But who is this Jason? What is he doing in our Jiangcheng? I don't know, maybe he's someone's bodyguard, doing a side job. As the people at the seats discussed, Lin Feng saw a shirtless man on the stage, roaring to the sky. He was about 185 centimeters tall, with muscles visible all over his body. His 2 chest muscles looked like ping-pong paddles. There was even a trace of blood on his bald head. Whether it was his own or someone else's was unknown. Damn, is being bald so powerful? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. He found a place to sit down, and a waiter brought him a glass of beer. Anyone else? The man named Jason on the stage was shouting in broken Chinese. After a few shouts, his words became somewhat arrogant. No one dares to come up? His tone gradually became arrogant. They say this is the gym with the most skilled fighters in Jiangcheng, but today, it seems otherwise. There's not a single opponent who can fight. Damn, he actually looks down on us. Someone in the audience couldn't stand it anymore. One of them ran up. I'll challenge him. This person also had some boxing skills and couldn't help but go up to challenge him. However, there was only a wail. In less than 2 minutes, he was carried down, his arms hanging weakly. It seemed like he had a broken bone. A staff member made a mark next to Jason's name on a sign. 9 consecutive wins. As soon as he arrived at the gym, he achieved 9 consecutive wins. The previous highest winning streak at the gym was 10 matches. If no one could stop him, then the gym's longest winning streak record would belong to a foreign face. Who can defeat him? I personally offer a reward of 200,000. At this moment, a voice came from behind the seats. Everyone turned to look. Who is this? She's so beautiful, and she has the aura of a big sister in the martial arts world. You don't know her? You've been here so many times. She's called Sister Hong, the owner of the boxing gym. Who is Sister Hong? She was the overall champion of the Huaxia Boxing Championship 5 years ago, the only female champion in 20 years. So it's her? It's really impressive to win a championship in such a fierce boxing competition. But why didn't she compete anymore? I heard she got injured during training, and she never publicly competed again. It's a pity. Sure, I also heard that she had a relationship with Master Zhong, but it's not confirmed. The crowd discussed the history of the gym owner. Lin Feng also turned to look. He saw Sister Hong wearing loose clothes, with 2 large round earrings hanging from her ears. She stood there with an indifferent expression, arms crossed. She looked about 28 or 29 years old. She was beautiful, but she gave off a distant vibe. Indeed, she had the aura of a big sister, just as the customers had described. Sister Hong is offering a reward of 200,000. Why doesn't anyone step up? A prize of 200,000. Who wouldn't be tempted to win this boxing match? But they had witnessed how powerful Jason's punches were. If they went up, they wouldn't even touch his clothes, and they wouldn't win any money, but they would end up in the hospital. This was no joke. Sister Hong, it seems like no one wants to step into the ring. A subordinate next to Sister Hong said, add another 100,000. Sister Hong didn't want her own gym, with its best record, to be controlled by someone from a foreign land. If people came to see, they would think it wasn't good enough. It would also further diminish their kung fu skills. If she couldn't go up herself, she really wanted to challenge him personally, not to mention winning or losing. She needed to regain her pride. It's 300,000 now, and still no takers? The commotion below became even more intense. This money was enough to buy a BMW 3 Series. The reward was indeed tempting, but they had all seen how powerful Jason was. Who dared to go up and not feel regretful? This beautiful lady, since no one dares to take the 300,000, why not just give it to me directly? I am the king here. Too arrogant. Many people clenched their fists, feeling furious. Let me give it a try. At this moment, a light voice rang out. Everyone looked and saw a young man in his early 20s taking a few steps forward. He was very handsome, like he had just graduated from college. Young man, are you new here? Which school are you from? Don't risk your life for 300,000. Exactly, what's the point of this tender young man fighting? If he hurts his girlfriend, he'll be heartbroken. How do you know he has a girlfriend? I don't know, I'm guessing, but he's so handsome, he definitely has one, maybe even more than one. Sister Hong, is it okay for him to enter the ring? The assistant asked cautiously. If someone got hurt, it would be over. Go, give him a set of protective gear. Sister Hong looked at Lin Feng from a distance, without saying anything unnecessary. He was a very handsome young man, tall and slim, but for some reason, she had a feeling. This kid, despite his young age, definitely had some skills. Thank you. After receiving the boxing equipment provided by the gym, Lin Feng walked towards the boxing ring. No way, he really went up? Is he willing to risk his life for 300,000? I feel like he won't last 3 seconds with that physique. In the seats, many people were discussing his decision to enter the ring. However, that was all they could do. They had come here to have fun. Should we place bets on who will win? Let's not. Is there even any suspense left? Even Ma Aiguo lost. There's no need to say more about this. Amid a buzz of discussion, Lin Feng stepped onto the boxing ring. He mainly wanted to verify the level of his acquired skills in actual combat. This was a great opportunity. Another reason was that this guy named Jason was indeed a bit arrogant. Today, he would let himself vent. Kid, you want to compare with me? Jason looked at the young man in front of him, tall and thin. A hint of disdain appeared on his face. Enough talk, show me what you've got. Lin Feng immediately assumed a stance. Alright, let me show you the power of my fist. Jason also wanted to show off. Facing the person in front of him, he gathered his strength and threw a punch towards Lin Feng's head. Jason is making a move. This punch looks powerful and forceful. Why is he standing still? Is he scared stiff? Hey, move out of the way quickly. If this punch lands, it'll send you to the ICU. Some people in the audience shouted. Sis Hong, is this kid too arrogant? The assistant said on the side. Let's see. Sis Hong furrowed her brows slightly. At this moment, on the boxing ring, with all his might, Jason threw a punch towards Lin Feng's head. It seemed like it was about to hit his head by just a few centimeters. Just as the whole audience held their breath, Lin Feng made his move. He gently blocked with one hand, then swiftly moved away from his original position and grabbed Jason's shoulder with his other hand. What? Is he trying a shoulder throw? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, they were surprised to see that Lin Feng, on the boxing ring, had easily thrown Jason heavily to the ground with just one move. This throw left Jason unable to get up for a long time. I just heard a cracking sound. Could it be a bone fracture? Quick, call an ambulance, my bones are broken. It hurts so much. Jason lay on the boxing ring floor, shouting loudly. Several people quickly carried a stretcher to take him away. It took 6 people, with 2 others lending a hand, to barely carry Jason out. Damn! This kid, he subdued Jason with just one move? And he even threw him over his shoulder? How much strength does that take? Jason, such a big guy, actually got his bones broken? Who is he really? The onlookers were completely stirred up at this moment. It was unbelievable. Jason, who was almost invincible in the boxing gym, was subdued by a seemingly tender young man. Kid, you're going to be famous. I've never seen someone so powerful. He defeated Jason, the big monster. He's the true king of boxing. Lin Feng also looked at his own hand. He was somewhat surprised. Was this the skill bestowed by the system? With just one move, he had caused a professional boxer of over 200 pounds to suffer a bone fracture? And he felt like he had only used 30% of his strength. At this moment, the audience outside the ring was shouting loudly. Many people were shouting and recording short videos, posting them on platforms. How could such an amazing person not be shared? The video of young man Kong, the professional boxing champion with one move, quickly went viral on the local channel. Comments, shares, and likes were rapidly increasing. Sir, hello, this is your 30,000 prize money. Following Sis Hong's instructions, the assistant walked over and handed Lin Feng a check. This money was too easy to earn. 30,000 in less than a minute on stage. But he deserves to earn it. Even if some people suspected that Jason had colluded to fake the fight. Firstly, he had no reason to lose in such a humiliating way and get a bone fracture. Secondly, even if he cooperated, you still needed the strength to lift a few hundred pounds with one hand. They struggled to carry a bucket of water weighing tens of caddies. Thank you. Lin Feng also didn't stand on ceremony, took the check, and prepared to leave. He came here to test his skills. Now that his goal has been achieved, there is no need to stay any longer. Sir, please stay. At this moment, Rainbow's voice came from behind. Sir, can we chat for a bit? Rainbow held 2 glasses of red wine, with fiery red lips, smiling very friendly. What do you want to chat about? Lin Feng took a glass of red wine. He smiled faintly. He remembered someone had just said that Rainbow seemed to have a story with Mr. Zheng. If this rumor is true, shouldn't he call her aunt? Sir, please sit here. Rainbow gestured for Lin Feng to sit on a sofa. She also sat down, crossing her legs. Sir, I'm Chen Yuhong, the owner of this boxing gym. Your performance just now was impressive. You saved face for the gym, thank you. As she spoke, she extended the glass of red wine. I'm Lin Feng. However, I only took action for the 300,000 prize money. No need to thank me. Lin Feng raised his glass and clinked it with hers. Lin Feng? Chen Yuhong searched her mind but seemed to have no information about him. I didn't expect it. Your skills are so good. How did you train? I didn't train much. Maybe I was born with extraordinary strength. Lin Feng smiled. He couldn't reveal the systematic things about himself, could he? Otherwise, he might be taken away and dissected. Haha, Mr. Lin is really humorous. Chen Yuhong also laughed heartily. People born with extraordinary strength do exist. However, explaining how to subdue a professional expert with one move using divine power is not very convincing. Moreover, his movements just now were very standard. These were typical movements that only professional players would have. For a moment, she couldn't help but become more interested in this young man who was a few years younger than her. By the way, Mr. Lin, since you are so young, where are you working now? Me? Lin Feng thought for a moment. I'm doing some business with my family. I don't know if Mr. Lin is interested in working for me. I can offer you this figure, she said, holding up 3 fingers. An annual salary of 3 million, how about it? My goodness, 3 million. The assistant beside her couldn't even breathe properly. 3 million, equivalent to his 10 years' salary. And this kid was still hesitating? He had worked for so many years, starting as a miscellaneous worker with a monthly salary of 3,000, and gradually becoming the assistant by Rainbow's side today. This process took him a full 3 to 4 years. And this kid, younger than him, just showed off a bit and was offered an annual salary of 3 million? Who wouldn't be greatly shocked by this? If he had known earlier that boxing could be a shortcut, he would have learned it. 3 million, sounds really good. Lin Feng smiled. Thank you for valuing me so much, Rainbow, but I don't think my family would agree. With that, he also raised his glass of red wine and clinked it with Rainbow's. Ah, what a pity. Rainbow sighed. It was only natural that she couldn't control such a peerless boxing genius. She had witnessed Lin Feng's performance on the field just now, as well as his demeanor. It could be said that he had not fully demonstrated his true strength. Perhaps, he had only used 70% of his power. With this ability, it was no exaggeration to say that even winning a national championship would be no problem. So, Mr. Lin, are you free? Would you like to have dinner together? By now, the sky had slowly darkened. It was time for dinner. Chen Yuhong also sincerely invited him. For some reason, she always felt very close to Lin Feng. He seemed to have a magnetic force that firmly attracted his own gaze. He wanted to get to know this younger brother better. Okay, sure. But let's skip dinner and go somewhere for a drink. Lin Feng agreed this time. It wouldn't be appropriate to refuse a beautiful woman's invitation twice. And he didn't have anything else to do at the moment. It was just a meal, it wouldn't delay anything. Seeing Lin Feng agree, Hong Jia quickly instructed her assistant. Hurry and make arrangements. Not long after, in a pub, Lin Feng and Chen Yuhong appeared at a table. Mr. Lin, here, I toast to you. Chen Yuhong raised a glass of wine. Yuhong, you're too polite. I'll also toast to you. Lin Feng returned the gesture. Mr. Lin, you look very familiar to me. Here, bottoms up. With the music, after a few drinks, Chen Yuhong opened up. When I look at you, it's like seeing an old friend. When Lin Feng heard this, he thought of what he had heard from the guests at the gym. Could it be that she was asking about Wen Tianzhong? After all, some people said they had a history. Really? An old friend. It's my first time meeting you too. At this moment, Lin Feng didn't want to reveal his identity so soon, although it might be known sooner or later. Really looks like him. Chen Yuhong rested her chin on her hand, with a faint blush on her cheeks. At that time, I was only in my teens, and he was about your age. Once on my way home from school, I ran into some thugs who stopped me. If he hadn't shown up and punched those thugs, I might not have escaped. I can remember his shadow for a lifetime. It was from that day on that I vowed to learn boxing, both to protect myself and to be like him. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop. Maybe it was because seeing Lin Feng had stirred up old memories. Maybe it was the effect of alcohol. Yuhong, you've had enough to drink. It's time to go back. The assistant, seeing Chen Yuhong's condition not far away, hurriedly spoke up. Judging by her state, it seemed like a sign of being drunk. If she ended up completely drunk, he wouldn't be able to get her back. I haven't had too much to drink, you just wait over there. Chen Yuhong directly pushed him away. I didn't say to go back, so don't take matters into your own hands. With her saying that, what else could the assistant say? He could only step aside. Yuhong, it's about time to go back. Lin Feng also said at this point. If she kept talking, she might say something she shouldn't. They're over there. At this moment, a noisy sound suddenly rang out. A car stopped, and a few people got out and surrounded them. They all looked big. They were all over 1.8 meters tall, some even close to 1.9 meters. They had beards, and were burly. Not only that, they even had a few 2-foot-long machetes in their hands. A beam of light shone, and the machetes gleamed with sharpness. A few unsteady people helped each other as they passed by. Seeing this scene, the alcohol instantly sobered up, and they fled the scene. Who are you? Are you looking for the wrong person? The assistant spoke boldly. We didn't get it wrong. The leader, holding a long knife, came forward. Pointing at Lin Feng, he said, You're the one who injured Jason, aren't you? And you, aren't you the boxing gym owner with a 300,000 bounty? With these words, Lin Feng suddenly realized. So, these people had come to seek revenge for Jason. Judging by their appearance, it seemed like an organized operation. Obviously, Jason's serious injury had angered them. What do you want? Chen Yuhong said at this point. What do you want? The person who injured us, do you think it's over just like that? The leader sneered. Lose an arm or a leg, it's your choice. I'm the one who did the beating, come at me. Lin Feng stepped forward. Don't be in a hurry, you have your share. You injured Jason, so it's not as simple as losing an arm or a leg, the leader chuckled. At this moment, the assistant wanted to call the police. A person stepped forward and swiftly slashed at his arm holding the phone. Ah! Rainbow's assistant screamed, holding his arm. The sound was extremely miserable. Blood spurted from the arm, and even the white bone could be vaguely seen. The sudden incident startled both Rainbow and Lin Feng. Rainbow, watching her assistant being attacked, was filled with anger. You thugs! You won't get away today. Look at you, we have 10 people, and you're just 2. Do you still want to struggle meaninglessly? The leader's words had just fallen when the group burst into laughter. Not only did they have the numerical advantage, but they were also good friends with Jason. Their skills were also similar. Dealing with this man and woman was completely sufficient. Even if you have 10 people, so what? Lin Feng's voice sounded cold at this moment. He had just witnessed the brutality of these people and couldn't bear it. Especially with several blue-eyed individuals in the crowd. In their own territory, they were injuring people at will. How could he stand by? Besides, with his current combat skills, dealing with these 10 people might not guarantee victory, but it would definitely be a stable win. Good kid, so what if you know some martial arts? Let me show you how tough I am, the leader shouted. Stanley, show him what you've got. With that command, a person walked out from the crowd. Similarly, he was holding a long knife. Kid, today you'll experience my prowess. Stanley didn't waste any words. He raised the long knife and quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, run! Chen Yuhong saw the other side making a move and hurriedly shouted. Although he was skilled in martial arts, he was unarmed. The long knife on the other side was too sharp and intimidating. Lin Feng's figure also moved at this moment. Trying to run? Stanley saw Lin Feng starting to move and shouted. He swung the knife down towards his head. Mr. Lin! Chen Yuhong closed her eyes. However, the next moment, what she heard was Stanley's scream. Opening her eyes, she saw the long knife somehow in Lin Feng's hand. Stanley was holding his stomach and screaming in pain after being slashed. The group couldn't believe their eyes. Just as Stanley's knife was about to strike him, his figure suddenly flashed and he was at Stanley's side. He effortlessly took the knife from him with one hand, despite Stanley's immense strength. It was truly astonishing. They were shocked, and even Rainbow was surprised. She had thought that Lin Feng was only skilled in martial arts, but he could also perform the act of disarming someone barehanded? The other side was not just some ordinary people. I thought you were so tough, but it turns out you're just like this. Thanks for the long knife. Lin Feng stood in place, mocking them. Why don't you all come at me together? I'm in a hurry. Damn it, he's making me so angry. The leader, a big man, was completely hot-tempered. Provoked by Lin Feng, he reached out and waved his hand. All together, kill him. After a command was given, 6 or 7 people rushed towards Lin Feng from 4 directions with knives. Lin Feng pushed Chen Yuhong away to keep her out of the fighting circle. Then he himself rushed into the crowd with a knife. This is too fast, Chen Yuhong said from a dozen meters away, watching the moving crowd. She couldn't clearly see Lin Feng's figure. There was only a lingering shadow in the crowd, constantly changing positions. The crisp sound of blades colliding occasionally rang out, followed by the screams of those big men. After flashes of cold light, people were constantly being thrown out of the crowd. Before long, those few people all fell down, groaning in pain. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood, and the ground was littered with fallen long knives. Only you two left. Lin Feng pointed to the leader of the big men. Brother Knife, what should we do? He's really too powerful. The person next to him, looking like a confidant, was extremely nervous. You're so useless, get lost, Brother Knife said angrily, kicking him hard. Why take it out on your own people? Lin Feng, seeing his frustrated look, continued to mock him. All right, even if you're powerful, I don't believe you're invincible, he said, pulling out a gun and pointing it in Lin Feng's direction. Dare to provoke me? See if this gun agrees. Chen Yuhong gasped. He's using a gun? In all her years, she had never seen a real gun up close, except for the security guard she encountered at the bank. At this moment, a car's headlights flashed by, followed by a car driving over. Oh my, what's going on? A person got out of the car, quickly assessing the situation and giving orders to send everyone to the hospital for treatment without delay. As he approached, Lin Feng recognized the familiar voice. Looking again, wasn't it his uncle, Wen Tianzhong? Why was he here? Glancing at Chen Yuhong, she too was surprised to see Wen Tianzhong. So it's Uncle Wen, what's the matter? Brother Knife's expression softened a bit upon seeing Wen Tianzhong. The title of the underground boss of Jiangcheng was well known to everyone in Jiangcheng. Even Brother Knife had to show some respect. Brother Knife, when Tianzhong walked up to him and pressed down on the gun barrel. This is my nephew. It's not appropriate to point the gun at him. When Tianzhong smiled politely, but his actions revealed his stance. Your nephew? Brother Knife looked at Wen Tianzhong, then at Lin Feng, and at the several cars Wen Tianzhong had brought. He felt a bit wary. With only 2 of them left, their opponents now had the upper hand. If a shot were fired, given Wen Tianzhong's temperament, he would definitely tear him apart. Because his usual way of doing things was to be polite before resorting to force. When he had aimed the gun at Lin Feng earlier, Wen Tianzhong had not immediately lost his temper, showing his fear of the gun. Now that the gun was pointed at the ground, Brother Knife felt the confidence to turn the tables at any moment. Yes, my nephew, Wen Tianzhong patted Brother Knife's shoulder. For my sake, let's just leave it at that. Leave it at that? Brother Knife looked at Wen Tianzhong. Look at the people lying on the ground just now, they were all my brothers. Can I just let it go? Can my boss agree? In the end, Brother Knife was also working for someone else. This revenge mission for Jason was originally a private affair. With so many casualties now, he couldn't explain it. Brother knife. When Tianzhong smiled again, the situation has already occurred, and I will come to handle it. Continuing to entangle further is not beneficial to anyone. Why bother with this? As he spoke, several of Wen Tianzhong's men also took a few steps forward, exerting an invisible pressure on him. Is Master Zhang threatening me? At this moment, Dao Gu also softened his stance. If I insist on taking your nephew today, what will you do? When Tianzhong's expression changed at this moment, almost saying the words shameless. He had always been able to mediate conflicts with just 3 sentences. Today, he had already said more than 3 sentences here and was losing patience. Seeing the conflict about to escalate again, Lin Feng slowly spoke with a seemingly ambiguous smile on his face. So, according to you, am I going to pay with my life today? This sentence left Dao Gu confused. Perhaps he initially wanted Lin Feng to pay with his life. However, at this moment, when Tianzhong suddenly intervened, and he realized the relationship between the two, now, he was truly in a difficult position. But for him, as someone accustomed to being arrogant, he had to regain control of the situation. This matter can be easily resolved, Dao Gu smiled. As long as you apologize to Jason in person and bear all the medical expenses for my brothers, and guarantee not to oppose us in the future, this matter will be considered resolved. Impossible. This time, both Lin Feng and Wen Tianzhong shouted at the same time. For Lin Feng, he had done nothing wrong and had no reason to apologize. For Wen Tianzhong, Lin Feng was his nephew. As an underground figure in Jiangcheng, he had not spent so many years in vain. So, are you planning to continue opposing us? Dao Ji's face darkened and became very ugly. What else? Wen Tianzhong smiled. You better understand that in Jiangcheng, I have the final say. As soon as he finished speaking, his men took another step forward, creating a strong sense of coercion. Let's see who dares to do anything to me. Dao Gu shouted loudly, raising his gun again. Have you forgotten what I have in my hands? Who dares to come up? The dark barrel of the gun was raised. The people on the scene were also startled, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Wen Tianzhong was not afraid of the gun, but he was unprepared when he came. If they really tore their faces and disregarded the consequences, he, after all, was only flesh and blood and could not withstand bullets. Bang! At this moment, a gunshot rang out from somewhere. The gunshot was not loud, clearly suppressed. Dao Ji's hand holding the gun was hit, and the handgun fell. He groaned in pain, clutching the injured area. Just as he was about to curse, he saw the scene in front of him and immediately became obedient. Arrest all the criminals! With the announcement from a loudspeaker, the headlights of the vehicles in front lit up. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of armored vehicles could be heard. There was not just one. Lin Feng looked over and saw a convoy of armored vehicles marching on the street not far away. There were jeeps at the front and rear. Obviously, they had noticed the situation here. Then, Lin Feng saw many people in camouflage coming over and controlling the group of about 10 people led by Dao Gu. Quickly contact the police and take these people away, commanded a middle-aged man at the front. His face was stern and imposing, exuding a powerful aura. He was also wearing a military uniform that looked old and worn, but there were no military insignias on it. However, being able to mobilize so many people indicated that his official position was definitely not small. The scene before him presented no problem. He acted decisively and swiftly. When Tianzhong looked at the middle-aged man for a while before tentatively calling out, "Are you Donga?" The middle-aged man, having completed the small task, was about to lead the team away. Upon hearing the call, he turned to Wen Tianzhong, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "You are Wen Tianzhong? Donga, it's really you, I am Tianzhong." Lin Feng saw his uncle's expression completely relax. It was the expression one would have when meeting an old friend. It's really unexpected to meet you here. At this moment, Hong Jia, after clearly seeing the middle-aged man's face, also fell into great astonishment. Just now, she felt a familiar feeling from the man's figure. When he turned around, she confirmed it was him. This was the person she had mentioned to Lin Feng at the tavern. "Come, Lin Feng, come over here, this is your dad." When Tianzhong remembered the important matter and quickly waved to Lin Feng. "My son?" Lin Zhendong was also puzzled at this moment. He rarely returned home due to his long-term missions. He knew he had a son, who had been brought back by his wife not long ago. However, he was still on an external mission at the time. Although he had received the news, communication was difficult, so he hadn't called back immediately. At this moment, seeing the tall young man standing in front of him, Lin Zhendong was taken aback. It was too similar. Wasn't this just like he was when he was young? He walked up to Lin Feng, feeling 1,000 emotions in his heart. After looking at Lin Feng for several seconds, he finally stretched out his arms and gave him a hug. "You are really my son. It's great. I finally see you." At this moment, Hong Jia was shocked on the side. When she saw Lin Feng earlier, she felt he looked familiar. Was this the real evidence of their father-son relationship? However, this father and son seemed not very familiar with each other. Lin Feng also confirmed at this moment. This was his commanding officer father. He finally saw the real person. Moreover, as soon as he returned, he used unquestionable means to help him solve a problem. At this moment, he also felt infinite emotion in his heart. However, didn't his mother, Qin Mufei, say that he wouldn't be back for another week? There were still several days left. At this time, an aide walked up to Lin Jindong. He whispered, "Commander Lin, we still have a mission." "I know." At this moment, Lin Jindong regained the dignity a commander should have. He let go of the embrace, straightened his military uniform, and said to Lin Feng, "Son, there's still a mission for your father to carry out. We have to leave immediately. I'll be back home in a few days, and we'll have a good reunion." Then he said to Wen Tianzhong, "It's too late now. You take Lin Feng back first." After everything was arranged, as they were about to leave, he saw Chen Yuhong on the side. He was stunned. This beautiful woman in front of him felt familiar. "Hello, Commander Lin. Just now, Lin Feng helped me out." Chen Yuhong also said calmly. "That's good, take care." After Lin Jindong finished instructing, he returned to the jeep. Rumble. The vehicles started one after another, emitting a resounding roar. The massive and domineering figure of the armored vehicles made Lin Feng feel a burning sensation in his heart. Every boy has a military dream from a young age. However, in the process of growing up, it is more or less forgotten. At this moment, seeing the orderly armored forces marching in formation, the DNA in his heart couldn't help but stir. It was really cool. At this moment, he regretted a bit why he didn't mention to his father that he wanted to visit the war zone. "I will go to the shooting range again. However, my father will be back in a few days. There will be a chance to bring it up then." Thinking like this, I saw the car my father was riding in start and then suddenly stop after a few steps. What's going on? Then, Lin Jindong got off the car again. When Tianzhong had just prepared to leave with Lin Feng when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Could it be that Commander Lin knew about some bad things he had done before and wanted to warn him? Even though he was a big shot in Jiangcheng, in front of Dongga, he was nothing. Besides, he had been scolded by him many times before. That's why he was afraid of Lin Jindong and Qin Mufei. It was a matter of bloodline suppression. As it turned out, when Tianzhong was overthinking, Commander Lin only had eyes for his son, Lin Feng. Lin Jindong walked up to his son again. "I heard from your mother that you have graduated from university?" "Yes, I just graduated." Lin Feng nodded. "Do you have a job?" This was the father's typical question. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. If he said he was working, it was true that he didn't have a job. But he already had a few companies under his belt, so he couldn't be considered unemployed. "Dongga, I handed Yunchang Grenjian to Lin Feng, and it's running well. It's legal," Wen Tianzhong quickly added. In front of Dongga, he was somewhat unstable. Lin Jindong gave him a stern look, as if to say, "Who asked you?" Moreover, as a commander, he naturally had high expectations for his son's future career. Being the owner of an entertainment venue, even if he earned billions in a year, was not respectable. "I see." He looked at his watch and then said, "Lin Feng, if you are interested, you can consider working in the Jingchu theater zone. Come to the theater zone in a few days to find me, and I'll show you around. Get a feel for it." He only said these few sentences, but the meaning was already clear. As a commander, he wanted his son to develop in the theater zone, with the possibility of taking over his position in the future. In any case, even if he followed the normal process and became a regimental cadre in the future, it would be a legitimate job. He only had one son in the Lin family. He couldn't afford to choose the wrong path. "Okay, father, I will consider it carefully." Lin Feng nodded. It was the first time he called Lin Jindong father. Commander Lin felt a pang in his heart. Then he patted his shoulder. "Lin Feng, you've suffered over the years. Since you've come back, I won't let you suffer anymore. I have a mission to attend to." After that, he returned to the car. This time, the car drove off without stopping. The massive armored vehicles also drove off one after another. Wow, why is it so noisy? It's so magical, there are armored vehicles marching. It's the first time I've seen armored vehicles up close, so cool, right? Hurry, take a picture. Take a picture, always taking pictures, looking for trouble. At this moment, several passers-by, seeing the orderly convoy, also became excited. Anything related to the military naturally stirred up their blood. "Hey, what are those people doing? I just chatted with them for a while. Who knows, maybe they were criticized for taking random photos. Are you kidding me? Among those people is Wen Tianzhong. Wow, really? Wen Tianzhong is being scolded like a grandson? Who is that person? I heard that there will be a mountain warfare exercise in the southern mountains of Jingchu recently. You know the hypothetical enemy, right? I won't say more. Another riddle person, looking for a fight. The passers-by dispersed with laughter. Lin Feng, let's go home. Wen Tianzhong patted his shoulder. If there's nothing else today, where else can I go? You've been back for several days and haven't come to my house to visit. Okay, we'll go in a while, Lin Feng nodded. Seeing Hong Jia next to him, he said, Hong Jia, you should go home soon too. She probably hadn't seen the scene just now and was probably scared. Lin Feng, Chen Yuhong didn't know how to talk to him. Mentioning his father, the person she couldn't forget, the person she brought up herself? Forget it. His son was already so grown up. What was she still fantasizing about? Chen Yuhong? When Tianzhong saw her at this time and also had some impression. It's not safe at night, I'll have someone take you home. No need, I can go by myself. Hong Jia declined and then left the scene. Let's go, Lin Feng, we're going home. When Tianzhong got in the car, Lin Feng also got in the car. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached level 6. Unlocking a new family tree relative identity modification reward once. Do you want to modify now? Modify. Lin Feng confirmed the information. However, he didn't have high expectations for this family tree modification. Mainly because after seeing his father, Lin Jindong, he was shocked. In the entire Jingchu war zone, tens of thousands of people and guns were under his control, and he had the final say. With such a commanding father, what other relatives could have a higher status? He just hoped for some unique occupational identities, even if they didn't have top-level power and money. Taking a different path was also good. Then, new unlocked relatives and occupational information appeared before him. What's this? Lin Feng's eyes widened when he saw a certain set of information. Okay, this one. Lin Feng quickly made a choice in his mind. Congratulations, host, the modification of family tree relative information is successful, please confirm. Relative, grandmother. Name, Miao Runlan. Age, 80. Occupation, Southern Ridge Guart. Successor, head of Yaogu Town. Specialty, Guart. Medical skills, divination. Proficient in everything. Yaogu Town. This name was well known to him. Yaogu Town was located in the Southern Ridge, about 7 or 8 hours drive from Jingchu. It took about an hour and a half by plane. It was a place full of legends, and there were even special documentaries about it. The town was famous for two things. First, the people there generally lived long lives. Living to 100 was a guarantee, and there were plenty of people who lived to 120. However, as soon as they left the town to live elsewhere, no matter how they took care of themselves, their average lifespan would be at least 20% shorter. There was a kind of evil nature both inside and out. It was unknown how they achieved this, even after scientific studies, the reason couldn't be found. The second thing was that every household in Yaogu Town produced medicine. Despite the background of modern medicine, the brand Nanling Yaogu still held a place and was highly effective for various diseases. Moreover, the secret of making medicine was passed down through women, not men. So this was a rare place that favored women over men for thousands of years. This grandmother, whom he had never met, was actually the head of the town. This was quite a shock. Looking at the photo of his grandmother on the information, she had a kind and spirited look. Clearly, she was 80 years old, but she looked like she was in her 50s. She seemed like a very loving grandmother. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He directly confirmed the relative's information. Congratulations, host, confirmed relative information, with a bonus of 1 draw. The familiar system prompt sounded again in his mind after he made the choice. Drawl. Lin Feng directly thought. Now it was like a well-trodden path for him. If there was a reward, he would take it, and if there was something, he would accept it. As the draw screen ended, the rewards he received also appeared. Congratulations, host, you have won the grand prize, the body that is immune to all poisons. This skill can allow the host to be immune to any toxic and radioactive substances. This includes artificial pesticides such as wankaku, southwest poisonous mushrooms, various poisonous insects and toxins, as well as chemical and nuclear radiation. Validity period, lifetime. Oh my. Lin Feng felt somewhat surprised. This reward also eliminated the possibility of him ending up in the underworld. How many people wish to have such an indestructible body? Moreover, it can also protect against nuclear radiation. Lin Feng remembered the news he had just read. So, even swimming and bathing in the nuclear wastewater discharged daily in a certain country would be fine. Lin Feng immediately claimed the reward. Lin Feng. At this moment, Wendy and Zhong suddenly call out to him. What's wrong with your uncle? Your grandmother is calling. He pointed to his phone. There was an incoming call displayed on it. Wendy and Zhong knew that his mother-in-law, Miao Runlan, had been staying in Nanling and rarely came out. She had only visited Jiangcheng 3 times in so many years, and she wouldn't easily call him. At this time, the call should be because of Lin Feng. He answered the phone first. Hello, Mom. Hello, Tianzhong. After the call was connected, a middle-aged female voice came from the other end. The reason why it was said to be a middle-aged woman was that the voice sounded very loud and powerful. It didn't sound like an 80-year-old person at all. I heard that Xiaoyu is with you, is that right? Yes, Mom, he's in my car. Wendy and Zhong answered honestly. Let Xiaoyu listen to the phone. Hello, Grandma. Lin Feng took the phone and shouted. Xiaoyu, Grandma misses you. How about coming to Grandma's place for a couple of days? Ha? Lin Feng was a little stunned. Did his grandmother just invite him to Nanling? It's a 1.5-hour flight, isn't it a bit far? He had never been so far away from home in his life. Is Xiaoyu dating a girlfriend? Then bring your girlfriend along. Don't worry, we have a lot of fun here. Folk Street, 1,000-year-old ancient town, very beautiful. Grandma kept saying. She was looking forward to Lin Feng's visit. Grandma's words were not false. Yabu town itself was famous for its longevity and medicinal herbs. Therefore, it has spawned many characteristic tourist projects and facilities. Because of its ancient history and many ancient buildings, it has been listed as a historical famous town for protection. The annual tourist traffic is also very high, reaching several tens of thousands of people. It's almost the same distance from Jiangcheng to Shizhou. Just as Lin Feng hesitated. Ding! Now releasing a temporary task. Go to Yaogu Town in Nanling for sightseeing, reward 60% equity of Jingchu Tourism Group. 60% equity is the reward for 1 day. For each additional day, an additional 5% equity reward. Hearing the random task released by the system again. This random task was much more generous than the previous ones. Jingchu Tourism Group manages several well-known tourist projects in Jingchu. Among them, there are 5 5A-level scenic spots. Not only that, the group has also developed 2 large theme parks. At the same time, the third park has been selected, right in Nanling City. Corresponding supporting facilities include hotels, elderly care, hot springs, and other industries. The group's total assets exceed 10 billion. The annual profit is over 2 billion. As long as he goes, this group will be his. If he gets this reward, it will be the richest company under his name. Moreover, cultural tourism is also an industry that China will focus on supporting in the future. With this as a starting point, the prospects are truly limitless if developed well. The new richest person might be in the cultural tourism industry. Lin Feng couldn't help but be tempted. A trip could earn him $1 billion group? Where else could he find such a good deal? Hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to this 60% equity, which is 6 billion in assets. Before I left, I was just known as the son of the richest man and the son of a commander. But after coming back, I became the chairman of a large corporation. I want to be myself, not always labeled as someone's son. Okay, Grandma, I'll leave at dawn. Lin Feng made a decision. These days, whenever he had free time, he would go play for a couple of days. When he returned to Jiangcheng, his parents had also just returned, and the whole family could reunite. Great, Xiaoyu, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the town tomorrow. Grandma hung up the phone. It was clear that Grandma was really happy. Lin Feng was also infected by this emotion. The feeling of someone looking forward to his return home was truly beautiful. After hanging up the phone, he called his secretary Yun Meyer, even though it was late at night. She answered immediately, as if she was always waiting for his call. Lin Xiao, what are your orders? What time is the earliest flight to Nanling City tomorrow? Please wait a moment, Lin Xiao. Let me check for you. Yun Meyer quickly checked the system. In response to Lin Xiao, the earliest flight is at 8 a.m. Arriving in Nanling around 9:30 a.m. Business class. Do you want me to book it now? Yes, book that flight for me. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Xiao, are you going to visit the old lady this time? Do you need to prepare some gifts? Yun Meyer asked again. Obviously, she also knew the reason for this trip. Lin Feng's grandmother was a prominent figure. With this reminder, Lin Feng remembered that it was not good to go empty-handed on his first visit. Alright, then help me prepare some gifts. We'll go together tomorrow. Lin Feng's idea was simple. As a capable secretary, Yun Meyer would naturally handle the etiquette of preparing gifts well. He didn't have to worry about it. Also, going to Yaogu Town alone might be boring, but with Yun Meyer's company, it would be a nice journey. After all, she was designated by Qin Mufei to be at his beck and call. Okay, Lin Xiao. Yun Meyer was a bit surprised by Lin Xiao's arrangement, but she immediately went to handle it, rearranging or delaying the corresponding work processes. Xiaoyu, I'll take you to the airport tomorrow to see you off. When Tianzhong knew that he was going to Yaogu town for 2 days, he offered to take him. Then I'll trouble uncle. Lin Feng also enjoyed this feeling. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Yun Meyer came to pick up Lin Feng early. Since he was only going for a couple of days, he didn't bring much, just a backpack. After completing all the procedures at Jiangcheng Airport and boarding the plane, Lin Feng was surprised to find that there were only him and Yun Meyer in the business class cabin. But it was understandable. For such a short trip, a couple of hours, any seat would do. A flight attendant in uniform was doing the final checks before takeoff. When she saw Lin Feng in the business class, she was amazed. Oh my, this guy is so handsome. He looks like a model from a commercial, even more handsome than a model. She couldn't contain her excitement and went to the crew rest area. Did you see that? There's a handsome guy in the business class. I saw him when I was distributing drinks, he's really handsome. Isn't this flight from Jiangcheng to Nanling? Nanxiao, maybe he's from your hometown. Several flight attendants turned to a flight attendant sitting in the corner, reading a book. Hey, Nanxiao, did you hear that? One of the flight attendants nudged her. Nanxiao looked up, her face finely crafted. Fair-skinned, big-eyed, with a melon-seed face. There is a kind of beauty that seems otherworldly. There is a hint of confusion in her expression. Huh? What fellow villager? This is Nanxiao, she's so engrossed in her book. There's a handsome guy in the business class, maybe he's from your hometown. I'm not interested in dating. Nanxiao blinked her long eyelashes, then looked out the window. As a flight attendant for Jiangcheng Airlines for so long, she finally got the chance to fly to Nanling this time. After getting off the plane this time, she won't be scheduled for another flight so soon. It's a good opportunity to go home and visit. As for the handsome guy in the business class, Nanxiao has met too many people on the plane, and she instinctively rejects it. The other flight attendants saw that Nanxiao wasn't interested and went about their own business. Lin Xiao, would you like something to drink? At this moment, the plane had already taken off, and the morning sun was just breaking through the clouds in the distance. In the business class, Yun Meyer asked. No, I don't want to drink water right now. Lin Feng said, yawning. Then, Lin Xiao, shall I give you a massage? Seeing Lin Feng looking tired, Yun Meyer thought he must not have slept well last night, so she stepped forward and asked. You know how to massage? Lin Feng was surprised and suddenly not sleepy. Xindong often has meetings and works overtime, her neck and waist are not good, so I specifically found a master to learn a few tricks, and I give her a massage in my spare time. Yun Meyer explained. I see. Lin Feng understood. As the chief secretary of Jiangcheng's richest man, it's not strange for him to have a few skills. Then help me with the massage. Such a beautiful woman, it's also a kind of enjoyment. A journey of over an hour, just enough to pass the time. So Yun Meyer moved her fingers and wrists. She walked to Lin Feng's seat. First, she rhythmically massaged his head and neck. Lin Feng closed his eyes. It turned out that Yun Meyer's technique was really good. The strength and rhythm were just right. He felt a kind of floating feeling, and the fatigue in his body also dissipated a lot. No wonder she could sit steadily as the chief secretary next to her mother, Qin Mufei. There's really something about her. Lin Xiao, how do you feel? Pretty good. What about other places? Massage my knees and legs too. Okay, Lin Xiao. Yun Meyer said. She walked to Lin Feng and half squatted down. At this time, Nanxiao was busy outside and walked to the business class. Through the opaque glass, she vaguely saw a girl squatting in front of a boy. Her face turned red, and she quickly slipped away. Nanxiao, didn't I ask you to go and see if the business class passengers need anything? Why are you back so soon? The chief steward asked. They probably don't need anything. Nanxiao hurriedly left. What's going on? The chief steward peeked and seemed to realize something. How could this happen on the plane? He looked at the list of business class passengers. Lin Feng, Yun Meyer. These two names seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard them. Lin Xiao, how do you feel now? Yun Meyer asked as she massaged his legs. I feel good. Lin Feng was quite satisfied. However, at this moment, there was a sudden restlessness in his heart. Lin Xiao, this. Yun Meyer quickly noticed something different. This early in the morning. Shall we? Lin Feng smiled. Since the plane had taken off, why not let it land? Yun Meyer propped up Lin Feng's knees. With his eyes closed, he leaned in. At this time, the plane was flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Lin Feng lay half reclined in the business class seat, watching the white clouds pass by one outside. In the corner of his eye, Yun Meyer occasionally brushed her loose hair behind her ear. 1 hour later, the plane finally began to descend. Outside the porthole, a city appeared. The size of the city was smaller than Jiangcheng, but it was still a decent prefecture-level city, nestled among mountains and rivers like a precious pearl. After Lin Feng took a deep breath, Yun Meyer started coughing violently. Here, he handed her a bottle of water. She took it and quickly walked to the restroom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to arrive at Nanling City. Please prepare your belongings. The broadcast inside the cabin announced the flight attendant's reminder. Lin Feng also stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder. As he walked out of the business class, he saw a flight attendant guiding passengers. There was a cold feeling about her. Although she smiled sweetly and beautifully, it was clearly a trained smile. Lin Feng thought that if she wasn't pretty enough, she might not have been able to keep her job. Looking at her name tag, it read Nan Xiao. At this moment, a passenger suddenly shouted, "Hey, how can you walk and step on my foot?" Nan Xiao turned around and realized that she accidentally stepped on someone behind her when she moved back. Wearing high heels, it did hurt a bit when she stepped down. But when she saw the person, she felt a bit pleased. Just now on the plane, he repeatedly pestered her, asked her to deliver things, and even tried several times to get her WeChat. However, out of professional attitude, she still apologized. "I'm sorry, sir, it was not intentional." "Not intentional? I think you did it on purpose," the passenger shouted. "Call your chief steward, I want to complain about you." "I'm very sorry, sir, she just started working and caused you trouble." Another flight attendant who had a good relationship with Nan Xiao stood up to try to resolve the conflict. "Just started working and already acting so arrogant?" The passenger looked very annoyed. "If you don't want to be complained about, you can invite me to dinner and apologize, and we can forget about this." When this was said, Nan Xiao's face also turned cold. Apologize and invite to dinner? She didn't even want to give out her WeChat, and now he was thinking too much. At this time, the passenger blocking the door had already caused dissatisfaction among other passengers, including Lin Feng. "That's enough, stop being so stubborn." Lin Feng was in a hurry to complete the temporary task issued by the system before leaving, to obtain shares of the Jingchu Tourism Group. Being stuck here at this time was making him very impatient. "Hey, who do you think you are? It's none of your business." The passenger looked up at Lin Feng. Yes, he was a full head shorter than Lin Feng. He looked about 170 centimeters, maybe only 169 centimeters. "I have no interest in you. But you're delaying other people's schedules," Lin Feng said. Many passengers also complained. "Yeah, my mom is still waiting for me. I called for a ride, and they might cancel the order if I'm late." This person has no manners at all. Being criticized by other passengers, the man's face couldn't bear it. "Let me tell you, you better not mess with me. Do you know who I am? I am..." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly cried out in pain. When he reacted, he found that he had been punched in the nose. He wiped his hand and found it covered in blood. "You dare to hit me? I'll make you regret it. Do you want another punch?" Lin Feng said coldly. The punch just now was only using 10% of his strength, and the man's nose was already bleeding heavily. The next punch wouldn't be so polite. Okay, just you wait." The passenger's previous arrogance was completely gone. He left with a few words, carrying his bag and slipping away. Immediately, many passengers burst into warm applause. This kind of person bullies the weak and fears the strong, and is asking for trouble. "Sir, thank you." Nan Xiao bowed deeply to Lin Feng from the bottom of her heart. If he hadn't intervened, she wouldn't have known how long that person would have harassed her. "It's nothing, I'm just in a hurry." Lin Feng smiled. With that, he and Yun Meyer got off the plane. Nan Xiao, watching Lin Feng's back, couldn't recover for a long time. "Oh my god, he's too handsome, isn't he? Is this the gentleman in the business class that colleagues just mentioned? The only business class passenger on this flight. And so young, with such a beautiful secretary by his side. What is his identity?" Nan Xiao, who has always been aloof and indifferent to outside matters, had many rich second-generation students pursuing her at school, but she had never responded to any of them. And this was the first time she had a great interest in a man. "Nan Xiao, do you now know that I didn't lie to you?" Her colleague whispered in her ear. "This man might even be on our flight on the return journey. We should get to work." Nan Xiao found a reason and left. "Sir, miss, need a ride?" Outside the airport, a driver called out. With a population of just over 3 million, the management of the airport was not so strict. "This looks like a black cab driver. To Yaogu Town, how much?" Yun Meyer asked. "To Yaogu Town?" The driver, upon hearing Yun Meyer's standard Mandarin, concluded that she was from out of town. He blinked. 60, but since you're so pretty, I'll give you a discount, 50. Let's get in. Yaogu Town is about 15 kilometers away. This price is not unreasonable. Okay, Mr. Lin. Yun Meyer nodded and placed her bag in the trunk. The two got into the car and sat in the back. Still calling me Mr. Lin, you're really getting into the role. What's the need to call me Mr. when taking a taxi? The driver thought to himself and started the car. The car traveled on the road, and the scenery on both sides gradually turned into a mountain road. There were fewer and fewer houses, and more trees. After about 20 minutes, the car slowly stopped. We've arrived at Yaogu Town, the driver said. Lin Feng looked over. Not far ahead, there was a huge archway. It looked ancient and had clearly been there for some time. In the center, there was even a cow's head. The three big characters Yaogu Town were written on the archway. This was the entrance to the town. Payment via WeChat, 50 yuan. After Yun Meyer paid the fare with her phone, she was ready to get off. Hey, you haven't paid enough yet. At this point, the driver spoke up. Didn't you say 50? Yun Meyer asked. Yes, that's right, 50 for one person. How about you two? The driver put his hand on the steering wheel and smirked. Many passengers have been cheated by this kind of ambiguous conversation. And the driver is a local. When you, an outsider, come to the local area, even if you're a dragon, you have to coil here. Everyone here, top to bottom, is someone I know. What did you say? Lin Feng's temper flared up. He remembered being ripped off when he was a student. Now he wants to rip him off? No matter how much money he has, he won't pay a single penny for this kind of unjust money. What, you look like a big shot, but can't even afford a few tens of yuan for the fare? The driver's face changed. His tone also became more fierce, pointing to a group of people outside. Take a good look, this is our territory. Don't be ignorant and bring trouble upon yourself. As he spoke, Lin Feng's phone rang at this moment. Hello, Lin Xiao, have you arrived at Yaogu Town? It should be about time. Lin Feng noticed someone holding a phone under the archway. I'm here. Right at the entrance of Yaogu Town, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Xiao, where are you? The person under the archway looked around. Other than a car parked there was nothing else. Stop calling, it's no use calling anyone. The driver lowered the car window and greeted under the archway. Hey, isn't this Miao Jia's second son? What are you doing at the town entrance? The town was so small that anyone could strike up a conversation with anyone. There's something. Miao Laotai asked me to pick up an important person, and we have to call him Lin Xiao when we meet him. Don't break the rules, or the old lady will be furious, Miao Jia's second son said, and his words also reached Lin Feng's phone. The driver obviously heard it too. Slowly, a smile froze on his face. Lin Xiao? Hearing this word again, the driver's expression changed suddenly. He realized something in his heart. Could it be that the important person Miao Laotai wanted to pick up was the person sitting in the back seat? This was a big mistake. Miao Jia's second son was named Miao Renlong. True to his name, he was also a prominent figure in Yaogu Town. And because Miao Laotai rarely showed herself, many times it was Miao Renlong who did things for her. It was rare for Miao Renlong to personally come to the town entrance to pick someone up. The last time was half a year ago, for a deputy mayor in charge of cultural and tourism affairs in Nanling City. Looking at the people standing behind Miao Renlong, there was a row of people wearing local traditional clothing, each with a large drum in front of them, ready to welcome the distinguished guests from afar with the highest town etiquette. At this moment, Miao Renlong, standing under the archway, also noticed the situation in the car. He walked over and saw two people sitting in the back seat. Wasn't this Lin Xiao? Miao Laotai had shown him the photo, it was definitely him, no mistake. Then he looked at the beautiful woman sitting next to him. She should be the secretary Yun who had coordinated the itinerary with Yaogu Town on the phone earlier. Lin Xiao, so you're in the car. Why didn't you get out? Miao Renlong said as he tried to open the car door. But he found that the door was locked. The driver quickly unlocked it. Miao Renlong then opened the car door. Hello, Lin Xiao, I'm Miao Renlong. You can call me Xiaolong. Despite being in his 30s, he was very humble. I didn't expect the welcome from the locals in Yaogu Town to be quite unique. Lin Feng's first words as he got out of the car made Miao Renlong realize what the driver had done. In the past, they had turned a blind eye to things as long as they weren't too excessive, considering they were from the same clan. But today, the driver actually tried to take advantage of Lin Xiao? His expression turned cold in an instant. Seeing Miao Renlong's expression, the driver knew he had made a big mistake. Long Ge-I. The driver didn't even finish his sentence. He called Miao Jia's second son when there was no problem, but now he called him Long Ge when there was a problem. Miao Renlong waved his hand. Someone, take the car. With that, several people came over. One of them directly pulled the driver out of the car. Another person got in and drove the car away. From now on, don't come back to Yaogu Town, Long Ge, please don't. The driver felt like a thunderbolt had struck him. Not being allowed to return to Yaogu Town was a major punishment. However, he lay on the ground, knowing that nothing he said would make a difference. Come, this way, Lin Xiao, Miao Renlong led the way. Several people quickly took the bags they had brought with them. Welcome back to Yaogu Town, Lin Xiao. A loud shout, and the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. This momentum looks really lively. Many townspeople are standing on the side of the road, eyeing Lin Feng, who has never been to the town before. Rumor has it that he is the son of the richest man in Jiangcheng and the commander of the Jiangcheng war zone, as well as the only grandson of Miao Lao Tai. With such an identity, who wouldn't take a few more glances? Is this Lin Xiao from Jiangcheng? He really looks talented. Coming from a big city, his temperament is different. Miao Lao Tai is really fortunate to have such a grandson. The people on both sides were discussing enthusiastically. Lin Feng followed Miao Renlong into the town. Why does this town look like a daughter country? He was curious. Although he knew this was Yaogu Town, he was still surprised when he arrived. Wherever he looked, almost 9 out of 10 were women. The ratio of young, middle-aged, and elderly women was about 1/3 each. Lin Xiao, you may not know, Yaogu Town is known for its local herbal medicine, and the formula is only passed down to women, so there are more women here. Middle-aged men, because they can't get the prescription, are idle in the town, so they go to work in Nanling City. There are very few who stay in the town. It sounded reasonable. Lin Feng nodded. What about you? Have you always been in the town? Miao Renlong scratched his head. Lin Xiao, I am honored to have Miao Lao Tai's trust to work for her. It's also my honor. Come, Lin Xiao, after the bend ahead, we will reach where Miao Lao Tai lives. However, Miao Lao Tai is currently discussing matters with a merchant. It may be late before you can see her. Miao Renlong introduced as they walked. Ahead, a distinctive 3-story building appeared, backed by a bamboo forest. It looked interesting, but Lin Feng's mind was elsewhere. Ding! Detected the host's arrival at Yaogu Town. Rewards are being redeemed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 60% equity of Jingchu Tourism Group. Please check. With the system's prompt, the reward arrived. Receive. Lin Feng silently said in his heart. After receiving the reward, he also found that with the popularity gained in Yaogu Town and the acquisition of Jingchu Tourism Group, his system points had increased significantly. He was just a little away from the next level. By the way, Lin Xiao. Miao Renlong's expression became somewhat excited. Do you know who the merchant is coming to see Miao Lao Tai today? Who is it? Lin Feng didn't like people who beat around the bush. It's Jingchu Tourism Group. They sent someone to discuss deep cooperation with Yaogu Town. By then, the people in our town will be able to earn more money. Deep cooperation? Lin Feng looked at the scenes in front of him. The infrastructure and facilities in Yaogu Town were already sufficient for living. Whatever was needed could be found not far away in Nanling City. Excessive commercialization might have a counterproductive effect, damaging the environment here. Yes, Lin Xiao, this will help enhance the reputation of our Yaogu Town. Miao Renlong's expression was becoming more and more excited. It seemed that he had very clear ideas about developing entertainment and hotel areas. It sounds like you are the one in charge of Yaogu Town? At this moment, a somewhat indifferent voice sounded. The voice carried an unquestionable authority. Miao Renlong turned around when he heard the voice. The mouth began to knot. Miao, Old Lady Miao. In Yaogu Town, Old Lady Miao's word was law. It was fine usually, but if you made her angry, you would be in big trouble. Why aren't you working yet? If I catch you gossiping again, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Miao Renlong said sternly. Yes, Old Lady Miao, I'll go now, right now. With that, Miao Renlong quickly left the scene. The pressure from Old Lady Miao was really strong. Lin Feng saw a kind-looking old person standing there. However, the complexion didn't seem too good. There was also a person in a suit next to him, looking like a company executive. Old Lady Miao, we, Jingchu Tourism Group's Nanling branch, really want to cooperate with Yaogu Town. We have the strength and sincerity, but you. The suit-wearing executive pushed his glasses up his nose, still trying hard to persuade. I've made it very clear. Yaogu Town does not engage in large-scale commercial development. No amount of money will do. Miao Renlong's attitude was very firm. We can apply to the headquarters to share the profits and give an additional 5%. The suit-wearing executive was really coveting this project. The branch's entry into the market would expand Nanling. Among the many cultural and tourism resources, Yaogu Town was undoubtedly the most prominent. If managed well, the prospects would be more beneficial than any other ancient town or Shangri-La. More importantly, this would be an important achievement for him. You better leave. Miao Runlan remained unmoved and instructed a nearby girl. Return the gifts to this gentleman. Fine, old lady. The suit-wearing executive finally lost his temper. I only show respect to you because you're older, it's just a small town, don't lose face. Who are you talking to? At this point, Lin Feng spoke in a low voice. He couldn't believe that his company had such unprofessional employees. If negative comments were to spread, the company's image and value would be ruined. I'm obviously talking to. The suit-wearing executive, halfway through, realized something was wrong. Turning around, he saw a young man standing there, around 20 years old. It's none of your business, who are you to me? He was now venting at anyone. Actually, it does concern me. Lin Feng smiled. Due to the employee database of Jingchu Tourism Group, he quickly compared the information in his mind. His name was Wu Liang. He had been with the company for 4 or 5 years. When the Nanling branch was established, he was selected for the team. So he was promoted 2 levels and is now the deputy general manager of the branch. In the project plan of Jingchu Tourism Group, Yaogu Town was his main project. You, a kid who's barely had a few meals, want a medal? I don't have time to play with you. Wu Liang didn't want to pay attention to Lin Feng. Just as he turned around, he heard another sentence from behind. Wu Liang, you're fired on the spot, go back to the company to handle the procedures. With that sentence, everyone at the scene was wide-eyed in surprise. Yun Meyer looked at Lin Xiao, completely puzzled. Although the Mufei group was large and had a big business, it had no advantage in tourism. It had no connection with Jingchu Tourism Group. Lin Xiao said he was fired, but there was no reason for it. However, Lin Xiao's tone was serious, completely unlike a joke. This made Yun Meyer feel that he was becoming more and more mysterious. She thought Lin Xiao was just a rich second generation who relied on family wealth. But she had a faint feeling that it wasn't like that. Haha, you're firing me? That's really funny. Wu Liang was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. The only person who could directly fire him on the spot was the major shareholder of the entire group. As the major shareholder, he had personally promoted himself. Isn't this just a pure joke? Lin Feng didn't say anything, and directly made a phone call. At the headquarters of Jingchu Tourism Group at this time. Up and down, everyone was caught off guard by the sudden change of the major shareholder of the group. All current business operations are suspended. The top priority is to familiarize oneself with all the information about the new shareholder, including name, phone number, photo, background, etc. Then prepare plans and reports to report the next steps to the new major shareholder. The manager of the Human Resources Department was in the process of familiarizing herself when she received a call. Looking at the phone number, the HR manager was stunned. Isn't this a call from the major shareholder Lin Feng? Why did he suddenly call? Carefully answering the phone, she heard Lin Feng's instructions. Is there someone named Wu Liang in the Nanling branch? He has been fired. Hurry up and contact him to handle his resignation. With that, the call was hung up. She hadn't reacted yet. Fire Wu Liang? This is the person who was just promoted and rehired by the former major shareholder. But the new major shareholder has spoken, so it has to be done. Soon, the entire company learned that the deputy general manager of the branch, Wu Liang, had been fired. What's the situation with manager Wu? He was fired as soon as the major shareholder arrived? Is this the fire that Director Lin set to the group? This fire is too big, directly getting rid of a deputy general manager. He must have offended Director Lin, or done something bad that was discovered, right? It's a pity, he just got promoted and ran into Director Lin's firing line. On the other hand, Wu Liang in Yaogu Town also received a call from the company's HR manager. Deputy General Manager Wu, oh no, Wu Liang, you have been fired, stop all work and come back to handle the procedures. What? Who fired me? I want to ask the major shareholder for clarification. Wu Liang couldn't believe it, the HR manager actually called to fire him. The major shareholder has been changed, don't you know? I didn't know. Wu Liang was dumbfounded. When did this happen? Now you know, take a look for yourself. Looking at the PDF file sent by the HR manager, Wu Liang was truly shocked. The young man in front of him is actually the boss of Jingchu Tourism Group? How is this possible? What is his identity? Wu Liang was still in a daze, and now, no one paid attention to him. Only Niao Laotai walked up to Lin Feng. Xiaoyu, my grandson, oh, I've missed you so much. Seeing her long-awaited grandson, Miao Runlan also regained her kind and grandmotherly demeanor. The people of Yaogu Town, seeing this scene, also applauded one after another. Many people also took out their phones to take pictures, wanting to record this historic moment in the town. The reunion of grandparents and grandchildren is a great joy for the town. The streets of the town had already set up hundreds of tables, and more than a dozen chefs were hired. The entire townspeople wanted to share in this joyous occasion. Come, Xiaoyu, come and see what Grandma has prepared for you. Miao Renlan really liked her grandson more and more. After years of emotional anticipation in the world and the timeline, Miao Renlan finally found a place to settle. Lin Feng followed the old lady into the building. This is a very characteristic traditional courtyard. 3 courtyards. In the center of the house, there is a courtyard, and the surrounding buildings are arranged in a very reasonable manner for lighting and ventilation. And this building has a long history. It is the largest and best preserved ancient residence in Yaogu town, without a doubt. At the entrance, there is even a sign, Key Protected Ancient Residence of China. This is simply a living cultural relic. Yaogu town has similar houses, but they are much smaller in scale and layout. Even so, those houses used as homestays have a nightly price of over 1,000. Xiaoyu, what do you think of this house? Miao Renlan asked as she walked with Lin Feng, holding his hand. Grandma, this house is warm in winter and cool in summer, and it feels like walking into an air-conditioned room. It's quite comfortable, Lin Feng smiled. Since Xiaoyu likes it, I'll give this house to you, Miao Renlan said kindly. Give it to me? Lin Feng was still in a daze, and someone next to him said, Young Master Lin, many people want this house, and there's even an offer of 20 million. Grandma hasn't budged. Lin Feng looked over. The speaker was a seemingly simple girl, about 17 or 18 years old. She was dressed in local traditional clothing, with a natural and neighborly feeling on her face. When she smiled, she revealed 2 dimples and a pair of tiger teeth. Her eyes were innocent and unworldly, giving off a strong sense of protectiveness. He remembered that this girl had been by her side since he met his grandmother, never leaving her side. Ajin, why are you saying this? Miao Renlan's tone was a bit reproachful, but she didn't really mean to blame. 20 million. Lin Feng was surprised. But given the positioning of this house, 20 million was an understatement. Come, Xiaoyu, come inside and take a look. Miao Renlan led him into the hall. Lin Feng noticed that there were many bottles and jars in the hall. He thought they were all decorations picked up from the ceramic market. But Yun Meyer leaned in close to his ear, her finger pressed to her lips, looking very surprised. Young Master Lin, these ceramics are all yuan blue and white. Grandma is really something. How do you know? Lin Feng looked at Yun Meyer. Young Master Lin, I have a few friends from the Institute of Archaeology. I shouldn't be mistaken. Yun Meyer whispered, these are yuan blue and white, there should be no mistake. Secretary Yun really has a keen eye. Indeed, these are yuan blue and white, of course, there are also some from other dynasties, Miao Renlan nodded. Then she said to Lin Feng, Xiaoyu, these porcelain pieces were all collected back then. I don't need them, so I'll leave them to you to handle. All for me? Lin Feng's eyes widened. The top yuan blue and white pieces that appeared in the auction house were priced at tens of millions or even hundreds of millions each. There were about 20 pieces of these small porcelain pieces in front of him. There were even complete sets of tableware, which were explosive in the antique world. The system mall had the skill of archaeology and appraisal, and even without using the exchange, just by using the preview skill that came with the skill, the value of any piece was over 10 million. And Grandma wanted to give all these precious antiques to him? She had only met him for less than half an hour and had already given him 2 precious items. This was the love for her eldest grandson. Come, Xiaoyu, come and take a look at this. Miao Renlan gestured to a few people and brought out a box. Xiaoyu, this is also for you. Grandma, what is this? Open it and take a look. Lin Feng opened the box. A medicinal fragrance wafted out. Inside were many small compartments, each containing different sachets. Xiaoyu, this is the result of my years of medicine making. Each compartment here can treat different ailments with very good effects. Xiaoyu, you should take them all. Lin Feng looked at them. These medicines could refresh the mind, aid digestion, treat excessive sweating and vivid dreams, win cold colds, and even strengthen the body. And they were placed in a conspicuous position. Did Grandma want to replenish herself and have a great-grandson soon? Thank you, Grandma. The medicines from the medicine ant town were famous throughout Huaxia. Countless people came here seeking them. Grandma left me these, which are the essence of the essence. Hey Xiaoyu, Grandma is willing to give you these things, no need to thank me, Miao Renlan said kindly. Miao Lao Tai, Miao Lao Tai. At this time, a voice came from outside the house. It was Miao Renlong running over. The flowing feast is ready, we can go now. Let's go, Xiaoyu, Miao Renlan said to Lin Feng with a smile, let the town get to know my grandson. Okay. Lin Feng followed Miao Renlan to a square in the town center. When he arrived at the square, he realized why there weren't many people in the town. They were all here. The people in front of him couldn't be called a sea of people, but it was crowded. It was easy to distinguish between locals and outsiders. Those who were constantly taking photos with their phones were probably tourists from out of town. So many people, Lin Feng sighed. Lin Xiao, this is the liveliest place in the whole town. The flowing feast has been prepared for several days, and there will be a bonfire party in the evening. All the townspeople and visitors are invited to attend, Ajin explained on the side. It's so lively. He noticed that there was indeed a huge fire pit in the center of the square. There were traces of previous burns. Having been in the city for a long time, Lin Feng was really looking forward to this kind of quaint and traditional activity. Fellow villagers, friends, at this time, Miao Runlan walked onto a platform several meters high. Is that Miao Lao Tai on the platform? Yes, it's her, the soul of Yaogu Town. I heard she's 80 years old, but she looks younger than my mom. There's really something special about Yaogu Town. Many people under the platform started discussing. Today, I have two pieces of good news to announce. This week is our town's annual 100 Family Flowing Feast, and I hope everyone can eat, drink, and have fun. In addition, I personally have another piece of good news that I want to share with everyone. What's the good news? The out-of-town tourists only knew Miao Lao Tai's name and didn't know what good news she was going to announce in front of thousands of people. Most of them showed a strong curiosity. In such a lively and formal occasion, it was certainly worth listening to Miao Lao Tai's personal good news. Some internet celebrities who were live streaming also turned their cameras towards Miao Runlan on the platform. The good news is that my grandson has come to see me here. I am very happy, Miao Lao Tai said, pointing in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng also waved his hands to greet the people at the scene. This news indeed caused a strong reaction at the scene. With everyone's discussion, Lin Feng's popularity continued to rise. Oh my, this is Miao Lao Tai's grandson? Her grandson is so handsome, and tall too. Who is this young man dating? I heard Miao Lao Tai only has this one grandson. Won't all her valuable possessions be his in the future? The old lady has a lot of antiques passed down from her ancestors, worth probably over $1 billion after several hundred years. If you ask a question like that, aren't you afraid of being robbed? Do you know who Miao Lao Tai's son is? Who is it? It's Lin Zhendong, the commander of the Jingchu war zone. Although Nanling does not belong to Jingchu, it belongs to this military region. Yes, they even have a mountain warfare exercise recently, not far from here. Who would dare to provoke them? It's not just that. In the future, he will be the heir of the Southwest Gu technique. This Gu technique is really sinister. I heard my dad talk about it, and it was described as extremely eerie. Is it really that sinister? Our technology is so advanced now. Isn't there still a lot of unexplainable phenomena even in developed places? Are you guys getting off topic? The ceremony is about to start. At this point, the discussion of the crowd was brought back to the main topic. The sacrificial ceremony in Yaogu Town is also a major attraction. Many travel accounts and self-media outlets have consistently ranked Yaogu Town in the top 3 for tourism in Nanling City. In addition to the flowing feast and bonfire party, the sacrificial ceremony is also very important. It's not something that happens every day, so it's very rare. Because it has the function of a wishing pool, many people also take this opportunity to make wishes and pray for blessings. It's a particularly ceremonial thing. At this moment, Miao Runlan led a group of villagers. Facing a totem on the square, she began the sacrificial ceremony. Xiaoyu, come, you light this eternal fire. Miao Runlan handed a torch to Lin Feng. This torch is to be lit in the center of the square. Miao Lao Tai, you are the head of the town, is this appropriate? Miao Runlan, who was standing nearby, stepped forward and said, apart from you, only some important figures can light the fire. He is my only grandson, the most important person in the whole town today. What's wrong with that? With her saying this, Miao Runlan had nothing more to say and could only leave reluctantly. Next, Lin Feng took the torch with symbolic significance. He walked towards the fire pit. At this moment, the thousands of eyes on the scene, along with hundreds of cameras, were all focused on this historic moment. Lin Xiao, be careful. Yun Maya reminded him as the fire pit had a few steps. This beauty is so beautiful, is she his girlfriend? I see her following him all the time. This is the secretary of the Jiangcheng Mufei Group. His mother is the president of the Mufei Group. In the crowd, someone started to explain. Wow, with so many impressive backgrounds all in one person. Who's jealous? I don't want to say. Lin Feng lit the torch and pointed it towards the already arranged fire pit. Then, the yellow flames quickly covered the entire fire pit. The crowd cheered. There were cheers and whistles. The whole square turned into a lively ocean. Hey, isn't that Lin Xiao? At this moment, two people in the crowd recognized Lin Feng and almost simultaneously exclaimed in surprise. Do you know him too? The two people asked each other. The two girls, wearing sun hats and a casual tourist look, were Rue Yiba and Shin Mengran. They are good friends. After passing the movie audition, Shin Mengran immediately invited her good friend to celebrate. Because they both had things to do the next day, they decided to have a special forces-style tour and came to Yaogu town. They heard that there was going to be a flowing feast in town today, so they came to join in the fun. Seeing Lin Feng in this setting, their expressions were quite explosive. Who would have thought that Lin Feng, who had a background in Jiangcheng, also turned out to be the grandson of Miao Lao Tai, the head of the town? How can he have such impressive backgrounds wherever he goes? Is there any room for others? The shock in their hearts was different. Rue Yiba felt a bit inferior when facing Lin Feng. Even though they had already had contact beyond friendship, she didn't dare to expect anything more. Especially before leaving, she had sent him a message, but he had not replied. As for Shin Mengran, when she looked at Lin Feng, because she didn't know him, she felt more of a sense of awe. During the audition, he was a judge sitting in the front row, and he was also the younger brother of the company's boss and the future second largest shareholder. So when they went out on a trip, they tacitly didn't mention Lin Feng. At this time, the two best friends unexpectedly discovered that Lin Feng was someone they both knew. This was quite interesting. The sacrificial ceremony is over, and the flowing feast officially begins. Please enjoy yourselves and eat and drink to your heart's content. At this moment, Miao Renlan announced that the town's most distinctive flowing banquet was officially beginning. This banquet was all about liveliness and celebration. After so many years, it had become a well-known brand. Not for profit, it was all free, just for hospitality. The banquet expenses were subsidized and reimbursed by the authorities. Only when the guests were full and leaving with support from the wall, the fire in the kitchen stove continued to burn without going out. New dishes were constantly being served on the 100 tables. The scene was quite lively. The guests would record this banquet with the most heartfelt words and pictures, spreading its reputation even further. Watching thousands of people eating at the same time, Lin Feng also felt a bit hungry. His stomach grumbled a few times. He hadn't eaten all morning and had also expended some energy. Could he not be hungry? Ding! At this moment, the system transmitted a sound. Congratulations, host, your points have been upgraded to level 7. You have gained a new family tree relative modification permission. Does the host wish to immediately modify the relative's identity? Modify. What was there to hesitate or think about? With Lin Feng's choice, he quickly entered the system's selection interface. This time, a new professional identity appeared. In the existing combination, Lin Feng quickly made his own choice. Congratulations, host, the modification of the family tree relative's identity information was successful. Please confirm and check the relevant information. After the system's prompt ended, the relevant information about the person appeared in front of Lin Feng. Relative identity, elder cousin relative name, Wen Yuchan age, 29 occupation, head of the largest South Asian mercenary group, honored partner of the Myanmar Vietnam country. Damn! This identity was really powerful. According to the system's information, this South Asian mercenary group had 3 armed helicopters, 30 artillery pieces, 15 armored vehicles and tanks, and more than 3,000 mercenaries. They were well equipped and well trained. This group was a force to be reckoned with in the entire South Asian region, even making the authorities wary. This mercenary group also accepted invitations from wealthy individuals and private teams from around the world to carry out defense missions. Their influence was global. As for why they became an honored partner of Myanmar Vietnam, it was because they had helped the country dismantle several criminal groups involved in telecommunications fraud, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. More than 1,000 of the team's members were active in the Myanmar Vietnam region for a long time, and they were awarded a national-level medal. Their last mission was near the border between China and Myanmar, only 300 kilometers from Nanling City. They had helped their homeland solve several bandit problems. And his elder cousin, at such a young age, under 30, was the head of such a group. Her abilities were undeniably strong. Wasn't his sister Lin Summing planning to make a movie on this type of subject? His elder cousin could provide a lot of first-hand material, couldn't she? However, when looking at other messages, Lin Feng discovered that in the system panel, the beautiful woman in tight camouflage vest, camouflage pants, and hiking boots had a fierce and resolute look in her face. This was the appearance of his elder cousin. And Wen Yuchan was the daughter of Wen Tianzhong. However, she had left Huaxia many years ago, and her relationship with Wen Tianzhong was practically like strangers. They had had no contact for many years. So, this relationship was still very intriguing. However, no matter what the system changed in the relatives' relationship, it was definitely unquestionable for himself. Sure, here is the translation of the text. Sure enough, not long after confirming the identity of the relatives, I received an international call. After answering, it was the voice of Wen Yuchan. Is this Lin Feng? I am your cousin, Yuchan. Cousin, are you doing well? Lin Feng also exchanged pleasantries with her. Lin Feng, I heard that you are at Grandma's place? The grandma she mentioned was Miao Runlan. Yes, cousin, I am here. Lin Feng nodded. She was quite well informed. Lin Feng, is Grandma doing well? Wen Yuchan was still concerned about Grandma. She's doing fine. But cousin, if you care so much, why don't you come back to see her? With my identity, there are risks wherever I go, so I don't want to disturb Grandma's peace. I see. Then I won't tell Grandma about your call. By the way, just as Lin Feng was about to hang up, the other side suddenly asked, Lin Feng, when will you come to Southeast Asia to visit? Ha, cousin, I dare not go there. Lin Feng laughed. What are you saying? Cousin's tone was a bit displeased. So, have I been working here for nothing these years? I can protect you. Okay, next time for sure. Lin Feng nodded. You just talk. When Wen Yuchan said this, she suddenly sighed. Actually, in a foreign land, I also miss home. If you miss home, come back and visit. Definitely. At this time, in a camp in the Huamian Mountains, after Wen Yuchan hung up the phone, she called out to someone outside. A man in uniform walked in. Boss, any orders? Have you seen his photo? Wen Yuchan showed him Lin Feng's photo. Boss, who is this? The man was puzzled. The face in the photo looked handsome. Was he a new target for a mission? Panda, this is my cousin. I have a feeling that the area near Huamian is not very peaceful. Send a team to protect my cousin. Don't worry, boss, I'll take care of this task. The man said confidently. By the way, boss, the commission from the Myanmar-Vietnam border was deposited into the account last month. It's 8 million meters. Okay, I got it. Wen Yuchan nodded. The task assigned by Myanmar-Vietnam is also coming to an end, and they will suspend the task for a while after it's finished. Go home and take a look. On the side of Yaogu town, Lin Feng's thoughts returned to the lively scene of the flowing feast. This atmosphere, coupled with the unique cuisine between the mountains and forests, was very immersive. Here it comes, new dishes are here. With a cheer from the crowd, the chef brought several new dishes to the table, removing the empty plates. This continuous rhythm of serving dishes quickly filled Lin Feng's stomach. During this time, many people came over to toast, and this enthusiasm was irresistible. Even if he drank very little, he couldn't resist the crowd. Finding an excuse, Lin Feng slipped away from the scene of the flowing feast. Young Master Lin, young Master Lin. At this time, a girl's voice came from behind. Turning around, it was the girl next to Grandma. Shun, is there something? Young Master Lin, Grandma asked me to call you. If you're full, come with her to the pharmaceutical factory. This girl, with rosy cheeks, always spoke with her head down. Okay, I'll go now. Since Yaogu town is known for collecting and making medicine, since he's here, he should go and take a look. Then come with me, the girl said, leading the way, and walked up the stone steps leading to the mountainside. In this scenery, a girl in ethnic clothing, slender figure, and light footsteps really gave a feeling of returning to nature. By the way, Jin, what's your full name? Lin Feng was a little curious. My surname is Nan, and my full name is Nanjinjin, said Ajin. Ajin was taken aback for a moment, then turned around and smiled. But everyone here calls me Ajin. If you hadn't said anything, I would have almost forgotten my name. Let's not talk about it. Lin, come with me quickly, she said, and her agile figure continued to dance ahead. Lin Feng looked up and saw several houses on the mountainside now lit up. Following Ajin, Lin Feng walked into those houses. Grandma Miao Runlan was already in the house. Xiaoyu, you're here, Grandma said, her face immediately lighting up with a kind smile. Come, this is our town's centralized pharmaceutical point. Grandma, don't each family in town have their own pharmaceutical formula? Yes, they make and sell their own medicine. However, this pharmaceutical factory is aimed at centralized medicinal herb purchasers, Miao Runlan said. This is also one of the major pillar industries in our Yaogu town. The annual sales amount to several billion, with a gross profit margin of up to 80%. We have several core medicines, one for treating epidemic diseases, one for treating skin diseases, and one for men's health. The effects are particularly good. And there are no substitutes on the market, so there is no worry about sales volume, Miao Runlan said, pointing to a road on the hill behind. Xiaoyu, take a look over there. Lin Feng looked over and saw the winding mountain road brightly lit. Grandma, what is that? Those are medicinal herb merchants who come to wholesale medicinal herbs. Why are there so many? Yes, there are too many orders, but our factory has limited scale and production capacity. Many merchants have to wait for half a month to get their goods. Since the medicine is so effective, why not expand production capacity? Lin Feng at this point was like a primary school student, naive and curious. Just a few houses, creating several billion in annual output. And the gross profit margin is still so high. If the scale were expanded, the profit would be far more than just a few billion. Xiaoyu, you'll know when you come with me, Miao Runlan said with a smile. Madam, there are stairs ahead. Please take your time. Ajin hurried forward to assist. Lin Feng followed. After descending a few steps, the scene before him widened his horizons. The space was hot and humid. On the spacious ground, there were many piles of medicinal herbs. Many women in ethnic costumes were barefoot, treading on the medicinal herbs according to prescribed movements, performing the initial processing of the herbs. Their figures were agile, as if they were dancing on top. And these women were all very young, estimated to be between 15 and 20 years old. It was hot inside the factory, and their foreheads were covered in sweat. This truly exemplified what it meant to be dripping with sweat. Xiaoyu, this is the most irreplaceable part of our pharmaceutical production. The medicinal herbs collected from the mountains need to be sent here as quickly as possible for initial processing. The selection criteria for these girls are very strict. They cannot have sweaty feet, scars, or wounds on their feet. Their toes must also be flexible and strong, Miao Runlan explained. Lin Feng understood. It was like the process of making the starter for a famous liquor in the southwest. Even though industry is so advanced now, they still use the original manual method of treading the starter. Not to mention the difference in effectiveness, just based on the prestige, the added value goes up. Lin Feng looked at the young girls in front of him and understood why the production volume couldn't be increased. Madame Miao is here, the person in charge of treading the herbs greeted Miao Runlan warmly. Hello, Madame Miao. The girls greeted Miao Runlan while treading the herbs. Hello, everyone. This is my grandson, Lin Feng. Miao Runlan introduced her grandson to the girls. Hello, young Master Lin. They greeted Lin Feng in unison. After speaking, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle, their faces turning red. This is Lin Xiao, he's so handsome. In a town of tens of thousands of people, I've never seen anyone so handsome. I wonder how long he will stay in town. The girls chattered, teasing Nanjinjin behind Lin Feng, saying, Ajin, since Lin Xiao just arrived in town, you should take care of her more. Take care of what? Ajin was puzzled. Well, Lin Xiao can't go home to sleep at night. Won't you help him tidy up the bed? With that, Ajin blushed. Don't tease Ajin, she's still young. Another girl said, by the way, is your sister coming back? Yes, she called this morning. She should be back soon. Nanjinjin nodded. She is 16 this year, with her sister being 5 years older. When she was sensible, she went to school, and when she grew up, her sister started working. So she didn't have many opportunities. Alright, girls, you go ahead and be busy. Miao Runlan waved her hand. Sales at the factory have been good this month, and when the payment comes in, we'll distribute bonuses to everyone. Miao Grandma is so kind. Miao Grandma, take care. Several people left the scene of picking herbs. Xiaoyu. Miao Runlan's expression became serious at this point. I'm getting old, and your father's heart is not here. This pharmaceutical factory, you should take over. Me? Lin Feng was surprised. Grandma gave him 3 big gifts, but she didn't mention handing over the factory. Yes, but this factory was built with the efforts of the whole town. You see those girls, many of them have good development opportunities, but they still stay in town. So, Xiaoyu, I have only one request for you. No matter how much money you make, you must give them their share without any discount. Before he could agree, Grandma began to give instructions. After you go back later, I'll give you the factory's account book. You can take a look and understand it first. After Miao Runlan finished speaking, without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, she said to Nanjinjin, Ajin, come with me to the riverside. Okay. Nanjinjin nodded in agreement. Lin Feng walked in the direction of the road. Because he had been introduced solemnly at the banquet, everyone in town knew him. Many people greeted him along the way. He nodded and walked to the center of the square. As night fell, the bonfire in the center of the square was bright. Many people were dancing around the bonfire. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. At this time, a shout came from behind. He turned around and couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the 2 people in front of him. Isn't that Ri Yiba and the casting director Shen Mengran? They were here too? Dressed in ethnic costumes, holding hands, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. Why are you here? Lin Xiao, I messaged you, but you didn't reply. Ri Yiba said boldly. After much thought, they decided to take the initiative to greet Lin Feng. Otherwise, it would be too rude. Oh, it seems so. Lin Feng remembered that she did send a message, but he was busy at the time and ignored it. He didn't get a chance to look at it later. Lin Xiao, I am very grateful for your approval in the casting selection last time. I would like to invite you to dinner, is that okay? Shen Mengran said at this time. Invite me to dinner? Lin Feng frowned. Well, I just came from the banquet over there, and I'm not hungry yet. Then how about inviting you for supper tonight? Shen Mengran said warmly. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. Mengran, why don't we find a place to stay first? Otherwise, it will be even harder to find a place to stay later. Ri Yiba said anxiously. They had decided on a whim to come here for a visit, so the hotel didn't have time to book, plus there's a large event in town today. Rooms are in high demand. Even very old and rundown rooms are selling for 400 to 500 each, so they haven't found a suitable place to stay yet. You have nowhere to stay? Lin Feng overheard the conversation between Ri Yiba and her. It's strange, ever since he got the system, he felt that his senses had been greatly enhanced. Even though Ri Yiba's voice was very soft, almost whispering in Shen Mangran's ear, he still heard it. Yes, yes. Ri Yiba didn't expect him to hear her words and felt a little embarrassed. Ding! System releases random task, arrange accommodation for Ri Yiba and Shen Mengran, reward 5 million cash, and medical skills omnipotent. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. It came at the right time. Lin Feng was still hesitating whether it was appropriate to invite them to stay at his house. After all, he hadn't obtained Grandma Myarenlin's consent beforehand. Now that the system has issued the task, no matter what, he should do it first. Then come stay at my place. Lin Feng remembered the building that Grandma was about to give him and said directly. Ha! Shen Mengran was surprised. Lin Xiao, is this appropriate? It couldn't be more appropriate. Lin Feng smiled. Anyway, the house is big, and it's empty, having 2 people stay will make it livelier. With that, Lin Feng pointed to the building. That one. And to have 2 beautiful women stay at home. That's a good thing. Seeing her in ethnic clothing, it really gives a different feeling. Wow! The 2 girls screamed at this moment. Is this the old mansion of Grandma Miao? I heard it's famous, can we really go in? Grandma Miao's old mansion is the most eye-catching attraction in Yaogu town. The interior of the building is not open to the public, but many people come here just to see the exterior of the building, which leaves a deep impression, not in vain. Now, Lin Xiao actively invited them in. What a great honor. Of course. Lin Feng smiled. The 2 girls secretly made up their minds that when they entered the old mansion, they must not wander around. There are precious antiques and artifacts everywhere, and if they break something, they can't afford to compensate. Everything will be done according to Lin Xiao's wishes. So the 3 of them headed towards Grandma's house. The 2 girls were carrying bags. Putting down the bags would make it more convenient to go out and play. Lin Xiao. At this time, Yun Meyer was in the hall, working on her computer. Seeing Lin Feng return with 2 beautiful women, she quickly got up to greet them. Are you 2 staying here today? Let me arrange it. Yun Meyer was also very understanding and quickly understood what was going on. You have work to do, so just keep busy. Lin Feng said, I'll take them upstairs. Okay, Lin Xiao. Yun Meyer nodded and continued with her work. As Secretary Qin Dong, many things had to be handled by herself before she came back. The 3 of them went upstairs one after another. The second floor has a total of 4 rooms, all in suite form. The doors of the 4 suites face southeast, northwest, with 2 pairs facing each other. The center intersects above the courtyard. You 2 can sleep in this south-facing room. Lin Feng's room is on the east side, conveniently adjacent. After saying this, Ri Yiba looked into his eyes, gentle as water, as if she had something to say, but swallowed it back. Shaba, come in and see, this room is so beautiful. By now, Shen Mengran had already entered the room. Seeing the antique style of the room, it had a sense of history, special literature, nostalgia. At that moment, she couldn't help but feel extremely excited. Ah, I've been running around all day, so tired. Finally, I can rest. Shen Mengran took off her coat and lay down on the bed. The soft mattress, like waves, bounced her up. Lin Feng noticed. Don't even mention it, this sweet girl who can do a cartwheel also has a lot to offer. At this moment, Shen Mengran also realized that she had relaxed a bit too much. She quickly stood up, feeling embarrassed. It's a pity if you don't go to Coconut Tree Company for the advertisement, Lin Feng smiled. Ah, Lin, what do you mean? Shen Mengran completely didn't understand what he was saying. She had been focused on studying and practicing dance since she was young. She didn't like going online, had never been in a relationship, and was completely clueless about romantic matters. Due to being well protected by her family, she didn't understand many things. Lin means that when you join the company, you will have many advertisements to shoot, Ri Yiba quickly said. Speaking softly in Lin Feng's ear, she added, Lin, she is the most innocent and pure girl I have ever met. She has never been in a relationship, she doesn't understand your jokes. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Then let her rest in the room. Then, after a pause, you come to my room. Ah, Ri Yiba was stunned. What, don't you want me? Lin Feng's voice lowered. Looking at Ri Yiba, she felt embarrassed and lowered her head. I do. Do what? Lin Feng continued to ask. Ri Yiba's face turned even redder. What she had just said was indeed correct, a blank sheet of paper completely unable to understand your point. But it was different for those with experience. Lin Feng also understood what it meant to have a girlfriend who needed to be nurtured. Teaching step by step was also very fulfilling. The ethnic costume Ri Yiba was wearing today really had a sense of role-playing. Xiaoba, what are you talking about? Shen Mengran asked, staring with bright eyes. Mengran, I have something to discuss with Lin. You rest in the room first, don't run around, Ri Yiba advised. Okay, then I'll watch TV in the room. Shen Mengran nodded. Without the company of a good girlfriend, she didn't dare to wander around in this unfamiliar place. Moreover, it was already late at night. She dared not go out. After seeing Ri Yiba off, she closed the door. On the other side, the two of them also returned to their rooms. Lin, you. Ri Yiba hadn't finished her sentence. Then, a melodious hum faintly lingered. Why hasn't Xiaoba come back yet? Next door, Shen Mengran, watching TV, felt drowsy. She checked the time and realized that 4 or 5 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. It was already late at night. During this time, apart from hearing faint applause, there were no other sounds. Why is it so late? Is there still a performance going on? She was very puzzled. But she didn't dare to go out, so she curled up in bed. She thought that if Xiaoba didn't return in another 10 minutes, she would have to make a call. Soon, there were a few knocks on the door outside. Who is it? Shen Mengran was a little nervous and clutched the blanket tightly. It's me, Xiaoba. A familiar voice came from outside. She quickly got up and ran to open the door. Seeing Ri Yiba walking in, looking as weak as a noodle. Xiaoba, what's wrong with you? You're sweating so much. It's nothing, get me a bottle of water. I'm so thirsty, Ri Yiba said softly. Shen Mengran turned to get water, and when she saw Ri Yiba again, she couldn't help but wonder, Xiaoba, you're finally back. I was so bored. And why did her voice sound hoarse? Oh, it's nothing. Ri Yiba realized what she had said and quickly said, let's go downstairs and have a late-night snack. I was just about to fall asleep. Then let's go together. By the way, I said I would treat Lin Xiao to a meal. The two of them tidied up and went out, calling Lin Feng to come downstairs with them. Lin Feng was also hungry at this time, so he agreed. The three of them walked downstairs, and the bustle of the town had not completely dispersed. By the bonfire in the square, some people were still chatting and singing. Those who sang well also won a lot of applause. Oh, I finally understand. At this moment, Shen Mengran said. Understand what? Ri Yiba asked. It's the intermittent applause I kept hearing in the room earlier, it should be from here. Shen Mengran looked very happy. It should be. Lin Feng said it this time. Otherwise, what else could he say? Tell her it's not? Forget it. What Ri Yiba said was indeed correct. This Shen Mengran was 18 years old and had just started her freshman year. But growing up, she really didn't know anything at all. Not to mention eating pork, she hadn't even seen a pig run. There's a late-night snack ahead, let's go quickly, it'll be closing time soon. Ri Yiba pointed to a shop ahead. So it's Lin Xiao, what would you like to eat? The shop owner saw Lin Feng bringing two beautiful women in and greeted them quickly. After Miao Rinlan's announcement in the square in the afternoon, the whole town knew Lin Feng. They knew he was the only grandson of Niao Lao Tai. In the future, he might also be the new influential figure here. Do you have any specialty dishes? Lin Feng asked. He really didn't know much about the specialty dishes here. You've come to the right place, Lin Xiao, the shop owner said quickly. Our specialty is the mushroom hot pot. A pot of assorted mushrooms is our best-selling dish. The ingredients are all freshly picked from the mountains, cooked immediately, and very delicious. That was not wrong at all. In Nanling City, they eat from the mountains. There are many mountain delicacies, especially wild mushrooms. They are famous. Won't eating them make you see little people? Ri Yiba remembered some news she had seen online and was a little worried. Don't worry, the mushrooms go through several processes and are cooked at high temperatures, so there won't be any problems. Then bring us a pot. Lin Feng made the decision. The shop owner quickly called the chef to prepare the dish. In no time, a steaming pot of soup was brought out. The shop owner placed the pot and set a countdown timer on the table. When the bell rings, you can start eating. After instructing them, the shop owner left. When will it be ready? I'm so hungry. Shin Mengran lay on the table, pouting. Holding a pair of chopsticks, she tried to pick up the mushrooms in the pot. Look at how hungry you are, it'll be ready soon. Ri Yiba tapped her hand. It's not time yet, be careful not to see little people when you eat. By the way, can you really see little people after eating them? As soon as this was mentioned, Lin Feng was no longer sleepy. The Southwest is rich in mushrooms, which everyone knows. Lin Feng was indeed a little curious. It's a pity. He had gained the skill of being immune to all poisons. He was probably not going to have the chance to see such a mysterious scene. Just then, ding! In his mind, the system rang again. Congratulations, host, for staying in Yaogu Town for the second day. Jingchu Tourism Group's shares have increased by 5%, reaching 65%. He was delighted. The system had indeed fulfilled the reward just after midnight. 5%, that's worth 1.5 billion. His sister's film and television company, after several years, is now worth only a few billion. And he, with shares worth 1.5 billion, could just turn the clock. Without hesitation, Lin Feng claimed the additional 5% reward. At the same time, Jiangcheng, the headquarters building of Jingchu Tourism Group, is brightly lit. All employees of the group are working overtime today. During the day, a mysterious tycoon acquired 60% of the group's shares, causing a huge sensation in the business community of Jiangcheng. People from various industries are speculating about who made such a bold move to acquire 60% of the shares in one go. This acquisition worth nearly 20 billion has not been seen in the Jiangcheng business community for a long time. Due to this acquisition, the tourism sector of the stock market also surged by 10 points. It triggered a wave of people making a profit from stocks. Just after midnight, Jingchu Tourism Group transferred another 5% of its shares to his name. When this news came out, the entire group paid high attention to it. Online media also immediately released this news. Breaking news! Jingchu Tourism Group, mysterious major shareholder, increases stake by 5%. This news completely woke up many people who were still awake. First, a large-scale acquisition, then a late-night increase in stake. In the eyes of the entire financial investment community, this is definitely a bombshell news. Who is playing with such a big stake in the family? Just acquired 60% of the shares, now another 5%? Could this mysterious tycoon be trying to acquire all the shares? Does he have such confidence in the tourism industry? Could he have obtained some insider information? It's very likely. I have never seen such a big acquisition in the tourism industry. Mark my words, this is definitely a good opportunity to make money. Quickly increase your stake in Jingchu Tourism stocks tomorrow. Honey, let's discuss something. Can I take some money from the savings account to make a profit and buy you a big necklace when I earn money? Lin Sumong, who had just finished preparing for the drama crew, also saw this news. Through the inner circle of the investment community, she saw that the person who acquired Jingchu Tourism Group was none other than Lin Feng. Besides the name, all other information matched as well. This little brother, what's going on? How did he become the major shareholder of Jingchu Tourism Group? Lin Suming expressed surprise. Could it be that he is holding shares on behalf of someone else? Otherwise, where did he get 20 billion to acquire Jingchu Tourism? Even if it's his mother Qin Mufei, although she is the richest person in Jiangcheng, she may not have the ability to acquire such a large company in one go. She really wanted to call immediately and ask Lin Feng what was going on. But when she looked at the time, it was already past midnight. My brother should have been asleep by now. I'll ask him about it tomorrow. Thinking this, Lin Sumong went to wash up. So, is it ready yet? In Yaogu Town, Shin Mengran couldn't wait any longer. She was completely focused on eating and didn't notice the subtle interactions between Ri Yiba and Lin Feng. But she didn't understand those things. The eyes of two people in a relationship were full of rising hormones. Don't worry, it will be ready in 2 minutes. Ri Yiba smiled. Lin Feng was about to speak. At this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Several suspicious-looking people were running towards them. He could confirm that these people were heading towards the house of the grandmother. He didn't know if they were after the blue and white antiques in the house or after him. Or maybe they were just there to cause trouble? But regardless, he had to go and check it out. Ri Yiba, you two wait here, don't go anywhere. Lin Feng said directly, then stood up. Ha! The two of them didn't understand what was happening. They just saw Lin Feng walking out of the shop. Lin Feng went straight to those people. The people noticed movement behind them and immediately turned around, staring at Lin Feng vigilantly. Who dares to break into my house at night? He shouted. Those few people looked at each other and confirmed that this was the person they were looking for. It's him! Take him out! The group of people said in a low voice. They raised their silenced guns and aimed at Lin Feng. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire rang out one after another. They thought that even at such a close range, he couldn't possibly be faster than the bullets. But what shocked them was that Lin Feng managed to dodge all of them. Dare to shoot here? After dodging the bullets, Lin Feng's combat power erupted. He charged forward and kicked one of the men, sending the gun in his hand falling to the ground. Before they could react, Lin Feng picked up the gun and fired. 2 gunshots took down 2 more people. As he tried to fire again, he only heard the sound of an empty chamber. No bullets left. The screams of the man also alerted the town, especially in the quiet night. What's the commotion outside? Someone must have broken in. Go out and take a look. The people in Yaogu town were bold and righteous. When they heard the commotion, many households that had turned off their lights now lit them up again. The remaining person, seeing the situation, didn't hesitate and had to escape. He saw a small path and ran towards it. Suddenly, on the moonlit stone path, a puppet appeared. The puppet was about a meter tall, resembling a child. It creaked and creaked as it walked step by step. With each step, the friction between the wood was clearly audible. He stood up straight, his body covered in goosebumps, and his muscles tensed. Various rumors about Yaogu town flashed through his mind. Oh my god, a ghost! The thug screamed frantically and started shooting. Bang! 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 In immense fear, the thug emptied all the bullets in his gun. Some bullets flew off, while others hit the puppet, piercing several holes. However, the puppet, standing in place, paused for a moment and continued to walk towards him step by step. The thug's eyes widened. In the darkness, this scene made his heart race. Mommy, I want to go home. Even a desperate criminal had never seen such a terrifying scene. Unable to bear the fear, the thug's legs gave out, and he knelt on the ground. He's over there, catch him. The people of Yaogu town, holding flashlights, found the thug and rushed to tie him up. Lin Feng arrived at the scene at this time and witnessed the scene. This puppet is the work of Granny Meow, right? I've heard that Granny is good at witchcraft, and it turns out to be true. Being able to control a puppet to move on its own is really amazing. Lin Feng understood. The scene just now was actually controlled by Granny? After the thug was caught, the puppet remained motionless in place, as if it had never moved on its own. Stao Yu. At this moment, Granny Mao Renlan's voice appeared. Lin Feng turned around and saw Mao Renlan accompanied by Ajin and a few others coming here. Granny, why are you still up so late? He went up to greet her. With such a big incident in town, how can I sleep? Miao Renlan smiled. Don't worry, Granny is very healthy. This was indeed true. The people of Yaogu town were truly long-lived and healthy. So even though Granny was 80 years old, she looked like she was in her 50s. For a 50-year-old, staying up late occasionally was nothing. By the way, Grandma, that puppet just now. Lin Feng showed a strong curiosity. Xiaoyu, that puppet was controlled by me using goo worms. This is a type of goo art, external control technique. That's too amazing. Lin Feng thought to himself, if one could use this kind of goo art to remotely control other objects, to move or attack, it would be quite mysterious. Internal control technique is even more profound, able to control a person's thoughts and actions. Anyone would be afraid of these little bugs. Xiaoyu, do you want to learn? Grandma can teach you. Miao Renlan smiled happily. Passing it on to my great-grandson is also considered passing on the tradition. That would be great. Lin Feng was also looking forward to it. Alright, now that the criminals have been subdued, everyone can disperse. Afterwards, Miao Renlan gave an order, and the people at the scene dispersed one after another. Let's go, Xiaoyu, let's go home. Okay, but I still have 2 friends. Lin Feng remembered Ri Yiba and Shin Mengran who were still in the store. The 2 girls Mr. Lin mentioned have already been arranged to go home, so rest assured. Ajin said on the side. Alright, it seems that the people of Yaogu town are really efficient. They have already made arrangements before I even speak. A night of silence. The next day, Lin Feng was awakened by the lively noise outside. The first thing he did when he woke up was to pick up his phone and see several unread messages. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, we had something come up suddenly, so we went back to Jiangqing first. Ri Yiba. Mr. Lin, we didn't even have a bite to eat at the dinner yesterday, so let me treat you again in Jiangcheng. Shen Mengran. Behind the messages were various apology emojis. Oh, they left just like that? Well, there's nothing I can do about it here. After attacking for 4 or 5 rounds last night and running out of bullets, it's time to take a break. How long did I sleep? Lin Feng rubbed his slightly dizzy head. Looking at the time on his phone, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Mr. Lin, are you awake? At this time, Yun Meyer's voice came from outside. Yes, I'm awake. Lin Feng said. Can I come in? Come in. With a sound, Yun Meyer pushed the door and walked in. Full of respect. She was dressed casually today, with her hair tied up in a simple ponytail, giving her a unique charm. Mr. Lin, Mr. Qin called this morning. What did he say? He asked about our situation in Yaogu town, and also mentioned that Mr. Qin's return to Jiangchang has been moved up by 2 days. Moved up by 2 days? So it's the day after tomorrow? Is my wealthy mother of Jiangcheng finally coming back? Yes, so I'm here to consult Mr. Lin on when we should return to Jiangcheng. I can book the plane tickets, Yun Meyer said. In the early morning, what's the earliest flight? Lin Feng asked. There's a flight at 5 a.m. Yun Meyer blurted out. As a secretary, the preparatory work had been done in advance. Then let's book that flight, Lin Feng said. Staying one more day would allow him to acquire 70% of the shares. The value of 1.5 billion. No, with the stock of Jingshu Tourism Group rising by 10 points, the value would be even higher. We'll have to get up at 3 a.m. to catch that flight. Mr. Lin, will you get enough rest? Yun Meyer didn't understand why Lin Feng wanted to leave so early in the morning and was a bit worried. I'll be fine. Lin Feng picked up a medicine pouch on the table. Have you seen this? Mr. Lin, is this the medicine made by old lady Miao? That's right. Lin Feng nodded. This medicine can enhance brain function and promote physical health. Taking one pill can keep you energetic for several nights without sleep. After saying that, he felt like a quack selling miracle pills in the Jianghu. That's amazing? Yun Meyer's eyes lit up. Once I thought about the words behind his sentence, I couldn't help but blush. Lin Feng saw her expression and figured she was thinking in the wrong direction again. May I ask if Mr. Lin is here? At this moment, a shout came from downstairs. Who is looking for Mr. Lin? Upon hearing the voice, Yun Meyer went out to respond. I am Yuxiu, the person in charge of culture and tourism in Nanling City. I have important matters to discuss with Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, the person in charge of culture and tourism in Nanling City, wants to meet you? Yun Meyer turned to ask. What's the background? A member of the Standing Committee of Nanling City, in charge of culture and tourism work. At the department level? Tell him to wait a moment, I'll get dressed. Lin Feng replied. Anyway, there was nothing urgent at the moment. Mr. Lin said to wait for a moment. No problem, I'll wait at the door. Yuxiu, the person in charge of culture and tourism in Nanling, said. A few minutes later, Lin Feng freshened up and walked out of the house, seeing several people in suits standing at the door, looking official and imposing. Oh, is this Mr. Lin Feng? Truly a talented individual. I've heard so much about you. The person at the front of the door stepped forward, smiling broadly and extending his hand. Hello. Lin Feng shook his hand in return. I was actually planning to visit you in person, but when I heard you were in Yaogu town, I rushed over this morning. Would it be convenient to have a chat? Yuxiu smiled flatteringly. Sure, where do you want to talk? Lin Feng asked. I've reserved a spot at Huaqing Hotel. Would Mr. Lin be available? Yuxiu said. Huaqing Hotel? It was the largest and most luxurious hotel in town, offering dining, entertainment, and accommodation all in one place. It was the preferred resting place for tourists visiting Yaogu town, but from one end of town to the other, it was quite a distance. However, seeing the coaster, he didn't mind the ride. All right. Lin Feng nodded. He glanced back at Yun Meyer. Yun Meyer quickly caught on. Mr. Lin, I'll pack up things at home first. Oh, Mr. Lin. Yun Meyer leaned in and whispered softly in his ear. This morning, the old lady handed me 2 ancient books to keep, saying they were for you. What ancient books? One is a divination book, and the other is a book on witchcraft. Yun Meyer said. The old lady compiled them herself based on her own knowledge of the subject. You can keep them for now, I'll take a look later. Lin Feng remembered what his grandmother had told him last night, wanting to impart some wisdom. Since he couldn't stay in Yaogu town for long, face-to-face teaching was not an option. So, this book should serve as a nanny-level guide. And it was a rare copy that was not to be shared, so as long as one wasn't a fool, they could learn from it. All right, Mr. Lin, should I call you later tonight? Yun Meyer asked again. Yes, you can. Lin Feng replied, and then, following Yuxiu's lead, got into the car. Mr. Lin, who was that just now? After getting into the car, Yuxiu couldn't forget the stunning appearance of Yun Meyer earlier and couldn't help but ask. She's my secretary, I guess. Lin Feng didn't know how else to describe her. I see. Yuxiu nodded thoughtfully, with a knowing look on his face. Mr. Lin, I need to discuss something with my assistant. Please excuse me for a moment. Lin Feng nodded. He saw Yuxiu and his assistant whispering to each other. Ding! The system's voice suddenly sounded. Host, you have had this system for a week now. Here is a summary of the weekly family report for your review. Oh my, so formal? There's a weekly report too? This scene, even General Douglas MacArthur would have to praise repeatedly if he saw it. A screen appeared in front of him, like a newspaper, listing some recent acquisitions. This week, the company acquired 2 companies, a bank and the Jingchu Tourism Group. This week received other gifts, Cloud Manor, the old house in Yaogu Town, and 35% equity of Jiliguraha Film and Television Company. Skills acquired this week, martial arts, immunity to all poisons, divination, witchcraft. This week's recorded income, 1 billion. Latest news about relatives, Mother Chin Mufei signed a big contract overseas, worth $30 billion. Father Lin Jindong is undergoing live ammunition training in the southwestern mountains, broadcasted globally, and completed the mission perfectly. Uncle Wen Tianzhong has recruited 2 waves of followers, further expanding the underground influence. Cousin Wen Yuchan rescued a group of deceived people in Myanmar and Vietnam, including several senior engineers and wealthy children, and has been commended by the authorities. Sister Lin Xiaowan has built an identity change platform using AI technology, which can unlock any facial recognition access control scene. Sister Lin Summing completed the casting for 3 movies and entered the next stage of filming. Her artist, Luo Qingya, gained millions of followers through live streaming on the street overnight. Grandmother Mao Renlan's new variety of drugs are selling well, further establishing the brand of Yaogu in the southwest. Lin Feng looked at the detailed content in the weekly report, and with this, it was clear what each relative had been up to and what achievements they had made recently. Mr. Lin, we have arrived. At this moment, a reminder from Yushio brought Lin Feng back to reality. He got out of the car and saw a 7-story building, beautifully decorated. In the distance, a group of people were waiting at the hotel entrance. Seeing Yushio, the leader hurriedly greeted him. Leader Yu, welcome to our hotel. Our hotel is flourishing. Yushio was in charge of culture and tourism in Nanling City, so naturally, this hotel fell under his jurisdiction. The hotel owner naturally had to entertain him well. Let me introduce, this is Mr. Lin Feng, the major shareholder of Jingchu Tourism Group and also the grandson of Mrs. Miao. Yushio introduced Lin Feng. The hotel owner immediately understood, so you are Mr. Lin, forgive my oversight. Mr. Lin is truly outstanding at such a young age. The several managers behind him were also surprised. He was so young, yet his background was not small at all. He really had a head start. Don't just stand there, let's go inside and talk. The group entered the largest private room in the hotel. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Feng asked Yushio, Mayor Yu, what is the matter you wanted to discuss with me? Oh, Mr. Lin, since you asked, I'll be direct, Yushio said with a smile. I am here on behalf of Nanling City to invite you to invest in our city. As he spoke, he had his assistant bring over a project investment plan. Mr. Lin, take a look at this. This project has great potential, and we need a company with the strength of Jingchu Tourism Group to join in. Yushio's attitude was very sincere. Although he was in charge of tourism in Nanling City and had considerable influence, he still had to defer to Jingchu Tourism Group. Small cities need the participation of large groups to revitalize the local economy. This project is not bad, but since it's an investment, what will be my return? Lin Feng looked at the project. It had mountains and water, and the natural conditions were very good. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could become another Zhangjiaji. However, it required a large investment, and a group without the strength couldn't handle it. Even if they did, it would end in failure. Well, Yushio paused for a moment. We have discussed this matter in a meeting. As long as Mr. Lin is willing to invest, we will exempt all taxes for the first 3 years and have the land fees. For Nanling, this was a significant concession. In a tourist city, other industries cannot develop, and the main source of revenue is through cultural and tourism projects. Exempting taxes for 3 years was a sincere offer. I understand Mayor Yu's intentions. Lin Feng smiled. However, if you want me to invest, I have a few conditions that Mayor Yu can consider. Please go ahead, Mr. Lin, Mayor Yu said. First, a full tax exemption for 5 years. Second, free land use. And third, coordination from all local departments to expedite all project procedures, Lin Feng said slowly, listing the 3 conditions. In the private room, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Mr. Lin, these conditions seem a bit excessive, someone said, causing a commotion. Mayor Yu looked troubled. We, in Nanling City, have come to discuss cooperation with great sincerity. Since we are discussing cooperation, let's be upfront to avoid any disputes. What's wrong with that? Lin Feng smiled. These are also very sincere conditions. Mr. Lin, you are being unreasonable. Many companies would want this opportunity. One of Mayor Yu's associates couldn't help but interject. Who is this? Lin Feng asked. Mayor Yu quickly shouted at the person. What are you shouting about in front of Mr. Lin? Get out. The person stood up abruptly and left in a huff. Lin Feng watched the scene calmly. At the same time, he also thought about the investment return rate for this project, 5 times. This was the investment return rate analysis provided by the system. It seemed to be a good project. However, in the business world, everyone aims to maximize profits and minimize costs. Although Lin Feng was not familiar with business, he understood this principle. This was now a game of negotiation. Mr. Lin, calm down. Let's talk things out, Mayor Yu said, signaling to the others in the room. The remaining people left the private room. Mr. Lin, although Nanling City is not wealthy, we have abundant tourism resources, beautiful mountains, rivers, and people. Your investment here will definitely be profitable, he said, clapping his hands. Then, the door opened, and a fragrant breeze wafted in. Lin Feng turned and saw a tall, beautiful woman entering. She had delicate features and a captivating appearance. Wearing a shoulder-bearing long dress, her elegant collarbone was partly revealed under her wavy hair, creating an irresistible allure. The dress also accentuated her curves. However, she looked embarrassed and uneasy. Lin Feng found her familiar. Wasn't she Nan Xiao, the flight attendant he had met on the plane? Clearly, Nan Xiao also recognized Lin Feng. Her eyes widened in surprise. This passenger, whom she had only briefly met, turned out to be an important guest in Nanling City? Mayor Yu, who ranked among the top 5 in Nanling City, had invited Lin Feng for dinner? Mr. Lin, Mayor Yu said, not noticing the exchanged glances between the two. I apologize for the unpleasantness earlier. This is Miss Nan Xiao, and besides being the first beauty of Nanling, she is also exceptionally talented. She is currently a flight attendant, a talent nurtured by Nanling. Miss Nan, don't just stand there. Pour a drink for Mr. Lin, Mayor Yu said, looking at her. In the business world, sometimes things didn't need to be explicitly stated, everyone understood. Although Lin Feng was new to the business world, he had heard of some of these rules. Sometimes, accepting a gift or even just clinking glasses of wine could imply consent. However, he hadn't expected Mayor Yu to use this method to win him over. Nor had he expected Nan Xiao to be here. Although they had only briefly met, she didn't seem like the typical socialite navigating the world of business and fame. Thinking this, Nan Xiao approached and poured a drink for Lin Feng. It was evident that she was not skilled at it, almost spilling the drink. That's enough, it's fine, Lin Feng said, slightly furrowing his brows. Yu Xiu looked at the watch. Miss Nan, please accompany Mr. Lin well. You must accompany him well. The last sentence seemed to have a deeper meaning. Nan Zhao's face changed, poured herself a glass of wine, and raised it. Mr. Lin, I've heard so much about you, I toast to you. As she spoke, she drank it all in one gulp and choked on her tears because she drank too quickly. Miss Nan has a good capacity for alcohol. Yu Xiu applauded. Mr. Lin, when a beauty toasts to you, you must drink. Lin Feng raised his glass and took a sip. Not bad, it's good wine. Miss Nan, pour another for Mr. Lin. Mayor Yu, are you trying to make me drink? Lin Feng asked. Yu Xiu clapped his hands. Oops, my mistake. I'll punish myself with a drink. No, 2 drinks. With that, he drank 2 glasses in one go. Then he poured another glass and drank it to the bottom. Then he showed the bottom of the glass to Lin Feng. Come, let's eat. Mr. Lin, I'm feeling a bit weak from the alcohol, I'll go to the restroom first. After a few rounds, Yu Xiu suddenly stood up. Miss Nan, please accompany Mr. Lin for a while. With that, he walked outside the private room. In the private room, only Lin Feng and Nan Xiao were left. Tell me, how did you end up here? Lin Feng asked. Mr. Lin, can you save me? Nan Xiao, with a flushed face, suddenly knelt in front of him. It was Yu Xiu. He forced me to come, saying there was a big shot that I must accompany well. At first, I didn't know who it was and was prepared not to comply. I didn't expect that the big shot turned out to be you. What, do I look too young and not like a big shot? Lin Feng smiled faintly. At this moment, he was 7 parts sober. No, Mr. Lin, that's not what I meant. Kneeling on the ground, Nan Xiao shook her head. This Yu Xiu, I feel uneasy. But he has something on my family, I really don't know what to do. What does he have on you? Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Behind this, there was actually a big secret? My father has a company in Nanling. He took on several cultural and tourism projects, but hasn't received payment. So Yushio used this as a reason, saying that as long as he could help negotiate a bigger project, the payment would be settled. You don't need to say, I understand. Lin Feng gestured. In other words, her father's project would only be paid if his own project was successful. Although the specific amount was not mentioned, just thinking about it, it was at least in the millions. It might even be in the tens of millions. If this payment couldn't be settled for a long time, it would be difficult for a small company like her father's to bear. However, he wasn't a saint. How could he easily give in on a project worth hundreds of millions just because a beautiful woman cried in front of him a few times? Unless it was truly beneficial to him. At this moment, the door of the private room suddenly pushed open. A waiter appeared at the door, looking at a girl in a strapless dress. With her back to the door, she knelt in front of a man. After apologizing several times, she closed the door and left. Oh, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. Did the waiter disturb you just now? Yushio also appeared at the door of the private room at this time, with a face full of apology. Hearing Yushio's voice, Nanxiao realized that something was wrong and wanted to stand up, but her shoulder was gently held down by Lin Feng. Then, he heard his reply, Mayor Yu, I really like this woman. I'm taking her with me, you don't mind, do you? At this question, Yushio was stunned for a moment. I don't mind, of course I don't mind. If Mr. Lin likes her, it's Miss Nan's good fortune. He quickly said, well, about the investment. If Mayor Yu really wants me to cooperate here, then it's what I just said. Lin Feng smiled. His words made Yushio somewhat annoyed. How could this Lin Feng not understand any of the rules of the Zhenghu? Eating, drinking, and playing around. He wouldn't budge at all? But after all, he was a person who had seen storms. Mr. Lin's conditions, I will report them to the higher-ups. Well, Mr. Lin, please go ahead. With that, Yushio left the private room again. Leader, how did the discussion go? Asked the subordinate waiting outside. This Lin Feng is not giving in. Yushio snorted. It seems that Nanxiao didn't have any effect either. So what should we do next? Like this. Yushio signaled for the subordinate to come over and whispered a few words. After the subordinate nodded, he turned and left. Get up. In the private room, Lin Feng said. Mr. Lin. Nanxiao's emotions were very complicated at this moment. He didn't take advantage of others, so how could he treat himself like this? He should be grateful. But this way. The payment that his family should have received, he couldn't get it at all. You just said that Yushio is not a good person. Besides what you said, do you have any other evidence? He asked. Yes, but Nanxiao didn't know how to say it. Yushio's power is too great. In Nanling, no one can bring him down. Even those who have been bullied by him before, now dare not come forward to testify. Now, do you mean there were relevant materials before? Yes, that's good. As long as you help me organize the evidence you have collected, I will help you solve the payment issue for your family. Lin Feng smiled. Nanxiao widened his eyes. Really? Does this Mr. Lin really have such great power? Even if he is a big shot, can he still manage Nanling City as someone from Zhongcheng? Moreover, Nanxiao also didn't understand why Lin Feng wanted to do this. Of course, can you do it in half a day? But since he said so, she had to nod. I can. Mr. Lin, I know what to do now. By the way, I'm taking the 5 o'clock flight back to Jiangcheng. If you have any news, contact me. Mr. Lin, you're also on the 5 o'clock flight? Nanxiao was surprised. I'm also taking that flight. That's quite a coincidence. Lin Feng smiled. Well, see you tonight. After bidding farewell to Nanxiao, he opened the system's attribute panel. A relationship chart appeared in front of him. This chart clearly showed that Yushio and Grandma Miao Runlan were not on good terms. The reason is simple. The development of Yaogu Town is a card that Yushio has always wanted to play, but he has been frustrated repeatedly. Before taking over Jingchu Tourism Group himself, the negotiator sent by Jingchu Tourism Group, the person he met in Yaogu Town that day, was instructed and facilitated by Yushio behind the scenes. However, everything changed from the day he took over Jingchu Tourism Group. Yushio doesn't care who the chairman of Jingchu Tourism Group is, he just wants the endorsement of Jingchu. He can act as if nothing happened and negotiate with himself again. But he won't pretend not to know about this. He couldn't stay here all the time, he was about to leave Nanling soon, in order to prevent Yaogu Town from being targeted, and even affecting the future operation of medicines and brands. This hidden danger should also be resolved. And that Miao Runlong also has the intention to replace Grandma Miao Runlan and become the spokesperson for Yaogu Town. Yushio is also the mastermind behind the scenes. After leaving the hotel, Lin Feng opened his phone. A pop-up news alert on the homepage caught his attention. Shocking news. Lin Sumong, the Golden Deer Award winner for Best Actress, is suspected of tax evasion and is currently under investigation. This news has directly landed on the trending lists of 2 major platforms, causing a sensation. It is marked with an explosive breaking label, unprecedented in popularity. What's going on? How could Sister Lin be involved in tax evasion? It's unbelievable. Lin Feng suddenly felt that the situation was not simple. At this moment on the internet, the news of Lin Sumong, the Golden Deer Award winner for Best Actress, suspected of tax evasion is also causing a stir. Lin Sumong suspected of tax evasion? How is that possible? Nonsense. Isn't her family wealthy? Why would she do this to save money? The investigation is no joke. She's my favorite actress. I really hope this isn't true. She's so beautiful and talented. She doesn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. Could she have been framed by a rival? Her company has launched several major projects. Wouldn't this ruin everything? This is not the scenario I wanted. It's really disappointing. Internet users are expressing all kinds of opinions, flooding the comments section. Half are standing by Lin Suming's side, waiting for the truth, while the other half consists of water armies and haters. The 2 sides are arguing fiercely online, even escalating to personal insults. Some even want to arrange physical confrontations through the internet. In the midst of this, there are even rumors that some brand partners want to terminate their contracts with Lin Sumong and seek compensation. Regardless of the truth, the current online public opinion is extremely unfavorable for Lin Sumong. It is also very detrimental to the upcoming new films. Lin Sumong is my sister, and these projects are what I want to make a big impact with. Lin Feng looked at these comments on the internet and quickly called Lin Sumong. The first time, the call didn't go through. The second time, it was in progress. It wasn't until the third time that the call finally connected. Hello, Xiaoyu. On the other end, Lin Suming's voice sounded a bit weary. Sis, what's going on with the news online? Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Brother, do you believe me? Sister asked in return. Of course, I believe you. But, what's going on? Do you know about Huatang Company? Huatang Company? Lin Feng recalled the name. Wasn't this Lin Suming's former agency? When my sister was still in the art academy, she signed an artist contract with Huatang Company. After the contract expired, Lin Sumong went solo and established her own film and television company. Didn't you terminate the contract with them almost 2.5 years ago? Yes, but their company concealed my previous actual income, causing my tax amount to not match my actual income. A long time ago, I sent a letter to Huatang Company, requesting the actual income flow so I could pay the taxes. But for various reasons, Huatang has been delaying responding to my request. Now the tax department has intervened in this matter. I also don't know who leaked this to the internet. I asked around. This matter can be resolved as long as the taxes are paid. The problem lies with Huatang. Lin Suming explained the whole situation in one breath. It seems that Huatang deliberately wants to ruin my sister. Lin Feng understood. So this was a conspiracy by the former employer. When my sister signed with Huatang, they didn't expect her sudden rise to fame. So the contract term and penalty were not set high. When Lin Suming's contract expired, they couldn't control her and were refused a renewal. Holding a grudge, if they couldn't have her, they wanted to destroy her. Currently, the most damaging thing for an artist, besides illegal activities, is tax evasion. It's even more serious than other offenses. This is really sinister. I don't know how many potential rising stars have been stifled like this. But, in Lin Feng's hands, since he knows about it, this will never happen. Sis, don't worry, I'll handle this. Little brother, how will you handle it? The entertainment industry is very deep, you shouldn't meddle blindly. Lin Suming didn't know what method Lin Feng could use to resolve this matter. Public relations? Removing from the top trending lists on Douba and Bo, 2 major platforms, is difficult with his company's public relations capabilities. Don't worry about this. Wait for my good news. With that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. System, activate the confidential card. Lin Feng is not in Jiangcheng now, so he can only use this confidential card. Help me search all secrets of Huatang Company. The system is searching for information related to Huatang Company. Please wait, host. Half a minute later, the host has been provided with information related to Huatang Company. Please check. Lin Feng looked at the densely packed information. His eyes widened. It's really shocking to find out. Each piece of information is startling. If the incident involving his sister is a bombshell, then the information about Huatang Company is like being in a minefield. The owner of Huateng Company, Wang Yilong, and Wang Yihu, the two brothers, are not only suspected of manipulating the Huashan new voice program in a shady way, with 3 out of 5 champions being bought, the evidence is conclusive. The two brothers also have improper dealings with Huaying Group. In addition, there is chaos in their personal relationships. Any one of these revelations could severely impact Huateng Company's market value. However, because these matters are so secretive, no one knows about them. Even if a few individuals are aware, they have been silenced. But now, there is enough evidence of these matters laid out in front of Lin Feng. Trying to smear my sister? Then you will pay for it first. At this moment, Huateng Company's president's office, Wang Yilong and Wang Yihu, the two brothers, are toasting and celebrating happily. Releasing this news, Lin Sumeng is done for this time. Whether she renews or not, she has caused us to lose a lot of market share. She should take responsibility for this. Notify the marketing company to continue boosting the hype. This time, Lin Sumling won't even have a place to live. Going against our Huateng company, this is the outcome. Want the complete financial income report back? Kneel down and beg me, maybe I'll consider it. Delay it for another day, let public opinion ferment enough. Paying taxes won't matter much. The reputation has already been overdrawn. There won't be anyone like her in the industry in the future. Come on, let's celebrate. The two brothers toast again. The impact of this incident has achieved their desired effect. Moreover, their company also has a female star with a similar status to Lin Sumong. The market she lost can now be taken over by their own company's artists. This is truly a clever move that kills two birds with one stone. At this moment, Wang Yilong's phone rings. Seeing the incoming number, it's very unfamiliar. Strange, hardly anyone knows this number of mine. Who could it be? Wang Yilong furrows his brow. Bro, what's going on? Wang Yihu also approaches and asks. An unfamiliar number is calling in. I don't know who it is. Maybe it's another female student trying to enter our company. Hee, then quickly answer it. We might have another stroke of luck this time. Wang Yihu's eyes light up. This kind of thing is not new to them. People often find their private phone numbers and try to offer money or favors to get into a big company like Huateng. Depending on how much they contribute, they will be assigned different roles. The one who is willing to pay will play the supporting role in a low-cost movie. Those who are less willing to pay will play a minor role in the movie. Because things are done in secret, even if there is any dispute later, there is no evidence, it's just empty talk. So, backed by the strong company, they have also taken advantage of many innocent girls. This time, it's another unfamiliar number, and they have reason to believe that this is another prey about to come forward. So, Wang Yilong quickly answered the phone. Hello, who is this? You are Wang Yilong, right? Who is this? Wang Yilong was surprised to hear the voice of a stranger on the other end. I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng responded lightly. Lin Feng? Wang Yilong was not familiar with his name. Looking at his younger brother Wang Yilong, he also shook his head in confusion. Their company headquarters is in Kyoto, and they have always been in the circle of Kyoto. Naturally, they are not familiar with such a person. I don't seem to know you, I'll hang up if there's nothing. Wang Yilong was impatient at this point. I don't know you, but you know Lin Sumong, right? As soon as he mentioned these 3 words, he immediately understood. Oh, so you are the brother found by Lin Sumong? This matter was also widely spread on the internet at the time. He had heard of it, but he didn't care about the details in the middle. What, are you trying to stand up for your sister? Ha ha. Wang Yilong found it amusing. Even Lin Sumong's personal intervention did not benefit him. What can you, an unrelated outsider, do to us? It's really funny. Wang Yilong found it interesting, so he deliberately teased Lin Feng and didn't hang up the phone. Because of your deliberate harassment, my sister is now embroiled in a tax dispute, which has had a huge impact on her career development and company operations. I hope you can cooperate quickly and hand over the concealed accounts. You brat, have you grown some hair that you dare to teach me? Wang Yilong's temper also flared up. What if I don't hand over the accounts? What can you do to me? Come to Kyoto to find me? Kyoto is where they have been deeply rooted for many years. Many high-ranking officials have close ties to the Huateng Company. Because of filming tribute films, they also have close ties to military and political bigwigs. You, Lin Sumong, only have the resources of Jiangcheng behind you. Coming to Kyoto, you really can't do anything to them. Wang Yilong, do you want me to tell you a story? Tell a story? Do you think I'm a child? 2 years ago, in room 808 of the Crescent Hotel, do you remember what happened on your birthday party that day? What happened? Wang Yilong's mind was blank. Then let me remind you, a pair of twins who had just graduated. After attending the birthday party, they were in a confused state the next day. How do you know? Wang Yilong remembered. The vague memory began to clear. He couldn't understand why this matter had been sealed long ago, and the only people who knew the real situation were the two of them. How did he know? And he even knew the specific location and time. Who told him? These two girls, who originally had a bright future, can now only control their mental state with medication for life. Isn't this your doing? When Lin Feng said these words, he was also very angry. For the two brothers, Wang Yilong and Wang Yihu, not only did they have to restore their sister's reputation, but they also had to pay the price for these things. Who are you after all? Where did you hear such nonsense? Wang Yilong and Wang Yihu, the two brothers, looked at each other and knew that things were getting out of control. The most important thing now is to stabilize Lin Feng quickly. Mr. Lin, you want Miss Lin Suming's accounts? We will give them to you. Is this okay with you? The accounts must be given to me, not a single one can be missed, Lin Feng said. Of course. Give us an email address, and we will send the information to you, Wang Yilong quickly replied. They could see the current situation. Lin Feng, the younger brother of Lin Suming, seemed to know many of their secrets for some reason. In order to settle things peacefully, they had to reluctantly hand over these things. What else could they do if they were unwilling? They certainly knew the weight of Lin Suming's influence. However, the consequences of not handing over this information would lead them to tears behind iron bars. They were not stupid, just bad. So the decision at this moment was easy to make. One more thing, this whole situation arose because of you. Therefore, you need to publicly clarify this matter on official media and sincerely apologize to my sister. Only then can her reputation be restored to the maximum extent. Lin Feng proposed a second condition. Must it be this way? The Wang brothers looked at each other. At this point, they seemed reluctant to agree to the second request. What? Unwilling to agree? Lin Feng said. Fine, we can agree to this point too. Wang Yilong gritted his teeth. He didn't want this either, but since he had a handle on him, he had no choice but to agree. Mr. Lin, we have done as you requested in this matter. Is that enough? They said, preparing to hang up the phone. Wait, Lin Feng shouted at this point. Mr. Lin, do you have anything else? Of course. Are you going to confess to these things yourselves, or should I inform the relevant authorities? Are you threatening us, the two brothers? The Wang brothers were stunned for a moment, then laughed. Our patience has its limits too. Do as you wish. I'll give you 3 minutes to consider, Lin Feng said impatiently. I forgot to tell you, I have more evidence in my hands than what I just mentioned. Don't fool me. Are you really playing God's perspective? What evidence do you have? Wang Yilong, do you remember Qiao Runliang? Lin Feng smiled. Boom! Wang Yilong felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him from the sky. Qiao Runliang. He was a rising star in the entertainment industry, with a promising future when he debuted. But later, he tragically fell to his death from a building. At that time, it caused a huge sensation online, with various discussions abound. But the police eventually concluded it was suicide. Although this incident had a significant impact, it was eventually forgotten, with no further developments. Over time, no one mentioned this matter anymore. Wang Yilong, of course, knew the real reason behind it. He was the instigator. However, due to his clever methods, the police did not find anything wrong. Now, Lin Feng suddenly brought it up. Could he have some evidence? But it had been several years since the incident, and there were hardly any people present at the time, let alone anyone who knew Lin Feng. What was going on? Of course, I remember. What about it? Wang Yilong forced himself to remain calm. Perhaps Lin Feng was just bluffing, but he couldn't show weakness in front of him. Since you remember, I don't need to say much more. Lin Feng smiled. Xiao Runliang was murdered, and you were the mastermind. What nonsense are you talking about? What evidence do you have? Wang Yilong's expression became flustered. See, you're getting anxious again, Lin Feng chuckled. There is both witness and physical evidence regarding this matter. So, what do you have to defend yourself? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Yilong shouted loudly. This matter, no one knows. Only those involved know. Who would knowingly risk going to jail and still talk about this? As long as the few people within don't say anything, it's impossible for outsiders to know. It's a joke. It seems Mr. Wang doesn't believe it? Then I'll have to release this explosive news, just to divert attention from my sister. In the end, solving the matter of Sister Lin Suming is also good. As long as the tax department finds out that this matter is not Lin Suming's intentional tax evasion, but someone sabotaging it, then, although the process may not be quick, it is only a matter of time before she is cleared. At worst, she will no longer be a star, but her personal freedom remains. However, the nature of Wang Yilong's actions is completely different. What he has done is no longer a matter of reputation, but a matter of survival. Mr. Lin, please don't. Wang Yilong was truly panicked this time. He felt that all his cards had been exposed by the other party. If others see his cards, is there still a chance of winning? Mr. Lin, as long as you don't talk about it, you can name any condition. Any condition is acceptable. Wang Yilong panicked. Wang Yihu beside him was also panicked because he realized what was going on. Although he was not the mastermind of these things, he was an accomplice. The outside world has been analyzing the mysterious death of Qiao Runliang. Every now and then, there will be a post analyzing it online, with considerable attention, indicating that people have been following this matter. Whether it's his family, friends, enthusiastic netizens, or even rivals in the industry. Whoever discovers the truth of this matter will definitely crush them. Not only will the company be gone, but people will also end up in jail. Even if he is an accomplice, he will have to serve 7 or 8 years. When he comes out, the prosperity and wealth of this society will have nothing to do with them. Mr. Lin, we are willing to transfer 40%, no, 50% of the company's shares unconditionally to Mr. Lin. As long as Mr. Lin doesn't talk about this matter. 50% ownership, worth hundreds of billions. It was the result of their hard work for over a decade. Although the two brothers felt the pain, there was nothing they could do. Anyway, now that they knew who the other party was, they had to stabilize the person first. Then find someone, take advantage of the opportunity to sign a formal contract, and get rid of him. Since they already had blood on their hands, adding one more wouldn't make a difference. That's what they thought. Also, Miss Lin's matter, we have arranged for the Public Relations Department to issue a statement. We will explain the misunderstanding about tax matters on her behalf. Wang Yilong said sincerely. Has the statement been issued? Lin Feng asked. Yes, it has been sent out just now, came the reply from the other side. Lin Feng cut out and opened Weibo. Sure enough, he found a statement about Lin Sumeng's tax evasion incident, directly topping the hot search list. It was marked with an explosive symbol. Mr. Lin, you see, the statement has been issued. Can we talk about that matter now? Wang Yilong asked tentatively. The two brothers exchanged a glance, and they had made up their minds. This was the final negotiation. If Lin Feng didn't agree this time, they wouldn't continue negotiating here. They would take other measures to deal with it. Okay, 50% it is, Lin Feng said decisively on the phone. Remember to bring the contract and sign it early. Lin Feng also realized. This was their bottom line. There was no need for further negotiation. They also harbored some hope. And since his sister's problem had been resolved, the purpose of making this call had been achieved. As the saying goes, don't chase a defeated enemy. I haven't returned to Jiangcheng yet, and many things are beyond my control from thousands of miles away. It wouldn't be a good thing if things went awry. So, I need to stabilize the situation first. As for how things will develop, it depends on their honesty. If they are not honest and try to secretly deal with me, the evidence of their wrongdoing can be submitted to the relevant authorities at any time. Lin Feng has the ability to do so. Like catching a mouse, I won't send them in so early before achieving my goal. Okay, Mr. Lin, let's settle it this way. Mr. Lin, rest early. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yilong breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, do we really have to agree to give up 50% of the shares? Wang Yihu quickly asked. The shares of the company were earned by the two brothers after more than 10 years of hard work. Now, in the entertainment industry in China, they are influential. Giving up half of the shares means they will no longer have full control of the company. Wang Yihu was naturally unwilling. Besides, he knows our secret, and that's always a threat. Of course not, Wang Yilong shook his head. I'm just stabilizing him. If he wants shares, I have a way to make him disappear before he gets them. Disappear? Even though Wang Yihu was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp. Lin Feng has a big background, trying to deal with him. Brother, although it's a problem, it's not unsolvable. Wang Yilong's eyes flashed, suddenly saying, Brother, do you remember the person we met at our group's annual meeting last time? You mean him? Wang Yihu was reminded by his brother and immediately remembered. That's right, it's him. Wang Yilong's expression also calmed down. To deal with Lin Feng and surpass him, we must climb this mountain. But we only met him once, will he help us? Everyone has weaknesses. As long as someone helps us make a connection and show sincerity, it may not be difficult. Then I'll take care of this matter and make sure it's done. Wang Yihu now knew what to do. The two of us will wait to see how the Lin family will beg for mercy in front of us. Ha ha ha. The two brothers from the Wang family couldn't contain their triumphant laughter. On Lin Feng's side, not long after the call, things calmed down. The remaining matters were left to his sister's team to handle. It was not early. Everything was ready, and it was time to leave Yaogu Town and catch the 5 o'clock flight back to Jiangcheng. At this time, a call came in. Lin Feng saw that it was from Nan Xiao. "Hello, Nan Xiao, what's up?" Lin Feng answered the phone and asked. "Mr. Lin." The voice on the other end was a bit nervous, with a hurried tone and slight panting. This voice made Lin Feng feel uneasy. "The plane is about to take off, and you're the only one missing on the flight. I'm on my way now. I should make it." Lin Feng thought it was something important, but it turned out to be because of this. "By the way, is my assistant on the plane?" "Mr. Lin, she's here, but she looks very tired." "Okay, I got it." Lin Feng nodded. His secretary, Yun Meyer, must have been taking care of a lot of things for him. She probably didn't sleep all night. "By the way, Mr. Lin." When he was about to hang up, Nan Xiao spoke again, but then hesitated. "The thing you asked me to do, I have something in my hand now." "You mean Yu Xiao?" "Yes." Nan Xiao didn't know if she should continue, but she still said it. "I'll give it to you when you arrive." "Okay, see you at the airport then." Lin Feng hung up the phone. Not long after, he arrived at the airport. After completing all the procedures, he saw a plane quietly parked there, with some mist in the early morning. The plane was half hidden and half visible. "Mr. Lin, over here." From a distance, a flight attendant stood by the cabin door, waving towards Lin Feng. She was wearing a well-tailored flight attendant uniform, with a slender and tall figure, truly deserving of the title of the first beauty of Nanling City. Lin Feng thought to himself that such a beauty was rare. "Mr. Lin, you finally made it." Nan Zhao's eyes lit up, feeling inexplicably delighted about Mr. Lin. Handsome, wealthy, and with status. And he was also the grandson of Miao Runlan. With numerous connections to her own background, there was a natural sense of closeness. Most importantly, he had helped her several times. She disliked owing favors, so she took Mr. Lin's request very seriously. "Yes, you just mentioned that you have something in your hand. Where is it?" Lin Feng also got straight to the point, without any small talk. "The thing is very small, I'm afraid of losing it, so I put it in my rest area's bag. You can go back to your seat for now. I'll go get it now." "Okay, good." Lin Feng nodded and walked into the first-class cabin, returning to his seat. Next to him was Yun Meyer. They were the only two in the entire cabin. She leaned back in her seat, her head tilted to the side, looking truly tired. The things handed over to her by her grandmother Miao Runlan were not something that could be easily handled. She was the one handling all these procedures. It had to be said that this secretary was indeed very capable, willing to take on any task, and without making any demands. It was just a pity that she was her mother's secretary. When her mother returned, she would find a reason to bring her over. Mr. Lin, have you arrived?" Yun Meyer woke up with sleepy eyes at this moment, and when she saw Lin Feng, she suddenly became nervous. I forgot to call you." "It's okay, you've worked hard these past few days," Lin Feng said with a faint smile. "You can go back to sleep for a while." "I can't sleep, I'll just do some work." Yun Meyer opened her laptop. At this moment, from the back of the cabin, there suddenly came a sound of a scuffle, coming from the direction of the crew rest area. "What's going on?" Lin Feng's expression suddenly became tense. Because there was a painful cry, coming from Nan Xiao. He couldn't have misheard that. And Nan Xiao had been attacked, and it was happening here. Perhaps, it was very likely because of the things she held in her hands. "Evidence against Yu Xiao. Stay here and don't move, I'll go see what's going on," Lin Feng said as he got up from his seat. He quickly walked towards the source of the sound. A few steps later, he saw chaos at the scene. The purser and several flight attendants were maintaining order. "What happened?" Lin Feng walked over and asked directly. "Mr. Lin, I'm fine, I was just pushed by a passenger." "Alright, since everything is fine now, everyone can disperse. Return to your workstations," the purser said with concern, "then let everyone disperse." Nan Xiao struggled to stand up, and there was a bruise on her knee. Then, as she touched it, her expression suddenly changed. She leaned in close to Lin Feng and whispered, "Mr. Lin, it's not good, the USB drive I was going to give you is missing." Her face was now pale. "This USB drive is naturally the evidence about Yu Xiao." Lin Feng knew that it must have been lost during the chaos just now. Lin Feng strode towards that guest. The person looked up at Lin Feng with a defiant look. "What are you looking at? I'll deal with you later." Looking at his eyes, Lin Feng was sure that it wasn't him who took it. This was purely a red herring. "Mr. Lin, is it him?" Nan Xiao asked. "It's not him." Lin Feng shook his head. "Then who could it be?" Nan Xiao stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. From the look in her eyes, she quickly realized something. Could it be? It should be. Lin Feng nodded. The person who took the USB drive, just now, is among the colleagues you gathered around. However, I can't be sure right now who took it, whether it was transferred or not. What should we do? I haven't had a chance to back it up. Nan Xiao looked very self-blaming. It's okay, you don't need to worry about this matter, I'll handle it. After all, Lin Feng was also someone who had control over the system. Naturally, he could have whatever he wanted. If he couldn't even deal with these few flight attendants, then it would be a waste. Lin Feng entered the system space and bought a background check information query card. This card could retrieve any information about anyone in the past. He quickly conducted a comprehensive and detailed investigation of the flight attendants on board. What clothes they liked to wear, their measurements, everything could be found out clearly. Soon, he narrowed it down to 2 people. These 2 individuals were highly suspicious. One was flight attendant Zhang Jing. The other was the chief flight attendant of this flight, Lin Yueqing. These 2 individuals were highly suspicious. As for whether it was one of them or both working together, further investigation was needed. So, Lin Feng returned to his seat and pressed the service bell. A flight attendant approached. Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? Please ask that person named Zhang Jing to come over. Lin Feng said. The first-class cabin was quiet, an excellent place for interrogation, and the secretary had naturally been sent away. All right, Mr. Lin, I'll go call her. Although this flight attendant looked a bit puzzled, the person in front of her was a first-class passenger. She was just a small flight attendant, so she would do as the passenger asked. And then she left. Lin Feng half lay on his seat, waiting for Zhang Jing to arrive. Before long, a woman in the same flight attendant uniform entered the first-class cabin. This person was Zhang Jing. It was evident that although she was wrapped in the flight attendant uniform, her graceful figure couldn't be completely hidden. There was a feeling of imminent revelation. Ahem. Where was I thinking? Lin Feng regained his composure, looked at the woman in front of him, and asked, You must be Zhang Jing, right? I am. May I ask why Mr. Lin has summoned me? Zhang Jing tried to maintain a composed demeanor, trying to save face for herself. However, some things, once done, were done, and if not done, were not done. Things that were done could not be treated as if nothing had happened, so even if she controlled her micro-expressions well, there was still some unnaturalness. I called you here for a reason. Lin Feng smiled. I'm sure you understand better than I do. Mr. Lin, I don't know what you mean. If Mr. Lin has nothing else, I have work to do. Zhang Jing slightly bowed and was about to leave. Just staying here for another minute made her feel like she couldn't breathe. The person in front of her had an overwhelmingly strong presence. She suddenly regretted helping the chief flight attendant with that matter. However, once on this boat, it's very difficult to get off. Zhang Jing, that USB drive is in your hand, you took it. Lin Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. USB drive? What USB drive? Zhang Jing, you don't need to pretend. I called you here, naturally, I know what's going on. If you hand it over now, it's not too late. Mr. Lin, Zhang Jing's eyes began to panic, not knowing where to put her hands. After all, she was just an intern and had not been officially hired. And the assessment for official employment required the approval of the chief steward. It's so difficult to find a job that matches her qualifications. The chief steward took advantage of her psychological state, leaving her with no way out. I know what you're worried about. As long as you cooperate with me, nothing will happen, I promise, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. In the first-class cabin, a long silence ensued. Zhang Jing was engaged in intense internal struggle. How foolish, really foolish. Lin Feng's background is so powerful. Even if he didn't intend to flatter her, why did she agree to do this? Now, if she continues to keep silent, will it lead to a worse outcome? Have you made your decision? Facing the urging, Zhang Jing became even more flustered. Mr. Lin, I did take that USB drive, but now it's not in my possession, I've already handed it over. When did this happen? Is it still on the plane? Lin Feng quickly seized the point. Just now, not long ago, it was on the plane. With the chief steward. Unable to withstand such great psychological pressure, Zhang Jing revealed everything she knew. Can you testify to the truth of what you've said? Lin Feng smiled and asked again. Mr. Lin, I swear, I absolutely did not lie to you. Zhang Jing hurriedly said. She had nothing to hide now, she just wanted to prove her innocence as soon as possible. The internal pressure was just too great. She was just a small flight attendant, how could she resist this kind of psychological pressure? All right, bring the chief steward here, Lin Feng nodded. The innocent should not be implicated. Although Zhang Jing had done something wrong, she was not the mastermind, and she was not the focus now. Am I okay? Zhang Jing was a bit skeptical, wondering if she had misheard. Bring the chief steward here, I'll get what I want, and everything will be fine. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll go call her right away. Zhang Jing quickly retreated. Soon, the door of the first-class cabin was knocked on again. Come in, Lin Feng straightened up. A figure entered. She was wearing the chief steward's uniform. The well-tailored cut accentuated her graceful figure. Judging by her age, she was in her early 30s. Her striking beauty reminded him of a celebrity. There was indeed a strong resemblance. This was Lin Yueqing. Mr. Lin, did you call for me? After entering, she asked calmly. The USB drive is with you, Chief Steward? Lin Feng went straight to the point without beating around the bush. It is indeed with me, but I can't give it to you. Lin Yueqing was straightforward. Well said. Lin Feng didn't ask why. Give me the USB drive, and I can pretend this never happened. Not possible. Lin Yueqing shook her head. Don't you know what you're doing? Of course, I know. Lin Yueqing smiled. I know very well. Have you never thought about turning back? Someone has been kind to me. Since I've done this, I will never turn back. So determined? Lin Feng frowned. This is a tough situation. It's a matter of conflicting principles. She's so beautiful, yet she's willing to do such cruel things. Mr. Lin, unless you have the ability to kill me, but even if you kill me, you won't find what you're looking for. Lin Yueqing looked as if she had nothing to lose. Not even afraid of death? That does make things difficult. Lin Feng couldn't help feeling overwhelmed. He couldn't just kill her, or else he wouldn't be able to clear his name. The target was too big. Even if he wasn't afraid, he could run away. There was no guarantee that the enemies of his family wouldn't use this against him. Mr. Lin, if it's difficult, then let's not do it. Lin Yueqing smiled. Wouldn't it be nice if we all just got along? If Mr. Lin has nothing else to do, I'll be leaving, she said, turning to leave. Wait. She hadn't taken a step yet. Suddenly, an arm reached out from behind and grabbed her arm. You. Lin Yueqing hadn't finished speaking before Lin Feng pulled her back. Then, in a position with her face towards the chair and her back half kneeling on the ground, Lin Feng pinned her down. She struggled a bit, but couldn't move. Lin Yueqing, where is it? I won't tell you. If you have the ability, just kill me. Lin Yueqing's head was against the chair, speaking with her face turned to the side. Still so resolute? Lin Feng smirked. It seems like I'll have to use some force. What do you want? Lin Yueqing couldn't lift her head, and her peripheral vision couldn't see Lin Feng's actions. She could only question him like this. What I want, you'll know soon enough, Lin Feng said. His other hand began to move. You. Lin Yueqing trembled all over. He actually. Yes, he did the one thing she least wanted to encounter. Lin Yueqing's mental defenses were starting to crumble. Lin Feng witnessed Lin Yueqing's reaction, and his mouth also curled into a smile. Yes. According to the system's introduction, there were no other flaws to be found about Lin Yueqing. Even if she were to do something bad, she would keep her mouth shut, not revealing a single word. Except for one thing. Behind Lin Yueqing, there was an incredibly resolute and chaste woman. Everyone has their own bottom line and weaknesses. Even the most heinous criminals have their own weaknesses. There is no invincible person in this world without any weaknesses. And Lin Yueqing's weakness was her years of chastity. Although it sounds strange, a flight attendant, facing all kinds of people, has managed to maintain her chastity until now, which is quite incredible. But in this vast world, anything is possible. Although it's a bit underhanded, it's necessary to strike where it hurts. To deal with Lin Yueqing and get what he wanted, this was the only way. Mr. Lin, I beg you, don't do this. Lin Yueqing felt her hair stand on end. Even in her pleading, there was a hint of crying. Don't do what? Lin Feng asked knowingly. Mr. Lin, please. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Lin Yueqing's mental defenses completely collapsed. At this point, she didn't dare to shout, because if she did, everyone on the plane would know, and she wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. How do I know if you'll go back on your word? Mr. Lin, I really didn't lie to you. That thing is in the pocket of my clothes. The front pocket. Lin Feng noticed that there was indeed a small pocket at the chest badge of her uniform. He reached over and sure enough, a black USB drive appeared in his hand. This should be the USB drive from Nanshao. It would have been better if you had taken it out earlier, instead of going through all this trouble. Lin Feng put the USB flash drive in his pocket. Mr. Lin, have you got the stuff? Now, can you let me go? Lin Yueqing asked. Let you go? Lin Feng lowered his head, looked at her, and suddenly smiled. How come I never noticed before that you have a good figure? How about following me? He said this half-jokingly. Ha! This sentence made Lin Yueqing's heart suddenly skip a beat. This was a question she had never considered before. After all, she was several years older than him. She had never considered a relationship between an older woman and a younger man. However, when Lin Feng said this, she actually pondered it for a few seconds. But as soon as this thought arose, it was covered by a sense of shame in her heart. Mr. Lin, no. You maliciously interfered, and now you think it's appropriate to let you go? Lin Feng not only needed to get the USB flash drive but also needed to take further steps to secure evidence of Yu Xiu's wrongdoing. He wanted to completely crush him so that no one in Nanling would ever dare to oppose his family again. So, Mr. Lin, what do you want? Lin Yueqing suddenly felt a sense of fear. This fear came from deep within. Lin Feng in front of her was only in his 20s. He looked like a student, but seemed to be very cunning. She couldn't see through him at all. On the other hand, he was like a black hole emitting an irresistible energy that one couldn't escape from. Lin Yueqing had been working for 10 years, and in all those years, she had met all kinds of people. She had dealt with not only wealthy tycoons but also important leaders who had chartered planes for diplomatic visits. However, Lin Feng made her feel completely helpless for the first time. That kind of magnetic field even made her want to get closer. What do you think? At this moment, Lin Feng said and then pulled her towards him. Lin Yueqing ended up sitting on his lap. It had to be said that women in this age group exuded an incredibly mature beauty that young girls did not possess. Mr. Lin, you. Lin Yueqing realized something, struggled for a moment, but couldn't break free. If you conspire with others to frame me, shouldn't you pay a price? Looking at Lin Yueqing in her well-tailored work uniform, Lin Feng felt a beast awakening in his heart. Mr. Lin. Lin Yueqing wanted to say something, but she was completely flustered at this moment, an unfamiliar situation for her. She could handle herself with ease in front of many people, but now she felt completely restrained. With the force of Lin Feng's hand, Lin Yueqing found herself in a half-kneeling position, facing the half-reclining Lin Feng. Do I need to remind you what to do? With this sentence, Lin Yueqing wanted to escape but felt like she was frozen, unable to move. It wasn't that she was physically restrained, but rather that she didn't seem to have the intention in her heart. After a few seconds of internal struggle, she closed her eyes and made a decision. What followed was something a child shouldn't see, and even if an adult wanted to watch, it would have to be a paid VIP project. Lin Feng looked down slightly, watching Lin Yueqing's hair move from awkward to skillful. He felt a great sense of relief in his heart. He took out his phone and saw a message pop up. Breaking news! A plane returning to Jiangcheng experienced a malfunction and had to make an emergency landing, catching fire. This news startled him. If he remembered correctly, wasn't this the same flight his mother was on her way back on? What was the situation with the emergency landing? The news didn't specify the exact casualties. The article's illustration shows only a photo of the tail of a plane on fire, with a background of farmland and villages. It seems to be a suburb near Jiangcheng Airport. Excited, he couldn't help but stand up. Surprisingly, Lin Yueqing also straightened up. Is this getting into the zone? However, Lin Feng couldn't care about that much and asked, how much longer until we reach Jiangcheng? Lin Yueqing raised her head and gestured 20 minutes. As a frequent flyer, she didn't need to check the time. Based on experience, she knew where they were and how much longer until arrival. Then you better hurry. Lin Feng couldn't worry now, he couldn't just jump out, right? 20 minutes wasn't too long. Dear passengers, we will soon be arriving at Jiangcheng Airport. Please prepare for landing. Due to some unexpected circumstances at the airport, we will be landing on the 4th runway. A few minutes later, a broadcast announcement was made inside the plane. Lin Feng could see that the plane was in the process of landing. Lin Yueqing also realized this and did her best to handle things before landing, facing more rapid and agile entanglements. Qingdong finally erupted. Lin Yueqing started coughing violently. Tidy up yourself and get ready to land quickly. Lin Feng's words were as cold as if he had killed fish at the Manhwa supermarket for 5 years. There was no emotional color in them. Lin Yueqing didn't have time to respond. She quickly dealt with things and left the first-class cabin. Chief Lin. Several flight attendants hurried to greet her. Nan Xiao glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, signaling her to go busy herself. Chief Lin, the chairwoman. At this moment, Lin Feng's assistant Yun Meyer hurried over, looking very anxious. She also knew about the plane incident involving Chairman Qin and was very worried. After all, Chairman Qin had spotted her in the crowded job market after she graduated from university and couldn't find a job. He had brought her along, nurturing her all the way. He had turned her into the most powerful secretary in Jiangcheng, also the most famous one. She was the official sales channel spokesperson with millions of fans. It could be said that Chairman Qin treated her better than her own mother. Her family considered her a burden. She had worked part-time to pay for her university education. While her dormitory mates went out to sing and watch movies, she worked. When her mates were dating, she worked. When her mates got new boyfriends, she was still working. So, the first warmth in her heart was given by Chairman Qin. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed tears welling up in her eyes. With a slight movement or blink, the tears would roll down her fair face, her eyes reddened. Lin Feng couldn't bear to see her in such a pitiful state. He patted Yun Meyer's shoulder. "Don't worry, we'll be landing soon." Through the plane's porthole, Lin Feng could see a long runway with a plane parked not far away at the end. Thick black smoke billowed from the plane's nose into the sky. Many red fire trucks, white ambulances, and black police cars surrounded it. Long police lines were drawn, separating hundreds of onlookers, journalists, and social media personnel. "I hope nothing serious has happened," Lin Feng thought to himself. Soon, the plane slowly came to a stop on the runway. As the cabin door opened, Lin Feng and Yun Meyer were the first to disembark. They hurried towards the plane a few hundred meters away. The distance was short, but running felt extremely strenuous. "Stop, you can't go in there." Just as they reached the outer perimeter of the police cordon, a police officer made a gesture to stop them. "Hello, it's like this, my boss is on this plane." Before Lin Feng could speak, the anxious Yun Meyer spoke first from behind. "Who is your boss?" A person next to them holding a list asked. "My boss is." Yun Meyer was about to speak, but Lin Feng stepped forward. "It's my mom, Qin Mufei." "Qin Mufei? The name sounds familiar. Is she the female boss of the Qin Group? She's one of the top female entrepreneurs in Jiangcheng, right? Is she also on this plane?" As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, many people started whispering. "You're Qin's son?" The few staff members seemed surprised. They said this because Qin Mufei also had shares in the airport. Although not a major shareholder, she had a vote on the board of directors. "Yes, how is she?" Lin Feng was not in the mood for small talk now. "Qin is not on this plane," the staff member replied. "Not on this plane?" Now Lin Feng was puzzled. "Wait a moment. Let me check again." The staff member quickly flipped through the list, occasionally confirming something on the walkie-talkie. "Mr. Lin." After checking, he turned to Lin Feng. "After multiple verifications, Qin is indeed not on this plane." "Then how?" Yun Meyer, who was next to them, was about to say something when she looked ahead and suddenly brightened up. "Mr. Lin, look, there's Qin." Lin Feng turned around and saw a wealthy woman in a trench coat sitting on an electric scooter. When she saw them, she waved. "Qin, you're finally back." Yun Meyer hurriedly wiped away her tears and went to meet her, taking the bag from her hands. Lin Feng also went up and looked at his mother in front of him. He was deeply moved for a moment. "Mom, son." The mother and son embraced each other. "Weren't you on this plane? How?" "Originally, I did book this flight, but there was a last-minute change in plans, so I rescheduled for an earlier one." So I arrived half an hour early, thinking you would be returning too, so I was planning to wait for you to go back together," Qin Mufei explained, showing the rescheduling information on her phone. With these simple words, the cause and effect of the situation were explained. "Thank goodness everything is fine. Let's go home," Lin Feng said. Yun Meyer had already arranged for the driver to come over at this point. "By the way, Qin, didn't you book your ticket this time?" Yun Meyer suddenly remembered something and asked. Because when she was with Qin, these miscellaneous matters were not handled by Qin Mufei herself. How come she ended up handling everything herself this time? "No, the ticket was booked by my assistant. When I rescheduled, it was too late, so I did it myself." "You did it yourself?" As soon as this was said, the three of them looked at each other. These three were all very clever and quickly understood the same information from each other's eyes. Could it be that the assistant is up to something? This thought seemed reasonable and made sense. "Mom, are you close to that assistant?" "That assistant has been with the company for a year or two, and I have a good relationship with her." "How?" Qin Mufei said calmly, but her fist involuntarily clenched. "Let's go home quickly. Let's not tell anyone about this for now." She was a strong woman who had experienced many ups and downs. Qin Mufei naturally knew that this matter was not suitable for public discussion. Since this matter, the assistant is highly suspicious. Therefore, she is no longer trustworthy. On the other hand, evidence must be found, as well as the mastermind behind the assistant. If these matters are not handled well, it will be easy to alert the enemy. Therefore, one can only pretend to be nonchalant on the surface. Okay, let's go home, Mom, Lin Feng said to Qin Mufei. Yun Meyer also regained her composure and quickly shifted into work mode. Qin Mufei looked at her busyness and smiled with relief. She truly was her first secretary for several years, and there was really nothing to criticize. If it weren't for helping her son adapt to his new identity, she would have brought Yun Meyer with her on this trip abroad, and this thrilling incident would not have occurred. However, it was precisely because of this incident that Qin Mufei realized that a crisis was re-emerging, and the biggest uncertainty was the appearance of her son, Lin Feng. The business community in Jiangcheng, and even other sectors, were surprised that Qin Mufei had a long-lost son. It sounded like something out of a novel. Naturally, this had a huge impact on the business landscape in Jiangcheng. Many things would need to be reshuffled. The three of them got into the company's car and quickly returned home. It's still so comfortable at home, Qin Mufei sighed. When doing business abroad, they stayed in hotel suites that cost thousands of dollars per day. But there was no sense of comfort, let alone a sense of belonging. As soon as the contract matters were settled, Qin Mufei quickly booked a flight back to the country, and even rescheduled her flight to come back earlier. Ms. Qin, please have a seat. I'll go pour you a cup of tea, Yun Meyer said as she put down her luggage. This villa was not her first visit. She was not only Qin Mufei's work assistant but also her life assistant. So, she went into the tea room with ease and quickly poured 2 cups of tea. Have the others at home not returned yet? Qin Mufei asked. Not yet, but they should be back soon, Lin Feng said. That's good, our family will be reunited soon, Qin Mufei smiled. At her age, she had taken great care of herself, exuding an air of elegance and a strong presence. By the way, Xiaoyu, Qin Mufei said at this time. During this time in Jiangcheng, have you met any girls you like? Lin Feng scratched his head. Mom, are you trying to set me up with someone? Silly boy, you're not young anymore, in your 20s, how can you not have a partner? What do you think? Tell Mom, Qin Mufei's gossip heart arose, completely devoid of any hint of a strong woman. Indeed, no one is without gossip, especially women. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. He did know a few people now, but when it came to marriage, it seemed like it was still a bit lacking. Son, do you not know how to choose? Qin Mufei smiled. Son, no matter who you choose, I will support you, as long as you like her. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but want to complain. I understand the reasoning, but how can I handle all of this? Isn't that a bit too ambitious? It seemed like she had seen through Lin Feng's thoughts. Qin Mufei leaned in. Do you know several people? Mom, let's not talk about this. Lin Feng was a bit embarrassed and wanted to change the subject. Some things were like this, she knew what you had done, and you knew that she knew what you had done, but bringing it up would be inappropriate. Lin Feng also knew that if it weren't for his current status, those top beauties would have nothing to do with him, but precisely because of his current status. So, they also have almost no chance to achieve success with themselves. There is a possibility, but at least it requires the approval of their mother, Qin Mufei. Well, I won't ask anymore. Qin Mufei lazily half-leaned on the sofa and took a sip of tea. I'm a bit tired, I'm going to bed first. She yawned. Then you rest early, Lin Feng said. Aren't you going to sleep? Qin Mufei asked again. I'm young and energetic, so I'll sleep later, Lin Feng smiled. All right. By the way, I have something else. Mom, what is it? Lin Feng asked. She opened her mouth, then said, I'll tell you tomorrow. After that, she instructed Yun Meyer, if you have nothing to do, you can rest first. With that, she walked upstairs. Lin Feng, on the first floor, pondered recent events and couldn't sleep. Ding! At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Host, you now have new family tree modification permissions. Do you want to proceed with the modification now? I choose yes. Lin Feng quickly said. Every modification brings a new opportunity. How can one not look forward to it? Ding! The system has generated new family information for you. The timeline has been refreshed. Please check. Lin Feng looked at the information in front of him. Relative, grandfather name, Qin Tiansung occupation, first level combat hero medal winner. Age, 89 years old. Looking at this information, Lin Feng was surprised. His grandfather's resume was truly one of life and death, living with extraordinary merit. Bearing a lot of honor, he retired to the local area. The old man was particularly low-key in his dealings with others, but his status was there, and he had received special receptions many times. He even appeared in textbooks. Such a figure naturally had a certain reputation. Lin Feng also discovered that not only his father, Lin Zhendong, had been taught by his grandfather, but also many important figures in Jiangcheng and Jingchu were his grandfather's students. Every year, they would celebrate his grandfather's birthday. This was also a grand event in Jiangcheng, covered in the news. Then Lin Feng looked at his grandfather's birthday. His heart skipped a beat. Grandfather's birthday is the day after tomorrow? His grandfather's 90th birthday. What kind of celebration would it be? Just as he was thinking this, a phone call came in. Hello, who is this? Lin Feng noticed that it was an unfamiliar number. Xiaoyu, it's me, your grandfather. On the other end of the phone, a voice, old but strong, came through. Hello, grandfather. Lin Feng quickly greeted. Xiaoyu, are you busy lately? If not, come to see me. Grandfather Qin Tiansong invited. Grandfather, isn't your birthday the day after tomorrow? I know, I want my good grandson to come early. The old man on the other end chuckled. Then I'll come to see you early. Lin Feng nodded. He was unfamiliar with his grandfather, but he had great respect for the hero. Then, can I come with my mom tomorrow? Lin Feng asked. But Qin Mufei had been tired all day and had just gone to rest, so it seemed a bit inappropriate to call her now. Xiaoyu, your mom just returned to the country. Let her rest well first. Grandfather wants to see you now. How about I send someone to pick you up? The voice of the old man on the other end sounded very expectant. No need, grandfather, I'll come over right away. Lin Feng agreed. Then grandfather will send you the address? No need, grandfather, I know the address. Lin Feng smiled. Then come quickly, I'm waiting for you at home. Be safe on the way. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Feng actually wanted to go and meet the old man who had experienced so much war and was full of honor. Such a person could make others feel at ease even without saying anything. Lin Feng quickly tidied up and left. The address of his grandfather's house had already been indicated in the system when he was updating the family tree. It was an hour's journey from here, not too far. However, his grandfather's place was not in the city, but in a rural area on the outskirts. After driving for an hour, the car stopped in front of a quaint yet elegant three-story building. There was a pond at the entrance of the courtyard, and the fields around the pond were filled with rolling waves of wheat. Behind the small building, there was a hill covered with a green bamboo forest. The gentle breeze caused the bamboo leaves to sway slowly. It was truly a paradise-like place. As soon as Lin Feng arrived, the fresh air made him feel a little intoxicated. Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao! In the distance, a few people were standing on the side of the road, waving towards him. There were a man and a woman. The man was tall and sturdy, standing at 1.9 meters, while the woman was also tall at 1.7 meters and had an elegant temperament. There was no information about these two people in the system. Do you know me? Lin Feng was surprised. This was his first time here. You are Lin Xiao, the old man's most beloved grandson. Even though it's been a few years, how could you not recognize us? And the old man also instructed us to wait here, afraid that you might not find the way. The man and the woman said in succession. Thank you, but may I know your names? Oh, you can call me Long Fei, the man replied. Lin Xiao, I'm Yuna, the elegant woman also said. Thank you both. Serving by his grandfather's side, they must have exceptional qualities and be highly regarded by the old man. Lin Feng treated them with the necessary courtesy. There were also other villagers in the village where his grandfather lived. At this time, they were gathered in small groups, looking over in their direction. Is this the old man's grandson? He looks really impressive. He hasn't been back for several years, and he's grown so tall. He really resembles the temperament of Mr. Qin back in the day. Hello to you all, Lin Feng greeted them. Hello, Lin Xiao. The villagers responded warmly when they realized they had been overheard. Lin Xiao, let's go. The old man has been waiting for you for a long time, Long Fei said to the villagers, making a gesture of invitation. Okay, Lin Feng nodded. He walked ahead, with Long Fei and Yuna following behind. Grandfather, I'm home. When they reached the entrance of the small building's courtyard, Lin Feng cleared his throat and called out. The grand courtyard gate of the small building was simple yet dignified. Standing here, there was a sense of historical weight and a particularly reassuring feeling. Grandfather? After calling out, no one in the courtyard responded, so Lin Feng called out again. My good grandson, you've finally come, a voice came from the courtyard this time. Seeing the situation, Yuna pushed open the slightly ajar courtyard gate. Lin Feng saw an old man with white hair, leaning on a cane, walking towards the courtyard gate. Grandfather, don't move, Lin Feng hurriedly went up to meet him, supporting the old man with both hands. Good, you've finally come. Qin Tiansong reached out a somewhat withered hand and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Grandfather, it's not easy for the two of you to reunite. Let's sit down and chat slowly, Yuna said as she approached. I'll pour you some tea. Good, sit down and talk. Qin Tiansong held Lin Feng's wrist and walked towards the armchair in the middle of the living room. He noticed that although his grandfather's hands were withered, he could still feel a certain strength when holding his wrist. It didn't look like someone about to turn 90, more like someone in their 40s or 50s. There were also burn marks on this arm. He must have suffered a lot back then. Lin Feng sat down in the living room of the small building and looked around. The walls of the living room were covered with many certificates of merit, medals, used items, and many photos. Among these photos were individual photos, showing that his grandfather Qin Tianzong was handsome when he was young. There were also group photos of his unit, and victory celebration photos. It was like a mini museum. Looking further back, there was a photo of two people. The pose in the photo was close, not like a casual photo with strangers. Lin Feng glanced at it and felt a sense of familiarity. He looked back and his pupils dilated suddenly. Standing next to his grandfather in that photo was. Looking at the mole on that person's face, Lin Feng was speechless with his mouth wide open. Could it be? He subconsciously looked at the old man. He had power and was truly low-key. Grandfather, Lin Xiao, please have some tea. Yuna brought over 2 cups of tea and placed them on the coffee table between them. By the way, grandfather, did you ask me to come early for something? Lin Feng asked. Can't I just call my grandson over for no reason? Qin Tianzong chuckled. No, I think you must have something to tell me, grandfather. Lin Feng said. Looks like I can't hide it from you. Qin Tianzong said, waving his hand. Long Fei brought over an antique dressing box. It looked like a style used by women 70 or 80 years ago. Xiao Yu, this. I'll give it to you. He handed the palm-sized red lacquer box to Lin Feng. What is this? Lin Feng was curious. Open it and you'll see. Qin Tianzong said, then looked at the sky outside with his hands on his cane, lost in thought. Lin Feng had to take the box and gently open it. Inside the box, besides some expired skincare products and combs, there was a folded yellowed paper. The paper seemed to have something written on it, resembling a letter. What is this? A love letter from grandfather? Or an honor commendation? Or a will for inheritance? Lin Feng picked up the paper, opened it. Lin Feng's eyes widened. On the yellowed paper, just as he suspected, it was a letter. Tianzong, my brother. I have been holding the position for over half a month on the battlefield, now running out of ammunition and supplies, with no reinforcements. Yet the enemy is still advancing towards our position. The position is likely to fall soon, and I must face the same fate as the position. However, my wife and children at home are worried, so I entrust the following matters to my brother Tianzong. Lin Feng looked at the letter. The owner behind this letter turned out to be a comrade in arms of his grandfather Qin Tianzong, who lived in the same bunk and fought side by side on the battlefield. A farewell letter left before the position fell. Yuer. Qin Tianzong spoke slowly at this moment. I entrust this letter to you. Ha? Lin Feng was surprised. Grandfather, what does this letter mean for me? Setting aside the emotional attachment behind this letter, even if it was treated as an artifact, its impact on people would probably be more meaningful than a letter to a wife. However, this letter had never been made public. Back then, he entrusted me with 2 things. Qin Tianzong continued. The first was to find his entire family. It took me 20 years to finally find them. Fortunately, his descendants are all doing well, which can be considered as a consolation for a regret. What about the second matter? Lin Feng asked again. As for the second matter, Qin Tianzong paused and turned to look at Lin Feng. Have your parents arranged a marriage for you? No, Lin Feng shook his head. Do you have a girlfriend now? Grandfather asked again. Girlfriend? In Lin Feng's mind, images of several girls flashed like scenes from a movie. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Whether you have a girlfriend or not, you cannot get married. Qin Tianzong handed him a letter. You need to find a person, she is the one you should marry. This is my promise to a comrade, and this letter is also a token for you. This, Lin Feng was puzzled. Is this considered a pre-arranged marriage? Even he wasn't born at that time, so she should be the same. Grandfather, this doesn't seem right. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel resistant to this kind of arrangement. Qin Tianzong was about to continue but started coughing. Yuna quickly stepped forward and patted the old man's back. You don't want to agree to this. Qin Tianzong waved his hand and sat up on his own, looking disappointed. It's not. Lin Feng didn't know how to respond. The old man gestured for Long Fei to bring over a stack of documents. Don't rush to refuse. You can take a look at the information about her first, maybe you will like her? Lin Feng muttered to himself, I've seen all kinds of beauties during this time. Oh well. Even if the forcibly grown melon isn't sweet, as long as it quenches thirst, it's not unacceptable. However, when he saw the documents handed to him, Picking up a few photos, he realized how absurd his spots were just now. The girl in the photos, wearing various military uniforms, tall and straight, exuding a heroic aura between her brows, although she only had shoulder-length hair. But, the overall impression she gave was particularly elegant. Her figure and looks were top-notch. Isn't she so beautiful? Lin Feng admitted that his eyes were glued to the photo.